How we doing? How is it going over there? Did you survive this crazy snowstorm? What a ridiculous amount of snow. My back's still killing me from shoveling. Hours of shoveling. And I feel like a lot of people have that experience with this stuff, but it's just not enough garages in the Northeast for these kind of crazy weather events. But that was the worst snowstorm in a while. So anyway, now that that's over with, we've got a song that we're about to start rocking and rolling on, and I may share some of the SSL 360 view with you guys so you can kind of, I don't know, basically get a different sort of viewpoint than what I'm used to showing you, which, if you guys know, as I flip to the mix, I'm a Pro Tools guy, and the session looks something like this. And all the pink stuff is drums. These pink tracks up here, they're all drums. And we've got a bunch of drum mics on this particular song. We have kick in, kick out, snare top, snare bottom, and a snare side mic. We've got floor tom and rack tom. We've got overhead left, center, and right, and a room left and right. So plenty of drum tracks to play with. As you can see, there's an SSL 4KG on every single channel, and also auto align. And auto align just kind of locks the phase up. So if you had any mics that were maybe could have sounded better, like the full extent of what was captured, nothing gets canceled out when you allow the computers to work their magic, and basically they use their scientific calculators and make sure that everything is as close as possible to in phase. Now, it's something I use on almost every track because I feel like even when the drums are recorded real well, you gain something by turning that on because you'll get a little more low end. You'll get just a little more of the full frequency of what each particular drum has to offer. And as a whole, when you listen back, it's not just drums, but it's anything with multiple mics. Could be bass, could be guitars. You'll hear more of what was there. And that's it's EQ for free. That's how I look at it. Now, there's moments where you may want to purposefully put something, in an out of phase context. But for the most part, multiple mics, I throw auto align on, and it gets us started off in a place where I have to use less EQ to bring out what I'm trying to bring out. What's going on, Alex Christoph Drums? How you doing over there, man? Musictron. How you doing, Musictron? What's your thoughts on the new Greg Wells plugin? I think a lot of mixers are probably like this, or engineers. It's like a lot of us get tired of buying new stuff, and we don't look at every new plugin that comes out as this is something we should buy. It really has to solve a problem. If it solves some problem that has been bugging me for years, I'll look at it. And, that's where auto align came into play. It solves a problem that in the past you'd use in phase, it would take forever. You would line it up by hand, it would take forever. Auto align 2 solves that problem, right? I don't know what the Greg Wells plugin does. I have no idea what that is, but I don't look for new stuff. Like, I really don't go out and look for new stuff. It has to really solve a problem for it to hit my radar and be like, this is important. I have a ton of de-essers because I'm always looking for like the perfect de-esser. And I feel like they don't exist, the perfect de-esser. You have different, I really like Oxford Suppressor, which is old and great. I like the Weiss de-esser, or Vice, however you say it, that de-esser is great. And FabFilter's okay, and the Waves de-esser is not bad. So like I have just a ton of de-essers because that's a problem I feel like I always want to be solved better than it is, because the best de-esser to me is still hand de-essing. No question about it. That gives you the most control, but it takes forever. So it's a constant compromise, like with audio. But, some plugins that are new are just not, I don't know what that Greg Wells one does. No clue. Alex Christoph Drums wrote, Macy's midst of these fancy-looking plugins are just combos of compression, EQ, saturation, limiting, all things we know how to use individually. Seems scammy. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think that's basically what I'm saying. It's a compressor. Yeah, that's one thing I never feel like. I like stuff that's weird. So if it does something weird, I would check it out, right? But as far as compression goes, I know what to expect from an 1176, and I probably have 5 of them, right? Because I started out with Bomb Factory like everybody else, and it's probably still one of my favorite 76 compressors, the one that comes with Pro Tools, BF76. And then after that, I own the Wave stuff, the CLA stuff, which is great, to the Bluey or Blackie. Both 76s are great. And when I'm looking for a 76 flavor, those will work, or the 5 UAD versions of the 1176 that I own that I go to way more often than all the rest at this point. But weird compression, Wolfcomp is a compressor that I would say works unlike every other compressor, in my opinion. It's sort of always compressing, and the whole, I remember watching a thing like when the guys who make Goodhertz, like the team who builds those plugins, Jack Stratton basically gave them a Roland 303, like the sampler, the 303, because it had a weird vinyl algorithm on there that was like compression. It was this weird algorithm for compression that he tried to like model the guys at Goodhertz to make it in a plugin, and that's how they came up with Wolfcomp. And that's a weird compressor. It's very strange the way it works, and it's sort of, it always is doing something. It's even when you send it hardly any level, but the weird thing is you could send it different sources and it will treat them completely different. It's more like a Varimu in that way. Very cool compressor, but it treats any source you send it different, and it's weird. So like Wolfcomp was got to get that, no matter how, but as far as a Fairchild clone, I mean, I feel like I'm sold on the Unfairchild. I don't know if I really need another one, but I have the UA one if I need another one. And then, a two-way TLA 7, what is it? The TLA, 103 or something? The one that's kind of like a two-way, but it has saturation controls on it. Like, I have a few favorites, like everybody else. The Distressor, the SSL Bus Comp, the 33609, the 2254, which is, basically a 33609, but not. But it's basically the same thing. It's like, how many do we need? I think I have enough. One Love Music 2003. How you doing over there, man? How's it going? One Love Music wrote, I like de-essers with a side chain, high pass filter, and low pass filter. Cool. Awesome, man. Yeah, it's it's like de-essers are one of those weird plugins, and I've tried a lot of them. I tried Split, and it didn't work for me on what I was using it on, so I wound up not getting it. But I did the trial for Split, but it didn't work for me. Maybe it'll work for you guys. That one didn't work for me. But I thought that would be cool because it had 2 faders, one for the S's, one for everything else. Like, it sort of handled it differently. I thought that was cool, but it didn't work out. Yeah. And where are we at? So this is going to be a good session right here. I recommend, if you guys have something you want to work on, open that up on your end and sort of use the chat and the stream as a way to take ear breaks, because that's what I do. I jump in the chat when it's time for an ear break, because fatigue, you don't want to set in. Both ear fatigue and brain fatigue, both of them bad, and they start to creep up, I find, when things start to kind of circle like a washing machine or like a dryer, where it's just like you keep thinking of the same things and back and forth. You got to clear your head. And that's great to do in the chat, or just to talk to other engineers real quick. A little of that back to work. I find it helps a lot. So it's fun to mix out of total isolation, if you ask me. I'm sure maybe somebody out there prefers to work completely alone without, but As far as I'm concerned, the guys who would work in studios had no choice but to have other people around. There were assistants around. There might be interns around. There's moments where you grab lunch and you interact. There's interactions of life. And that's what we bring to the table here when we do these live streams, is like, just be amongst other people doing exactly what you're doing, fighting with the same crazy, the same ingredients, fighting with their version of the bass or kick drum or whatever's going on. Their version of this vocal won't freaking hold in our face. It keeps disappearing. The snare comes and go. What's going on? Just anything. It could be anything. That's the thing, I think. It's like the more of these things you do, you never really know what's going to bug you. But things wind up bugging us. We work on them. It pays to just air our thoughts out a little bit. So, yeah. And everybody is welcome who hasn't been here before. Like, I love, what is that? One Love Music 2003. What's that, a U87 on your picture? I dig that. I don't know what your profile icon thing is. It looks like a U87 from here, but it's kind of small for me, so it's hard to tell. Looks like an 87. Awesome. It's one of my favorite mics. I was thinking about that the other day because it's the question I get all the time too, is like, what's your favorite microphone for vocals? Like, what would you put up first? Maybe it's just because I'm kind of old school in a way, but I like the 47. I like a 47. Something about the warmth of the tube in it. It's a very different sound than an 87, but they're both great. A lot of hip hop guys like the 87. Nowadays, everyone is about that Sony, which is super bright to me. Mandatory backstretch indeed, Alex, because as soon as I started shoveling today, about a half hour, 45 minutes in, I was like, man, that backstretch. Like, I immediately started to feel it creeping up. But yeah, it's you know what I'm saying. But yeah, Musictron, great habit is to literally ring out the stuff you have. Like, ring it out. And don't fall for marketing on new stuff with new GUIs, and just like use the stuff you have until you have a real need for something else. For me, I really like the UA Fairchild a lot, but when I tried the Unfairchild, I was kind of a fan. It has more tweakability. So it's like, if you like a Fairchild but you want more tweakability, well, then you kind of can't go wrong with the Unfairchild. So it depends on where you're coming from, but the stock Fairchild with Pro Tools is kind of cool too. Like, they're all cool, and that's what I mean. You have built in probably some version of every plugin if you're using Pro Tools anyway. I don't know what you're using, but it's good stuff. And don't sleep on the Bomb Factory 76. That's one of my favorites, honestly. It's one of my favorites. So let's play this thing without further ado. Let's do, and this is what I mean by everything has a G on it. And I actually do a thing where I use multiple EQs sometimes on tracks. And that way, it does a couple different things, but it's a way for me to get multiple colors going on, because every EQ has a bit of a flavor. None of them are completely transparent except for maybe FabFilter Pro Q3 or something, but I like to use the EQs for the flavors that they bring to the table. So I really like the SSL 4K B a lot, because of it is colorful. It's a colorful EQ. The G is the most versatile. So I threw a G on all this just because I tossed a coin and I was like, which one should I use? I'll use the G. And the cool thing about the G is you have that pink or black knob control on it, so you can kind of get two different choices of flavor in the same channel strip. But a lot of people like the E. So usually what I do is and this is what I've done recently anyway, I'll either have the B or an E as my second EQ, but it's inactive. So in case I can't make it happen on the G for whatever reason, or I just want to audition another flavor, I inactivate the G, then activate that other EQ, and just dial it in real quick. Because I'm not all sacred about my EQ moves. Like, I don't look at it like, ooh, this is perfect, and now let's just tweak. Like, I look at it like, they hit the ball to me. I ran to it and tried to pick it up. And maybe I one hopped it, or maybe I backed up and get it on the second hop, or that's how I look. It's just like an athlete moving around to the ball. You're going to do it different. Every single time that ball's hit, you're going to move different. So I look at it like I'm going to twist the knobs different depending on that moment. And sometimes I want to audition another try on it, because in other words, I dial it in pretty quick. So sometimes it's like, okay, I don't know if I'm feeling it, so let's see how it sounds through a B or an E, and let's just dial that in real quick and then compare the two. I like to do that sometimes. But they're different flavors. So the G, most versatile, I think hands down, everybody knows it, most versatile. So I threw this on everything, but this view may come up a little bit. So you'll see as I go through, I'm sure there's a way to like put this all on one screen, but then the knobs get super tiny. So I think I'm going to leave it on this view where I start at the top and I roll down. All my channels are EQ, filter, dynamics in that order. I may switch that around on some of them, like on vocals. I sometimes have a tendency to prefer dynamics than EQ, but not always. Depends what I'm going for. So as we move through, every track has this, so I may live on this view for a little while, so you guys can kind of get the sense that we're working on an SSL, because I figure why not? I haven't done it yet on a live stream, so I figure why not? The reason I haven't done it on a live stream is because I don't use this view ever, really, but I thought it'd be cool. It was one of the things, when me and GDP, who is the man with the plan, flying the plane from Japan, helping out with the streams, making them amazing. We talk about like what could we improve, what could we change, what should we do different, what's some new thing I should try, what different plugin, what this or that. And one of the things we're talking about is it'd be cool to mix a stream like this, looking at this view. Okay, why not? So maybe we'll do it. There's some quick commands and stuff that I'm not familiar with, because I'll be the first to tell you, I use the UF8 and the UC1, but I use them like the UF8 I use for one thing, automation. I don't use anything else on it. I know there's a million things you could do. You could set soft keys up. You could stop, rewind, play, record, do a bunch of I don't do any of it. Maybe I should. But at this point, I just use it for one thing, VCA automation. And it gets me through every mix, because I don't think a mix is done until I've used a little bit of automation on it, and at least a little bit. Touch mode, VCA automation, that happens late. So we'll get to that. But that's at the end of the mix. And depending on how many hours this goes, sometimes I like to split these up into 2 streams and keep them shorter. So without further ado, I'm going to start cracking here. But I want to say what up to Pongmaster 123. How you doing over there, man? That bicycle horn it's the sound for friends. When we have people who've been on the stream before, I hit them with the bicycle horn, because to me it's the funniest and most unobtrusive sound we could do, that just sort of rings the bell and lets people know it's really good. But yeah, I recognize Pongmaster 123, so that's awesome. And same with Alex Christoph drums, and anybody else who's new, like Musictron, that's awesome. I'm happy you guys joined in, and let's see how this stuff goes. And literally anything goes in the chat that's audio related. So if it's audio and you want to talk about it, throw it in there. It doesn't have to have anything to do with what I'm doing here. It could be what you're working on that we don't know about, and you throw it in there. Questions about gear, or stuff you just purchased, or stuff you're thinking about, or speakers or headphones, literally anything. DAWs, whatever you want to know. Shortcuts with the UC1, UF8, whatever it is. Yeah, and so let's hit play. But you guys, anybody been watching the NAMM stuff? The NAMM stuff is interesting, isn't it? Like the couple of the new products got me a little, like, for example, the SSL Evo. Like, wow, pretty cool. It bridges the gap. That's what I love about it. It bridges the gap between, first of all, you have to like be ready to sell a freaking kidney or something to get one. Like all the stuff if you really want it now. So that's not out of the ordinary, but it bridges the gap between that $50K origin or 55 or whatever it is, with no dynamics on it. They give you dynamics on every channel now, but still completely analog, so no recall at all. At least they're offering dynamics on every channel. They're also smart that they put it in the same frame. I appreciate that, because anybody who owns an Origin, like if I did, I'd be ready to sell all my bananas if that freaking thing wouldn't fit the whatchamahoo's. If I couldn't like just add the dynamics to it, I'd be very upset. And they made it where it's the same frame, so you can just switch out something and, you know, do an upgrade deal with wherever you bought it. So that's pretty cool. But even if you bought it used, you could probably do that. So I like that. I like that they're like keeping those guys still in the game and not making anybody who bought an Origin feel like pissed off. I like that. It just makes you think that in the future, if you buy anything, you'll be covered also. So I like that. But it bridges the gap between that. For $75K, you get dynamics on every channel, 32 channels. That's pretty cool. And I don't think anybody, like the small version, I don't think is on anybody's radar personally. It's 15 grand less to get like half as many channels or something. I don't know. To me, that doesn't make sense. But at the same time, the price of all of these are out of my budget. So it's not like I'm buying any of these anyway. But it's just interesting to think about and talk about. But yeah, what do we got? One Love Music 2003, the new Brick Lane MC4 looks killer. What is the Brick Lane MC4? What is that? Tell me what that is, because I don't know if I saw anything on that. MC, is it like multi-bus comp? I feel like MC is a good abbreviation for multi-bus compress, multi-band compressor. It's got to be an abbreviation. I don't know if it is, but to me, that's what I hear. All right, so let's run this thing. I know there's got to be a way to like hit rewind on here where it actually jumps back all the way, but I haven't figured that out yet. Like I told you, this is the thing I'm used to. I don't use this freaking SSL interface for that. I don't think I've ever pulled it up for the whole mix. So I'll probably be using this to do important stuff and then just use that for when we make we'll go through a pass of the song and I'll twist a bunch of knobs. But let's listen to it first, kind of just to hear where it is. I've just dialed in the balance a little bit so it's able to be listened to, and we can kind of compare it to the end after we do a bunch of stuff. Nothing on the mix bus at all except for the SSL bus comp I threw on there, and I didn't set it or anything. I just put it on. So I may wind up messing with this while we're listening to it. I'll probably mess with a couple things while we're listening to it. Let's hit play. Let's give it a jump off. Cranbourne Audio. Okay. Cranbourne is, they're in the game. There's no question. I like what they're doing with that 500 series looking rack thing. It's an interface. It's a bunch of stuff. When that thing came out, I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, I don't own any Cranbourne stuff, but I know a lot of people who like it. I know Glenn likes it. Glenn Fricker. So let's do this. Hit play.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. Busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
Awesome. So that's the full playthrough of the song. It kind of goes through this tempo change at somewhere about, I don't know, 3 minutes or so in. It goes from 135 BPM to 150 BPM. There were a lot of production moves on vocals for this. So these are all printed. And there's a dry and a wet. I recommend you do this if you want to have more control over the vocal sound and you're sending your stuff to someone else to mix. It's definitely helpful to go in and sort of commit the things you like. So a lot of these like vocal flavor things that if you've seen any of my other live streams, if they're not there and it was just a dry vocal, I definitely dial stuff like that in. Whereas this, I tracked, and I don't, there's some of this is good. You know, a lot of the stuff I work on, I'm also the one who tracked it. But in this case, effects have their own track of Flavor City. And each vocal is sort of like the matte lead dry this is just a dry version. This is an effect version only with just the effects. So they're not like duplicates. It's not the dry and the effects together down here. It's an effects track. So if I wanted to make that as loud or low as I need to, I can. And if you're not familiar with how to do that, I made a video on that specifically. And I actually used this song as the example to print a dry and a wet version, like a dry and then with only effects version, so that I can have this kind of a setup in this particular mix. Same thing with the harmony, like this matte harmony. There's a dry and there's an effect. EJ harmony dry and there's an effect. And then the outro, there's a dry and there's an effect. So if I need more dry, I turn that up. If I need more effect, I turn that up. AMAI Energy, I want to welcome you. What's poppin'? It's also you're a familiar face, so you get the bicycle horn, and you get the bicycle horn. The bicycle horn is our sound for our friends because it makes me smile, and I like that sound. And then there's some other sounds built into this thing that I like to jam on every once in a while. So if you don't get a bicycle horn, don't feel bad. You might get some other sound, and you might get a different one next time. But we got a couple. We got a few in there. So no effects are actually active in this track. There's a bunch of stuff here just in case I need it that gets imported on every session. So some of these are like 16th note delay, like a little short slap potentially, maybe an 8th note delay, a quarter note delay. The ones that say Echo Boy, that's usually what they are. I sort of like not even knowing what they are. Some people want it to label it 16th, 8th quarter. I like to sort of turn one on and see if it works, turn it off, and just kind of start from a place of, let's try this one today. And I could label them, but some people like to label their sock and underwear drawers. I don't do that either. So I don't have a tendency to label my Echo Boys. What else we got? Bunch of reverbs in here, like Little Plate. It's one of my go-tos. The H910 has like a doubler kind of harmonizer setting in there. And a lot of Galaxy tape echo stuff you'll see. I love it. I'm a huge tape echo guy. So you'll see tape echoes show up all the time. But this is already built in. So we're going to have a much more streamlined mix in this case. And that's why I think it might suit itself very well to this other view where I can just start twisting knobs. So that's going to be fun. I got to tell you, I kind of like it. I've never worked in this view before, but I sort of like it because I'm not looking at stuff. Like I'm basically looking down or closing my eyes and just twisting. I love that. When I'm in the Pro Tools window, I have a tendency to look way more, even if I open up the plugin. Like even if I just click the thing, I'm twisting, but I'm looking for some reason. I don't know why. I have not figured this out yet. Maybe you can tell me why. Why I'm in this view, I'm not looking as much. Something about I want to pull it up so you guys could see where I'm at. If I'm doing EQ, I want to slide it down so you could see I'm on EQ. If I want to go to, do the filters or compression, the dynamic section, I want to make sure I scroll it so you can see it. But I'm not totally focused on what it's showing me, which is a huge benefit. And now when it comes to the mix bus, a lot of people put this on super early. And maybe it's a symptom of using an SSL that it's a big part of the sound. And by not putting it on, it's sort of giving you something you're never going to use anyway, because you're going to turn a compressor on at the end at some point, and then it will change things too much on you. I have a tendency to keep this mix bus empty until I get stuff kind of feeling the first step of okay. Then I turn it on. But there's not a right way or wrong way. And on this particular mix, I might mix with it on the whole time. You just got to hear when you're fighting against it, and then make sure you adjust accordingly, threshold and things like that, if you're all of a sudden coming in too hot now. But I do have a tendency to keep it off for a long time because I feel like that's my best chance of the cleanest perspective of knowing what's going to hurt what and where it's happening. As soon as you turn this on, it changes the sound drastically. When it's compressing hot, if you keep it at like 4 dB or below, it's not going to be that crazy on you, but it's still going to alter the sound of what you're hearing. So, in this particular mix, I might leave it on as if I was working on a console, because if I was on a console, I would definitely have that thing on pretty early, like real early. Whereas in the box, I have a tendency to do things very different than I would if I was working in the analog world. So that's where I started with this concept of the results is better when I turn nothing on in the beginning. But that doesn't work for some plugins, like the Studer A800. If you want that on your mix bus because of the low end you get from it, you got to put it on early. Otherwise, you cannot put that on after you've dialed in your low end. It will just destroy it. Makes it where it has way too much. Same thing with like the ATR 102 on a couple of the settings, like the one I like, pushed 456 master, I think it's called, on the mix bus. When I put that on, if I don't put it on early, I'm in the lurch. It doesn't work. This right here. And this, it's called Push 456 Master, but when I'm getting too much dirt and crunch out of it, I'll switch to GP9 because it's way cleaner. You get more highs, less destruction in a way. So 456 is definitely a little bit fatter sounding, but when I combine this with the Studer, like there's no reason you need to just use one, but when I use that with the Studer, you get this beautiful low end bump. You know, to keep this on GP9, you still get a ton of low end out of it. And I like 30 IPs too for just this particular, like, you also don't forget you got your dials. So if you, at some point, you're like, oh, I wish this had just a little less top end, you could deal with it on here. Even the high frequency driver can be kind of nice for some excitement on the top. That's an interesting thing right there. But most people who use this plugin are very aware of these controls because they make a big difference. But yeah, between that, the Studer and the ATR, sometimes I use them in tandem. And I'm very aware this is not a print deck, but that doesn't matter. None of these plugins they're not the analog counterpart. They just have a GUI that looks like it. So because of that, don't ever look at it like, oh, I know this isn't a print deck, I shouldn't put it on my mix bus. Like, what? Why? Does it sound good? Then put it on your mix bus if you like it. It just adds a ton of this round, warm, big low end. That's how I look at that Studer A800. So if I turn this on early, we can mix through it. And if I don't, we can't. And that's really the way it swings. Let's just turn that on real quick and just listen to where we're at.
And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home.
I'm also turning the input level down a little bit to keep it where I'm not fooled, because the last thing I want is to put these both on and then one of these is turning the volume down a lot. I think, I don't know.
And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in.
The ATR is turning it down a pretty good amount. Let's see about the Studer.
And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it? The amount of low end you get from the Studer is absolutely crazy. So if you do like that, then you would keep this on and mix into it, and then maybe you don't need to add as much on bass. But once you dial bass and kicks and stuff in and the guitar low end, you put that on, it's all over for you. At least for me it is. I can't do it at the end. I have to turn it on in the beginning or I can't use it. You like the One Love Music wrote, I like the 360 view. It helps you just listen. I agree. I've never actually experienced it till today, and I like it. I didn't think I would. It sort of helps you not look at the things. That's pretty cool. Anything that helps me not look at things is a benefit, in my opinion. I mix into a compressor. This is One Love Music. I mix into a compressor from after rough mix point and use a VCA for everything feeding mix bus. Yep. You work similar to how I work, man. The kick, snare, drums, bass, guitar, keys, everything will get sent here once the mix is dialed. I wait till late in the game. Then I put this on touch automation. And then I get what I call life out of the track. So your static broom mix, like a broomstick mix of faders in one position, can be really nicely balanced. But that little bit of extra that's in every song that I like from like the 90s, for example, when people were using the G, Brendan O'Brien, Andy Wallace, you get more life by what are we doing with the guitars here? A little bit pushed up in the chorus, maybe even not the whole time, but a little bit. And then you let go of the fader and it goes back to where it was, where you had your balance set. So little bits of push. And I like to make sure I'm not over zero on any of the tracks if I can help it. And it just makes it where I have 12 dB if I need to boost anything that much, but especially on cymbal crashes, tom fills, little bass riffs, little awesome bass fills that you want to come up. Guitar little, got a little butterfly riff in there, you know, well, little automation on that. Make sure you hear every word of the vocals, the tails of the vocal, where all the personality lies. That's what I automate at the end. But regardless of that, you know, you could put your mix bus stuff on early or late. That's totally personal taste. And like I said, if I'm going to use a Studer, and this song already, I could tell where I want to take it a little bit. I'm starting to draw an opinion that this is it should be, kind of an old school sounding track. You know, the flavor built in is going to help us do a lot more with maybe some more saturation than I typically would go with on the mix bus, like a Studer, like the ATR 102, maybe some good Hertz Tube, something like that. You know, maybe all three. We'll find out. And as we go through it, I'm liking the old school vibe of this song. So that's where I'm going to try to keep it. And I'm going to try to keep within as little as I can possibly do, because we could always do more. So if I'm not getting enough kick or something at some point, I'm missing something in the sound, I might add a VOG plugin for that extra sub octave. I might add a clipper or something. Same thing on snare. If I'm not getting enough out of the snare with the compression on the SSL, I might add a clipper. I might, something to change what I'm getting from the sound. But going in, first moves, let's see how much we can get done on just the SSL. So let's rock and roll. We got Alex Christoph drums tomorrow. I get to wear my Trusted Tuesday briefs. Do your Trusted Tuesday briefs help you mix? I don't know anybody who has to wear a certain pair of underwear to mix, but I'm sure those people exist, man. I'm sure they're out there.
By the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her.
What's super interesting too is now I can sort of use these faders. I don't know why it's jumping around on me like that. I've got to figure that out. You notice that? It's like jumping on me a little bit. Like I click this and then I click this. Well, what's with the jumps? What's with the jumps? We'll figure that out in a second. So far, everything's been working well except for that, this weird jumping situation.
By the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
There's like 100 roads is what I'm noticing.
By the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
This is Celine Dion. GDP's right. No, this ain't no Celine Dion. No, this ain't no Celine. This is this is this is Matt singing. This is I don't think you've heard Matt's voice yet. He's got a cool voice. It's different than usual. So good call there, Alex Christoph drums. Good call there. All right, let's rock and roll. We got to sort out why there's like I understand why there's this many roads. There's not that many. I think I'm getting a handle on why it's like this, but I wonder if there's a way to copy this channel to this channel, like for EQ wise, the same way you could do it in Pro Tools. I don't know if there is. So in order to do that, I might just jump to Pro Tools real quick and do that because it's quicker than figuring it out. But like what I would typically do, and this is a tip for anybody who wants it, you just make a group and globalize this stuff. So for example, as long as insert B is in the same place on all these, like we have SSL 4KG is on insert B, you just select the first one, select the last one. Apple G, you go Rhodes ins B, like for insert B, and then make sure your globals are on. And then as long as insert B controls bypass, as long as all you're checked across the board is how I like to look at it, you're good to go. And if you notice, it's going to be the same for C, D, E, and F as well. So that's a helpful thing if you've got like the same sound throughout a track, multiple tracks of it. Maybe you can't combine them because there's some overlap. This helps. So you don't have to dial in EQ 100 times or even copy the track 100 times or even create a bus. I don't like putting in extra layers between the tracks and where I got to go. So everything's going to the mix bus, building in an extra layer, like let's make a bus and send everything there. And then let's just put one version of the plugin on. And I don't like that. I don't like it as a concept because if you use compression or something and there's overlap of multiple tracks, the compressor won't work the same, which means it won't sound right when the overlaps happen compared to when nothing overlaps. So that's a huge thing. And you want to be able to use all the tools, compression, gate, whatever it is that you might need. So I like the idea of globalize that thing rather than a bus every time. For me, there ain't no right way, but that's my way. I don't like creating buses. It messes stuff up in a few ways, but specifically the ones I just mentioned. So Rhodes, insert B, we hit OK. Make sure your globals are set, like I was saying. And then all you got to do now is just touch like each knob once. You know what I mean? Like just touch it once. And then everything will be on all the tracks just like this one is. And nothing was done on the bottom. So I'm just sort of touching the stuff once. And like I said, I'm not super sacred with my EQ moves. So when I listen to it now, I might make more tweaks. But at least now, they're all going to be set the same except for whichever one I didn't touch. So I don't think I touched this knob because that's where it would default to. So let's see. That's where it should be. And that's where it is now. Now they'll all be there. See? So if you forget a knob, you'll notice that that's the one that's different than the rest. If you have one knob different, it's because you didn't touch all the knobs. If you do this before you make a move, you won't have to think about that. Whatever you twist will go with it. So that's usually the move. Just do it before you even start. Alex Christoph drums, GDP. Did you see my comment about Uncle Rick and I getting matching ear cleaners? I've never heard of that. Is that a job? Are you hiring for an ear cleaner position? I'm picturing a woman in a French maid outfit as your ear cleaner. I don't know if I should be picturing that or not, but that's what I'm picturing. I don't do well with buses for the most part either. I find it eats up using CPU also. Yeah, to be honest with you, I got a lot of CPU to spare, but that's not why I do it. I just don't like extra layers for no reason. I look at it like it's no reason. If you can globally make everything locked and just twist a knob and they all go there, then why create an extra layer in your mix? It makes it to me that every little time you do that, you're complicating things a little bit more. It makes it annoying to do things, in my opinion. And this is coming from somebody who tried a lot of different workflows through time. When I started, it was very different than now. And at one point, I had a bus for everything. Everything had a bus. I didn't like it. I mean, I liked it at the time. I thought it was great. And then later, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. So I honed my workflow. Niles Pachet, 1734. What's poppin', man? Niles says, I'm using buses, but I typically print them into the master bus. Cool. Cool, man. There's no right or wrong way. Sometimes you need a bus. Sometimes, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. Like, I'll use parallel buses a lot. Like for drums, these will all go to the mix bus directly. All to the mix bus directly. Then they'll also go here and here and here. And I might take all these out for the moment. Like I might lower it while I'm playing the track. But at least one of these will stay in. This has a distressor on it, which is usually a pretty cool flavor for a crush, a drum crush. But in honor of using a lot of SSL plugins today, which I did on the last mix too, and I liked it. So I'm like, let's do it again. SSL Native Bus Comp 2. We'll put that here instead of the distressor at the moment. But I've done this with every compressor there is. And we're going to make the drums nice and crushed here so that certain things, flatten out, have more length to them. The kick, the snare, toms, potentially also overheads, rooms. We'll see. I usually send less level of those things that have cymbals on them here, but because they'll make the cymbals constant, or at least the ring will be way more, present in your face and not go away. So you just want to be careful with how much level you send of those things, but a little bit is often, usable. So we'll dial this in a sec. I might take these two off. I want to hear what it sounds like without the two drum parallels. See, these come into my template. So it's not like I started the mix before you guys showed up. This is the template. And my template is, this is what I recommend people do. Have a template from the last song. So just go to, up here to what's it called? File, import, session data. Do that instead of a fixed template. I actually think this is a better move if you ask me, because every song, as you evolve and slightly change your workflow, that's the one you want to import, whatever you did last. And then it will keep changing with you instead of keep going back in time like a year ago to when you made a template technically. And every time you have to keep tweaking things or update your template. I just take it from the last track and then move on from there. So it's always evolving. To me, that makes sense. Let's send some stuff here. 7980. That's the bus. So kick in, 7980. Kick out, 7980. Snare top, 7980. We're going to figure out the levels in a second. We'll probably also do snare bottom. We'll probably also do snare side and rack tom. All the triggers are muted, so this is just the way the drums were recorded at the moment. Floor tom. What else? Overheads. Let's turn these on. Overhead, overhead, overhead. Left, right, and center. I like that. Left, center, right. And then the rooms. We'll turn those on too. A lot of times I like to put them, whatever it is, in the same spot. because if you do that, it'll make it easier to like turn them all off or turn them all on. That's the only logic to this. By putting them in the same spot, you can just take all your C insert on or off if you want to audition different things. But I already know this is going to stay on the mix, so I don't really need to do that. It's not going to come on and off. But that's only I would recommend as a habit do that if you can get away with it. Just put them all in the same place. Good habits are good. Build them. Negative 10 dB on the kick. What's the snare? Negative 10. The snare bottom, negative 10. So these are all about the same. I could adjust this as I hear it, but everything's about negative 10. I just wanted to show you that the overhead, left, right, and rooms, I'm going to lower these a lot. We'll dial it in later, but at least another 5, 6 dB below where the kick and snare are. So they're at negative 10. This will be negative 15, whatever. Negative 15, 8. And also the follow main pan. If this is pan right and you want this to go with it, you click follow main pan so that this is also going to go with it. And then this is down the center, so it doesn't really matter. This one's the other way. So you click follow main pan, FMP. It gets you right on the money, wherever you panned it. What's going on with our toms? Floor tom isn't panned at all. Let's change that. So I like drummer perspective because every once in a while I play drums. And in fact, on this song, I'm playing drums. I'm playing drums and guitar on this song and singing harmonies. So what we have going on, I have 73 to the right, maybe 50. We'll start with 50. Usually I like about 50 floor and then like 50 the other way for rack, or 35 or something rack. Like there's no magic. Pick a number you like, any number. But make sure you take the other thing with it. So follow main pan is on so that it goes with it. Otherwise, you're trying to make your rack tom over here, but it won't feel over there if on the drum crush it's in the center or whatever. So that's important. You don't have to think about it as much on these because they're going to be down the center anyway. So they're clicked for, posterity, but you don't need it. Just wherever it is. Center's fine, in other words, because it's kick, it's snare, it's all down the center. All right, so this stuff's all good to go. The rooms, I forgot to click that. And then we want to go down. I don't know. We're going to figure out the right number, but start somewhere around where the overheads are and then work from there. So what did I do here? 16.1. And then this one, 16.1 also. Because they look about the same level. If the tracks are different level, it's not going to matter if you have everything. Like, you don't have to be meticulous about both down 16. Like, just make it where it sounds good. So let's hit play. I don't usually like to do a lot of dialing in while it's not playing, but it's easier for me to talk to you when it's not playing, so I break some of my own rules. But let's hear this.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
And I don't want it to be giving me a ton, and I probably will take this EQ out to start and then just put it in if it's necessary. But what I like is just a little bit of love from it. And you could hit it as hard as you want to feel that love. So that means don't worry if it's 8 dB, 12 dB. Like, do what you like. Set the ratio as high as you want, because this is the drum crush. So you make it where you feel whatever it is you're missing from the drums, you'll get it on that bus. And nothing here is actually active, so that's why there's like no sound going out of it. So we're okay there. These, even though they're up, they're not actually doing anything. If you're not getting enough of something, like not enough crush for you, also experiment with the faster attack, because the slower the attack is, the more transient gets through. But the reason this is such a good compressor for drums especially is because it's snappy, like no matter what you do. So you can set the attack on the slower side and it will still be very snappy. So I have a tendency to leave it somewhere here, or sometimes all the way slow as it gets. But for a crush, you might want to flip this back the other way. It's very different than the way I would look at on the mix bus. The mix bus, I want the attack to not grab my transient too much, and that's my way of doing it. I know some people, they mix their snare and their kick louder than you would think, like way too loud if you took the mix bus comp off. But when you put it on, it ducks the transients a bit, and they have to make up for that by mixing them way louder in the kick and snare department. So it's just what you like. That ducking feels weird to me, so I like to not have the mix bus compressor do that. So I have a tendency to keep the attack on the slower side on the mix bus. But yeah. What do we got? We got, bro, that riff over proved me wrong. Nice, dude. Yep, Alex Christoph, that's what's up. One Love Music 2003, drummer perspective, 100%. Gotta have the air drumming potential, 100%. Drummer perspective is where it's at for me. I know other guys do it different, some of them. Yeah, I think it's personal choice, as a mixer. What do you prefer? Either one is good. Mixed by Cesso2. What's poppin'? I don't recall seeing you as of yet. It's good to have you over here. Thanks for checking it out. I don't do subscriptions for plugins, so that's actually a great question, but nothing makes me more upset than paying subscriptions for plugins. Nothing. And it's, a lot of engineers mention this, that like it's a good way to have access to a bunch of stuff and you can, pay less upfront for it. However, if this is your career, and your goal is to keep doing it, the last thing you want is to not be able to cancel a subscription because you lose access to plugins that are on previous mixes that you might need to pull up again at some point in the future. That's the worst move. It's the worst position to be in. And to me, it feels like I'm locked in, and I hate that. I'd rather buy it, and the companies that force you to update every few years, I have a tendency not to use those companies either. There's companies that, as far as I'm concerned, they do right by the guys who buy them. If you buy the plugin, they do right by you. And those that give you the free updates or like real reasonable, hardly any cost associated with updating everything, that's the move. Sound Toys does that. Good Hertz does that, as far as I know. There's a lot of, like, the UA plugins. I've never been upset, and they got plugins from 12 years ago that I still use all the time, like this 1081, and it's still one of my favorite plugins. So no, I'm not a subscription fan at all. Hate it. But there's no right way. If you've ever had that experience where you can't cancel a subscription, or you need to renew a subscription or something because you need to work on a track from a while ago, that's the worst experience. That's also why I don't trial plugins on mixes that I'm gonna, like, if I trial a plugin, I inactivate that plugin and put a different one on before I finish a mix. So the trial for me is literally like, I test it in context, but I don't keep it on the mix when I finish it, because I don't actually want to have to buy that plugin if within that course of the trial I decide it's not actually better than something else. Well, that 2 mixes I used it on forces you to buy it. So they try to lock you in every way they can, because they know if you use that plugin on something, you're going to have to buy it, or you lose the ability to go back and update you can't do nothing. It's not uncommon. You'll have to revisit something. even to just print another version, vocal up, stems, whatever. And you'll think you got it all done at the time. People always think, oh, I just do that at the time so I don't have to do it later. You'll always forget something. It's inevitable you'll forget something. That's why in the box mixing is actually, it lets you sleep better at night as far as I'm concerned, because you could always open up your stuff. You never have to get all your gear back in order if somebody needs the tambourine 2 dB louder and like that's the only change, like whatever it is. It's just easier. So why not make it all the way easier? Always be able to open up all your sessions. Don't fall for the subscription model. It'll also cost you way more over time than buying the plugins outright, in my opinion. The only stuff I have subscriptions for, I'm not going to keep going on this, but the only stuff I need it for is certain, like the way I route audio into whatchamacallit. That's awesome. Mixed by Sesso2. By the way, I watch you every night. I just don't type. I'm glad you typed tonight, man, because now I know you're there, and that's amazing, and I really appreciate it. And so we're going to hit you with an awesome sound right now because we appreciate it. So I appreciate you stopping by. That means a lot. Source Nexus, that's the plugin I'm talking about. I have a subscription for that because you can't get it outright, and that sends audio into the feed so you guys can have it. And it's how I made all my videos since the start of time, making these videos. So I'm committed to that. So I pay that, but I stopped using Ozone because I didn't want to pay the subscription, and for some reason I didn't buy it outright. But I actually just got sick of paying the subscription. I was like, this is annoying me every time I pay it. I just didn't want to. So that's I feel like there's I have plenty of tools to get done whatever I need, whatever some people think Ozone is, you got to use Ozone for, so I just don't use it. But I'm sure at some point in my life there'll be a moment where I have to use Ozone, and then I'll get it again. But I think you can buy that outright too. But every plugin you see, I own. Pongmaster123, never subscriptions. 100% agree. Subscriptions are why I didn't get that's the truth. See, I do pay for a subscription for Pro Tools. I do. That's the subscription thing that also gets you. Every year you got to do that. And now I'm paying a subscription for the video software I use. I used to use OBS, and anybody who's trying to stream 4K and mix a session that has a ton of plugins on it like me, if you have a Mac, all I'm going to say is try Ecamm Live, because it does work flawlessly. Knock on wood. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just asking for a problem now. But it somehow conserves resources and works a million times smoother on your system. So if you're trying to like do anything and it's lagging and stuff, that's what was going on with me. As soon as I switched to 4K, I switched to Ecamm Live, and the problem went away like that. I thought it was like the settings were wrong and this is wrong, and me and GDP tried to diagnose this thing for a freaking week, and nothing worked. Nothing. What worked was switching the software to another software that was Mac native software, essentially, and it just it treats it like it's not there the way it's supposed to, as opposed to the other thing, which didn't work like that. So that's how I rock. But Mixed by Sesso2 says, I own all UAD and sound toys, thinking about just buying my Waves. If you have a Wave subscription, yeah, but keep in mind, Waves does that thing I hate, which is they try to get you for that upgrade plan every 2 years or whatever it is. And it's annoying and it stinks, and you have to pay for your plugins over again. So there's a reason you hardly see me pull up Waves plugins on any of my mixes. It's because I don't like that. And it really irks me. I hate that. So the UAD stuff I love, and I never feel like I have to do that. The whatchamacallit. So that says a lot. There's a reason why I think a lot of people love UAD, and that's one of them. Sound Toys also amazing, and Good Hertz amazing. Those are by far my most used plugins. I also have a couple Plugin Alliance plugins and definitely some FabFilter stuff I love. But yeah, that's the most of it. I subbed to Plug-in Alliance and Ozone and Slate Digital too, but I'm tired of them taking. Yeah, exactly. You trust me, man. It's limit your subscriptions. This is a world of subscriptions, guys. Everybody wants you to pay a subscription because they know they'll get more dollars out of you by doing it. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't do it. Everybody knows the subscription model drains the wallets. Don't do it. If you have another option, do that. It will always be more beneficial in the long run. And that's the thing. I think people who do this stuff, you guys know it's a long run thing. You want to be able to open your stuff in 10 years, right? So that's how I look at it. What else we got? Alex Christoph wrote, Evan, when you have a break, I got to tell you how I shipped the Odyssey MM100 back and told them to eat my shorts. Why? What happened? That's crazy talk. What's going on? I love my Odysseys. Tell me what's up. I'm getting used to my Odysseys all the time. They feel like butter when you put those things on, the MM500s, it's just butter in there. It's butter. It's also not a shiny top, which I actually like that doesn't shine on top. And the mid-range is very prevalent. So I love these. I don't know them as well as I know these. These things, the closed backs and everything, I know what they're supposed to sound like because I've had them for like 20 years or something. Yeah, what else did I miss? Did I miss anything? Niles Pichet. Oh, Duck the Musician. What's poppin'? I'm only good at selecting notes and presets. I'm definitely not an engineer. Am I? Nah, you're good, man. Just takes time. Man. You'll learn the stuff. Presets aren't a bad place to start learning. Don't rely on them. Look at what they're showing you and then try to understand why. Even if you do that one instrument at a time, just figure that out. If you can help it, eventually you'll switch to only using presets on things like reverbs, effects like reverbs, delays, flanger, chorus, like presets on stuff like that. As far as I'm concerned, it just gets you to the result quicker. But preset on an EQ, preset on a compressor, that's where you're gonna go wrong. Preset on a saturator, you're gonna go wrong because it doesn't know what you're feeding it. If you're feeding it a ton of level, it's going to react weird to whatever the settings are on a compressor, on a saturator, on a clipper, on anything. So like all that stuff, you got to dial by hand. Same with EQ. It doesn't know what your source is. So how could it know what it should be? And I don't subscribe to the idea that like the stuff that does AI nonsense to figure out what it should do is any good. I don't think that stuff is worth its salt at all. So keep that in mind. I think you're way better off making mistakes, learning from your mistakes, and then figuring out why you don't like what you did or whatever, than actually putting on a thing that does it for you. It's a terrible idea. I just saw Alex Christoph's comment about, I want the hearing range of a fruit bat, like you said. Duck the Musician, stick with it. You'll get it, man. Don't worry about that. Niles Pichet, Young Guru recently said, Nam, that he's been converted to MDN Sidecar. Ooh, I love it. It's the best. I use it on almost every mix. But I actually like using it as like a flavor machine after the compressor. So, the compressor in there is great, but it works really subtly. And you could set it to off, so you don't even need the compressor in there if you want, and just make it where it's not compressing or compressing 1 or 2 dB like I usually do. And then you could absolutely use like a bus comp or an Unfairchild or something in front of it. And it sounds pretty good. Because you're getting a weird, like the line amp flavor of API stuff makes mixed buses sound super thick. And that's kind of what they emulated in there with that line amp switch. And it's supposed to do like a depth thing with summing or something, which it definitely does something. I did a test once where I tried a bunch of different stuff. And what I realized is that has a sound and it's very cool. But on any given track, you may pick a combination of 2 other, a different EQ and a different compressor because One might be slightly more aggressive. One might be slightly more, controlled in the low end. One might be, they're all slightly different. But I really do like the sidecar. I'm a huge fan of the sidecar. Huge fan. Like, it's been on a lot of my mixes, especially the ones on the live stream. I added a lot at the end. Because it's one of the rare plugins where you can put it on at the end. You don't have to remix your whole song because you added it. He's mixing Erykah Badu's new album and noticed enough producers using it that he gave it. Yeah, I fell in love with it too. It's great. It's a really great plugin. It's a great call, Niles. Where are we at? Yup, Pongmaster's got it. He wrote never subscriptions. I have one for Moises, which I use for drumming. Bought some native UAD and some other ones, and I got another way. Yup. Evan, when you have a... Yep. Oh, I'm curious about that, Alex. Tell me the deal with that. Wait, Omnichannel is a crazy plugin. I might do a mix using that, but at the same time, everyone needs to put on their lab coats when I do, because that mix is going to be crazy. It can lead you... Omnichannel has a way of requiring like some Advil when you mix with it, because there's just so much that you can do. I like the limitations of an SSL. It's very versatile, but it has just the right amount of limitations. And that's, to me, what makes a great tool, is a little bit of limitation. Just like everything. Why did the Beatles stuff sound so good? Because there was the right amount of limitations. Even the fact that they were at the most amazing studio with all this great gear and guys who really knew how to use all of it, the limitations made it great too. That's a big thing. I think that's what people forget or overlook when it comes to old school recordings that we love. There were limitations. That helps things be better, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Girlfriends and wives are, in a way, also subscriptions. That's Pongmaster123. I like that. That's I'll give that a honk. That's funny, man. That's funny. At least Plugin Alliance lets you own 3 plugins a year. Well, Plugin Alliance, what I like about Plugin Alliance is the plugins can be practically free if you buy them at the right time and you find the right combination. Like, I remember some coupon code was like, if you do this, whatever, then it goes down this much. And all I had to do was like add one more plugin for $10. The whole order dropped by like $80. The whole thing. And it was weird. It was like, oh, you're saying I spend 10 more and I actually get $80 off this $120 purchase or something? It was crazy. I remember thinking, that's practically free. So I don't know how that happened or why, but I only buy plugins during the sale times of the year, and only if they solve an issue for me. I don't like to have plugins for the sake of owning more plugins. So for me to buy something, it really has to be a game changer in every sense of the word. Yeah, I used to have Netflix. I don't anymore. I'll just say that I don't have hardly any subscriptions, because it annoys me to pay every subscription, but at the same time, some of them you can't avoid. Your cell phone's a subscription. I only use only use I found for them was the real detail work to labor it, but a negative. Oh, so here we go. Alex Christoph is talking about the Odysseys. He said, only use I found for them was for real detail work on delay for a flanger setup, but dude, I was beyond underwhelmed. I'm accustomed to flat EQ, but these had negative bass for $400. I was expecting more. That's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting, because the one thing that I think both pairs of Odysseys that I tried, the LCDX and the MM500s, had was a lot of bass. I felt like I could absolutely hear more detail on the bass than, the monitors I was using when I was trying these out. I had, at the time, it was Barefoot 01s, and in that room and everything, I was like, these are way better for me to tell up from down. And I hate headphones, but I remember thinking that's why I picked these, was the bass was so good on those. Same with the LCDX. Bass was great on both, but I didn't like how shiny the top was on the LCDXs, and it was like a scooped mid. I didn't like. PSP Infinite Strip. Nice. Niles Pache is talking about PSP. The PSP, the saturation plugin, I think it's called, or whatever that one was. I know a lot of old school cats use that. The dude who mixed Watch the Throne uses that. The PSP, maybe it's just called the PSP Saturator. I don't know, but that thing. But I think it was more like a compressor, the plugin he used. But he used that on his mix bus. Bass yeah, the reason Omnichannel does bass boosting so well is because it has those resonance filters on it. And it has built-in saturation. Like that plugin is an amazing tool, no question. When I was doing a test with GDP, I remember I pulled that up and just started throwing it on. And I fell in love with it all over again. It's a fall in love with plugin because you could do anything you want to do with one plugin. So that's pretty cool. Andrew Sheps hit that out of the park. I 100% agree. Yeah, stock plugins are fun too. I like stock plugins. I actually like, I like putting a compressor before the MDN because I sort of feel like when I hit the MDN and make the compressor work hard, I don't like the result. I'd rather the compressor on the MDN work very little. And if I do want to do something for substantial glue, it's got to go before it. So like an SSL bus comp doing 4 or like even more dB of compression, you know, like it could be popping up to 8 dB or something on the kick and snare hits, but the rest of the song kind of sits around 4. That in front of the MDN, pretty cool. Try it out. It's not a one size fits all. I just found that worked for me on a couple of occasions. I remember being like, this is nice. And if I don't do that, the MDN could be the only compressor, but maybe I'm also using tape or something, which is going to give you some of that. But when I use the MDN, I remember I barely ever got it above 3 dB of gain reduction, like ever. So most of the time it was like 2 dB, 1.5 to 2, 3 max. So if you need more than that, I put it before it. Yeah, and like you said, Niles, it's always material dependent. So there's no right way. Nice. Mixed by Sesto's working with clipping and limiting for the first time nowadays. That's amazing. Went and got Orange Clip to celebrate. Well, there you go. That's a plugin. That's awesome. Congratulations with that. But Orange Clip has a flavor, so good call. Gold Clip is way less aggressive, so it's more transparent. Orange Clip, way more aggressive. And I was pissed that I didn't buy both because there's been moments where I did want to try something super aggressive, but I have Standard Clip also, which can get pretty aggressive. So the two of those, you know, Gold Clip can get a little aggressive too, but Gold Clip I use a lot, and I also like Standard Clip. But there's also the Orange Clip is an amazing plugin too, especially if you like that crunchy sound. It's modeled after the FL limiter, if I'm not mistaken. Odyssey HD 200, eat them for breakfast. I'm set for a long time with Atom Audio. Yeah, we find our brands indeed. Right Sound Studios, what's poppin', dude? That's the horn of truth right there to say hi to our buds who is picking up SSL Origin Evo. I talked about that when I started this stream. I was like, that's pretty sick that showed up. I think all of us as collective engineers were like, we just nodded our head in agreement that now there's a console that won't have scratchy pots, that won't be like getting destroyed and decrepit over time. The older and older and older it gets, we don't need a tech around. Plug it into the wall, super easy, and dynamics on every channel. I think we all said, yeah. But at the same time, you know, I know there's no automation in sight still, but who wants to pay twice the price for automation? Literally $150 compared to $75K. That's insane. You also get more channels, don't you? The $150 is 24 channels, I think, and this is 32. So you get more channels. And that's irrespective of the small fader, large fader thing. I'm just talking about the large fader. But yeah, it's what's poppin', Right Sound Studios. I'll tell you what I was most excited about just before. I'm going to get back to mixing right now too because I don't want to take too long here, but I want to keep the audio flowing. The thing I'm the most excited about from NAMM, it was actually released before NAMM, I think, but they got it together for NAMM, I think. The Chandler. That Chandler console, you guys see that thing? It fits in any 12-space rack that you have. You can basically get a console, if you're an old school fan like me, that has saturation flavor on top of saturation flavor, and they modeled all the good stuff. They modeled the red, they modeled the TG desk. They gave you the cleaner germanium one too. You got curve benders in your channel strips, but you got saturation on every multiple ways to get saturation. So it requires a voice to talk in a pitch this high and go. I couldn't believe it. I remember looking at this thing like, what? And the freaking faders light up with blue and they're round. Are you kidding me? Yes. That thing looks, to me, that's the smartest thing to come out yet in a long time. And I don't care that it's not automated or whatever. Like, I want to track through it. And if I mix through it, I'll just print back into the computer, whatever. And then I, make all my tweaks in the box after that. But that thing is a color machine. Color central. Colorful. If you ever wanted color, I feel like that's the way to do it. And also, they got, when I started thinking about it, I was like, is anybody ever going to make something that's going to make me want it more than like a BCM 10 or something? Like, to me, that was always the thing. I was always more excited about that than pretty much anything else. Even like an API 2448 or something, that was also on my thoughts of like, this would be great. This would be amazing, right? If they freaking win the lottery, this is perfect. However, when I saw that Chandler, I was like, the reason this is great is because you could put it in a little mastering desk. You could put it in any like existing desk. You don't need a whole console thing like in front of you, taking up the whole room to deal with that. They sell them, I think you can have like a bucket of 12 and then buy another bucket of 12 and then buy another bucket of 12, like, as you start racking up the Grammys or whatever. I just remember thinking like, what? I was stoked on that beyond belief. I remember thinking this is so cool. So anyway, I don't know. That's my feel on it. I hope somebody gets one so that we can hear more about it because it's so cool. Anybody. I hope somebody has a Uncle Rick. How much money Uncle Rick got over there? Let's go, Uncle Rick. Get one of those. What are we at? Where are we at? Alex Christoph wrote, Evan, do you do music videos as well? I mean, I try to focus on just working on audio, but every once in a while, like in the past, I had experimented with filming music videos a little bit, and it, like everything else you do when you start out, you're not good at it. Like I wasn't that good at it. I think I'm better at audio than I am at filming stuff, but I'm sure if I did it more, I might get better, but who's got the time? Nice. Mixed by Sesso on Gold Clip too. Yeah, I was thinking about getting standard clips. Standard clip is awesome, but if you already have Gold Clip and Orange, maybe exhaust those until you feel like you need something else, then maybe mess with it. I really like Good Hertz plugins a lot, but they have a soft clip plugin that's like part of their VCME, their Wolfcomp Mastering Edition has like a soft clip section, and then they separate that in its own plugin. I'm starting to love that lately. I really like that. But standard clip's been on like every mix that I've made on live stream, I think, because I always used to. It's my go-to for like the kick. You can put it on anything, but I really like it on kick. It's like just the perfect amount of aggression. I have Crafter and utterly baffled by it. I don't even use it. Crafter. I have Crafter and I'm utterly baffled by it. I don't even know what Crafter is. They called me Scratchy Pots back in home EC, back at home back in high school. Alex Kristoff, you're a funny dude. No outboard, but the Chandler red mixing system is crazy. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Now we're on the same page. That thing is insane. I love how you can customize the desk to have like a couple of the germanium channels that are way cleaner. What they basically built when they made when the Beatles did Abbey Road, they gave them that console, and Dark Side of the Moon I think is on that too. So like the cleanness of it speaks volumes. That's the germanium stuff that's not tube. And then they got the tube stuff for the super saturated love if you need that. And keep in mind, they're going through a bunch of stuff that has color. And at the time, they didn't probably want that, but they had no choice. That's what the tape has. That's what all the stuff had. So maybe that's the combination. The colorful stuff with that works well. But now in a world of nobody's got any goodness, nobody's got any colorful goodness. Some people I know do. I know Mr. Psychotronic does. Some people still rock the tape. But let's say you're like the rest of us who don't. That's where tube stuff comes into play, I think. That's where like the ability to crank different flavors of saturation really starts to shine. So that's where that red desk having the choices between different channels, couple this way, couple that way, like how much cooler could you be? And I love how it can go anywhere. Like if you already have a desk that's got the space, you could just pop that thing in the left side of it. Boom. You don't need a whole new desk and a whole new everything. Pogmaster said, yeah, that's why I have a mini 8014 Neve. It's really small. Yeah, love that. That's awesome. That is awesome. Wade is a genius. I agree. Wade's the guy who's doing the Chandler stuff. Yep, I saw the video that Warren has of where they do a walkthrough at Abbey Road Studios where Wade goes through it. That's such a great detailed video. I sent it to GDP like last night, and I've been watching that video since it came out. Because it's ridiculous. It's like, it's the stuff dreams are made of right there. Niles Pichet, that whiskey sync video is forever attached to my algorithm. I appreciate that, man. That was one of the first attempts of me picking up a camera and trying to do something. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you dig it, man. And that, I assume you're talking about the song Green Smoke, probably, right? Probably, if I had to guess. But this is whiskey sync also, so that's awesome. GDP's fighting with Skynet. Pongmaster, click the like button, guys. Yeah, click that thing. Click that thing over there. Multiband crafter. Multiband clipping. It's what Schwab Digital based the new version of Orange Clip on. Huh. I didn't know that. Pongmaster said, I have a Chandler TG1 with Neve Mariner transformers in it. He used those when he started with Neve spares and leftovers. Nice. Yeah, the TG1 is isn't the TG1 what the Zener limiter is? If I'm not mistaken, is that what that is? Like the Zener limiter in here is basically a TG1 in real life, I think. Not positive on that. I might be wrong. Mixed by Sesso. Do you prefer to have clip on Mixbus than clip into limiter on master, or what do you prefer? So I don't like to, like, just so we're clear, we have to get our definitions. Niles is talking about green smoke. Nice. Green smoke. If you haven't checked it out, one of the older videos on the channel, Green Smoke, is pretty cool. It's a Whiskey Sync song from back in the day. This is Whiskey Sync also. So do I prefer to have clip on Mixbus than clip into limiter on master, or what? So you have to define this stuff, because there's not, like, I put my master fader, because that's what it is in Pro Tools. It's a master fader. And the reason I say that, and it's so important, is because I use this to be able to take down the level into the first plugin on here, which is different than how the mix bus works, obviously. If you take down on a auxiliary bus, you take this down, it doesn't have any effect on this. It's just the output. So I use the master fader prior to the mix bus. And the place I like to, like, the reason I do this too is because I want to see the level up here before it hits any plugins. So there's a moment where I will bypass stuff just to see how hot I'm coming in. And then when I put the stuff back, where is it then? Because it'll give you a different reading. But I want to know where it's at, and then I lower accordingly to be able to make sure I'm not too hot getting into my first plugin. I want it to be very modest level, like about staying in the green on Pro Tools. Where it starts to get light green is okay potentially, but when it gets yellow, you're too loud as far as I'm concerned. Keep it low and just make up the level at the end of the chain on your mix bus. So on the master part, which is prior to the mix bus for me, that's why I have to define this, because some people say master and they think that means the last thing. It means wherever order you have it in, if you're talking about Pro Tools. So the master fader goes, for me, with the saturation stuff on it, like Studer 800 or the ATR 102 or the 3348 tape, which is it's basically a converter emulator kind of thing, or Goodhertz tube, something, black box. I'll put that on the master, but usually only that. If something else goes there, it might be a compressor, maybe. But the point is, I just need to be aware of the level going into it, and then I want to be aware of the level coming out of it. And I don't want to gain a lot of level here. Like, there's no point. After that, so let's assume on my master is only saturation, because that to me makes the most sense. Only tape, like ATR, Studer, Goodhertz, whatever. Then on the mix bus, once I get down here, compression first. That's how I do it anyway. I go compression first, then EQ. So that's why I would do I look at the sidecar as EQ first into compression. But if you barely hit the compressor, it's just EQ. And that's kind of how I think about it. So compression first, then EQ. So the sidecar is a good move for that. But when I just use the sidecar, that is EQ into compression. And then technically I'm switching up that rule. So that really is track dependent as far as I'm concerned. And then after that, I like to do sometimes the Mic DSP ML4000 because it has such a flavor. It really tightens up the low mids, but it has a vibe. It has a flavor to it. And after that, if I'm going to do like gold clip in the chain, after my Mic DSP, which is multiband essentially comp, but it's really a flavor plugin. After that, I might do an imager of some kind, stereo widening in just the choruses or something. Then a clipper. Gold clip will be next. Then you could call it a day, or maybe you hit it with a Pro L2 or something, just in case gold clip lets anything sneak out. You don't want to sneak out. But gold clip could be your last plugin. Pro L2 could be your last plugin if you put it after, and the CG2 could be after that if you want a little more love. It's up to you. Sometimes I'll use all of them. Sometimes I'll use one of them. Sometimes I'll use none of them. The VCME, that's the plugin I was referring to, and I might use it on this mix. It's the Wolf comp, but doesn't have noise on it, so it's what you would want on a mastering version of it. I don't think there's even an option to turn the noise on, which is good because I don't want to. If I'm using something for like a mastering situation, I don't really want to now add noise. So the Wolf comp has things going in this way where it's compression, then it hits this clipper, and then it hits either a brick wall limiter or what they call follows the mix, which doesn't kind of just chop it at the end. So it's like the soft clipper that's on is up here in the chain, and then the limiter's after it. So I kind of look at it similarly to like if I'm not using that plugin, let's say I don't use it, gold clip, and then a limiter. The way people use clippers the most is it takes the weight off the limiter. So you can shave a dB and a half or so, maybe more if you need it, but you could shave something off so the limiter doesn't have to work as hard. So usually people do it before. I've tried it in all positions. Sometimes it works bad. Works better in the back, L2 gold clip. It's depending on what you like. But in my opinion, it does work really well in front of a limiter like L2, and the L2 is doing hardly anything at that point because the gold clip took the weight off it. But, don't hit your stuff too hard, I find, like the limiter, the L2 especially. You hit it too hard, all of a sudden everything sounds crazy to me. That's just me. Yeah. So you're doing EQ, saturation, cycle. Yeah, look, there's no right way. Everybody does different stuff, but if that works for you, Niles, go with that. I would experiment with different things. Like, that's what I always do, is constant experimenting. And I feel like I've settled on saturation first for me is the move. Mainly also because of the way I like to work. I don't turn a bunch of stuff on. So if I'm mixing into something, it needs to be first so that whatever I put on after doesn't crazy change the sound because I'm putting it before it. See what I'm saying? So like if I put the Studer down here somewhere and all of a sudden I'm going to turn on a couple things before it, it's going to totally change what's going on. Whereas if I put it after it, I feel like I have way more control of what happens. But maybe it's just me. I don't know. It's just, to me, it makes more sense for flavor and saturation to be first. Then you control that with a compressor of some kind. Then if you need a little EQ love, you put it in there, that kind of thing. I'm also a fan of trying, different ways on different songs that need different things. So every song will tell you something different. So let's get back to work over here real quick. The VCMA is where I would use orange clip. VCMA. What do you mean, VCA? What are you talking about? VCMA. The VC Master? That's what you're talking about, VCMA? So where would you use orange clip? I would put it before the limiter. So like whatever your last plugin is, if it's a limiter, put it right before that. You might not even need the limiter if you do that. But that's what it was. It was, they emulated the FL Studio limiter to get that. So use it as your last plugin as if it was a limiter. And if that, you still need a little love after it, put your limiter right after it, and it will take all the weight off it. So you'll get your sound and flavor from the orange clip, and then your Pro L2 or something will just keep the red lights off. You don't want to get a lot out of that at that point, the L2. But that's what I would do. I'd put it very late. I wouldn't put it early. I'd put it late. That's just me. That's what I would do. You wrote, what I do is 0.1 clipping on mix bus and on master, more of a hard clip, and finish with limiter. Yeah, look, that sounds like that could work. I'm never going to say that anybody's ideas are bad, because if it works for you, then it's a good idea. And don't ever let anybody tell you that it's not. Even the idea that like you should always put your limiter last, it's like, I don't know about that. I don't know about it. Sometimes it's a good idea. Sometimes it's not. Like inflator is kind of a limiter, but it's kind of not. And I love how Chad Blake puts that last. Inflator's last. And his ML4000, the Mic DSP, is second to last. I like that. Why not? The inflator is a clipper, kind of, limiter, kind of.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete.
Exactly. The only thing that matters is what comes out of the speakers. 100,000%. That's so true, Niles. That's exactly right. That's our honk of good times right there. The good times honk. It's the goat of good times honking at us. Limiter equals, what are you trying to control? Yeah, you're trying to keep the red lights off, probably. I tell you, I found a setting on this I really like, and I started with the Dazed and Confused preset, and I tweaked from there, because I'm fairly sure I did a lot of tweaking to get this to kind of be in a position I liked. And Toop is one of these weird plugins that I really like, but I feel like I never get the most out of. like it because it has so much vibe and flavor. It's another one that if you turn it on early, I think it will direct your mix. It will lead you down a path that's okay. If you put it on late, I've yet to be able to put it on late and enjoy it. So in this case, I may put it on super early and just love that low end tubey warmy goodness.
To prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Niles, I love Ween. I love Ween. The Mollusk is on my list. I know you noticed that, I'm sure, when I made that video of my favorite stuff. The Mollusk is one of my absolute favorite Ween albums, but in general, one of my favorite albums of all time. I love that album. Golden Eel is epic and amazing and a trip in and of itself. Also, Mutilated Lips is one of my favorite songs of all time. And the feel of those two songs is crazy different. There's a million great songs on there. There's also the, I forget the name of it. It was like, Baby, what have I done? Gone left you all alone. Such a good song. Such a good song. I know every word to that song. There might not be the right words, but the melody is so strong. It's so good. It's like, I don't know what number it is. I think it's after Golden Eel, though. It's hard for me to sing this song. We've been together for so long. Such good lyrics. They were such good lyricists, man. I mean, they still are. I think they're still alive, right? They're two brothers.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, on me.
We're going to have to give these guitars some love. They're really just like barely breaking up dirty guitars, like, which is cool. They're just kind of doing that ska kind of like chilling
Prove me wrong.
in that part, but in this part they're doing something else completely. The colors tell you a lot for me. That when I know if they're different colors, they're different performances. As soon as they're the same color, like these two, they're the same performance. That's important to note, I think, because it'll help you when you move from track to track. Like, if we come up here, hold on. I gotta correct some of these colors here because they tricked me. I'm speaking falsities. I'm falsely speaking. All right, here we go. So these are all different performances. So they should all be different colors, like a rainbow, as we go down the list here. And then once we get here, they're the same. Okay, good. See, same color, same color. That's how it should be. Same color, because that's the stuff that's the same performance, two mics. That's important to note. So when I twist knobs here, these are all different. And then when I get down here, they should be grouped. Let's make sure they're grouped. So this will be, what is this, like bridge guitar? Bridge guitar 1, globals are active. That's what we want. Bridge guitar 1, globals active. Bridge guitar 2, globals active. Bridge guitar 3. Bridge guitar 4. This will save me having to touch the knob once I do this later. Touch every knob to get them to move together. You do it now. You don't have to think about it. This is a guitar solo. Global's active. Okay, good. Guitar solo. That's obviously the way to do that. It's gonna be all right, Ween. It's so good. It's another one of my favorites. I'm so glad you dig the Mollusks as much as I do, Niles. It's one of my absolute favorite tracks of all time. Like the whole album, I mean, is one of my favorite albums. But those songs specifically, because it's gonna be all right is like the words I feel like that everybody says to the person they love when things go bad. It's such a good song. Like I feel like it's just so good. And then Mutilated Lips is just this trip. It's such a trip. It's like the whole song's written like underwater. And then Golden Eel is like this epic song that uses space so well. When the guitar solo happens, like this epic crescendo, they break the song down to the smallest possible. It sounds like the worst DI sound on a guitar like you've ever heard, and then it opens up to amazingness, and it wouldn't feel that big in the big part if it didn't get that tiny prior to that. And it's like a freaking school on how to make something sound big is to make the part before it sound tiny. So just they do so much cool stuff with it. I think they did it all themselves too, and I'm half sure that they mixed all their own stuff. They record engineer all their own stuff, and they probably did it on some like old school, not the best tape machine. If I had to guess, something with like a Vari-Speed knob on it, like a Tascam 8-track or something. Like if I'm not mistaken, it's probably like that. So it just sets it apart even more from other things. I could be wrong on that part. I didn't actually. That's just my assumption based on how some of the stuff sounds. But it's amazing nonetheless. Like it sounds. Ween is great. Ween is awesome.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
Good Hurts is adding so much energy, but also this bass bump that I'm not sure if I love.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
It's just so cool. Let's see how different this was from the preset of Dazed and Confused, which is one of my favorite Zeppelin songs ever. So let's see how close this is to this. Let's just see. It might be spot on. It might not have been touched. That's what it looks like right now. Let's see. Pusher Man, Curtis Mayfield, is one of my favorite songs ever also. They picked, like, for whatever reason, and I don't know how this stuff correlates in real life. They're matching something, but obviously it means nothing to a song that sounds nothing like it. So take it with a grain of salt, but it's just some of the stuff they picked are so good. Like Pusher Man, Curtis Mayfield, that whole album, Superfly, if we're talking amazing best albums that changed my life, that's on the list too.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
High quality mode is pretty gangster. I'm not exactly sure what it's doing, but I like it. We might leave this one on Pusher Man. It opened the top up a bit, I'll tell you that.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home.
So this is a very different mix than I typically do by turning. I usually turn stuff on so late. In this case, we're going for a vibe. Like I'm hoping to get out of this. It's all this ween talk and stuff. I'm hoping to get out of this something that sounds very old school when I'm done, or at least on that track. I'm not trying to make it sound like something it's not, but it wouldn't be bad if it sounded kind of in that ballpark. So let's see what we can come up with. Let's twist some guitar knobs. Because that's one thing I don't hear a lot of and I want more of. So let's twist some guitar knobs. I love how the colors come with it on this screen. I like that a lot. We're not touching the bass because this is a synth at the moment. We might touch it sooner or later. It's a little loud, especially with all that mix bus stuff on. It's loud.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
So these first two are very reverby.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Oh, prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze. A major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Eyes don't meet.
Who loved that I just hit rewind? Bringing it back. I'm taking it back to the old school because I'm an old fool who's so cool. If you want to get down, I'm going to show you the way. Woo, there it is. Let me hear you say.
Eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me. song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
If you want to get some saturation out of the bass on this, and this is a key bass, you know, it's played on a synth, so I don't know if we want to, because sometimes you bring up negative artifacts when you try to saturate too much, but let's mess with the preamp a little bit on this thing.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
The lower the value of the impedance, the more it should make a coloration noise, like a more saturation, more coloration, if by cranking this thing down compared to this way. So I'm leaning on getting more color out of this bass, so that's why I'm messing with this.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
I'm switching to the black knob because it's more, what's the right word? More aggressive, kind of, because you get to have this bell too at the bottom. So on drums, I sometimes like the black knob. It just sort of seems to punch a little better. I don't know if these are the right words, but do you notice that when I switch to the black knob, the kick seems to take up more space? It just seems to like say, "Hello, here I am. I'm the kick. What do you need from me?" So on the kick in, I might really dirty this thing up. I might also let's solo it. I only solo things to really dial gates in. The rest of the time, I'm mixing everything together. But on a kick, you got cymbals blasting. What's going on with the in solo? How much cymbal do you hear? That'll determine how much you need to set a gate or not. It's really not that bad. That kick in mic must be shoved in there the way I like to do, because it isolates it from the cymbals when you shove it inside the kick. The kick out mic should have more cymbals on it, but if you notice, I'm rolling off a ton. I made a video on this recently, and what I like to do is create a Godzilla footstep. A thump, a big low-end thumpy goodness that complements a clicky kick, and you combine the two, and now all of a sudden you have something good. Don't try to make both of them sound like a good mic. Make the kick out sound like dark, and that's why like a FET 47 works real good for it. But you could literally use any mic there as a kick out if it has enough low end in it. If you can capture low end with it, it's the right mic, because you really don't care what the top is doing. Now, it's not always everything, obviously, but it's just the way I like to look at drums. I can get a great sound out of a clicky kick and a big Godzilla footstep. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'm really exaggerating the Godzilla footstep just for argument's sake. I'm like, let's see how much Godzilla footstep we can get away with. Just a big, like, boom, boom, with no top on it. Just boom. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. That kind of an idea, right? To prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. When the tempo changes in a song, just be very keenly aware of the fact that your setting for the gate might need to change too, because it's all about how many notes in a bar, and if like how close together are these snare hits. If all of a sudden you go from, do 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 pop, do 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 pop, pop, it's gonna be very different than a boom pop 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 pop. Like how many snares you got going, how many hits. If there are many of them closer together, the release is going to need to be much shorter to sort of not let in a ton of the bleed. So in a case like this, I might copy the snare track, 2 different tracks, so I can set the gate twice as if it's 2 different snare drums, even though it's one. Stelios Leosti 1108, what's poppin', man? How you doing over there? That's the bicycle horn of good faith and amazing welcomeness, and we throw it in there every once in a while when we have a goat show up like yourself. We've got Stelios Leosti, one of the greatest of all time, holding a Telecaster, it looks like. How's it going, dude? We appreciate you showing up. Me and GDP really appreciate that. What is the software console you're using? I'm not familiar with that. This is SSL 360. I decided you're not familiar with it. I mean, we're all familiar with what the SSL looks like, of course, right? But I've never used this before either, so you're not alone. Like, I've never used this view of the 360 ever. But I love it, and I'll tell you why I love it. This is my first day using it like this. I used to pop it open and be like, oh, that's cool, and then just pop back into Pro Tools and do what I'm familiar with. This time I decided, let's see how long I can sit on this window and mix the track all on this, because it's different. And you know me, I like different. So I'm over here messing around and enjoying myself, because I'm finding there's something about this that makes the visual aspect even lesser. Like, the beauty of the UC1, you twist the knobs, you don't really look at it, but in Pro Tools, you're sort of forced to look at it or something. This feels like I'm not that forced to look at it. The reason I need to look at it is so I can flip up and down and show you guys where I'm at and what I'm touching. So I don't want to like touch stuff that you guys can't see. And I'm sure there's a way to change that. I haven't figured it out yet, because like I said, I don't know up from down with this thing. But I bet you there's a way to make the view where the whole channel's on a thing, but then these buttons are probably smaller than ants. So I don't want to do that at the moment. But if I can figure it out, I would do it. So if anybody knows how to do that, shout it out. But that's where we're at. It's SSL's 360 console. So like when you buy the UC1, the UF8, maybe even without that stuff, it comes with this. If you just get the plugins, probably, I'm not sure, but it's there. Like, I have an SSL in front of me, and it's feeding into a mix bus, the SSL G bus comp, and I got a drum parallel, and you could load like 8 different instances of compressors on here. But you know me, keeping it kind of as easy peasy as I can keep it, and I'm rocking and rolling. But every channel and everything in the song has one of these on it. That's a track. The only things that don't, the triggers have other stuff on it, which they're not even in the song right now. They're all muted. So we're just trying to live here for as long as we can. We're going to see what happens. I love new stuff. And we have some mix bus stuff on now too, to add some flavor. Because that's something I really liked about Luna when I tried it for like a minute, and I might mix in Luna something at some point, because I like to change it up on you guys, I like to show you guys some different stuff. The thing that's so cool about Luna is how you put on the tape flavor like early and then rock and roll. So I was like, why not? This song is an old school vibe. It's got something going on. I might as well throw on some stuff. So I put on Toop. What I put on? I put on a Goodhertz Toop, but I put on a Studer A800 before it. And then I'm, playing with the idea of maybe even an ATR 102 after that. We shall see. But at the moment, we got tape flavor on flavor. Pusherman setting. If you're familiar with Curtis Mayfield, you know how cool that is to have a Pusherman setting, regardless of if it's meant for your track or not. Still a cool setting. And I'm your Pusherman. And then an SSL bus comp. So that's all we're dealing with at the moment. Pretty basic, pretty simple, and we're keeping it rock and rolling. The song is totally sour cream. What does that mean? What does that mean, dude? A substitute for sour cream? Cottage cheese. Let's rock and roll. Sour cream and onion. Oh, the best potato chip of all time, you mean? Is that what we're talking about? The sour cream and onion potato chip? Rocking and rolling? Is that what we're talking about?
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
It's a standalone app, but it gets populated by the plugins you put on in Pro Tools every time you put an SSL on channel on anything. So only the SSL versions of the plugins, but when you put SSL 4K G or B or E, like you've seen my other mixed live streams, it throws it here too. So anytime you put on, if you put 20 of them on, there'll be 20 here. If you put 80 of them on, there'll be 80 here. So you can work in this view. I just never do. But it's a standalone app called SSL 360, and when you click that, and you get here all the control surfaces like the UF8 you see me automate on and stuff. There's a 360 button, so you click that, it opens this, and you can kind of pop back and forth, I think, between Pro Tools by hitting it once and then hit the button again, and you're over here. So it's you click the mix view, and now you're in the mix view. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's a standalone app, but my favorite part about it, just to give you a quick recap, is the fact that I hit stop and I hit rewind, and I literally let it, like, I hold the button down and I wait and I let it roll back, and it's like taking it back to the old school. It's like gives your ears a break, reset. What are you going to do? Intentional moves, as opposed to just clicking around on Pro Tools. It's so much like, what are we doing over here? It's pretty cool. I like it. And what else? That's it. I'm having a great time using it, to be honest with you. I'm very excited about it. The whole thing's fun. It's more fun because it's different. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. We're working on a snare bottom right now. The snare bottom mic, I remember a Clear Mountain tip. See, my head is just this weird, like, shopping cart of tips that I've picked up over the years, but a lot of them come from, like, the video archives never existed years ago. So I put a lot of weight on hearing, like, what Clear Mountain says about a snare bottom mic, right? You never could find that out years ago unless somebody wrote it in a forum, and, like, you have to trust that, like, oh, I worked as his assistant and blah, blah, blah. It's like, did you really? You know, sometimes people say stuff that's not true, but now we hear, it's like Clear Mountain talking about something he used to do with the snare bottom is just kind of create this like just this like white noisy sound out of it and blend that in. But, you know, more and more I realize, like, I used to try to get so much out of the snare bottom mic. Like, I used to try to make it sound like a good snare drum by itself, but I don't think it doesn't help. It winds up taking away from the top mic, whereas its purpose is to hear those snares. That's its purpose. It should sound thin and weird and just the rattle of the snares. That's actually a better use for it. So sometimes, you know, how did Clear Mountain achieve that? I think he used a really, really fast attack on, like, you know, an SSL bus comp, but like super fast attack, and just sort of flattened it at like 20-1. I think that was the way he would achieve that. And I'm just doing a similar thing kind of on the channel. Just like, let's kind of turn the ratio way up. I'm only at 3:1 right now, 3.3-1. But I might turn this way up and just kind of get this consistent shh. And we'll combine that with our snare top and our snare side, because I have a snare side mic. And if you haven't ever mic'd a snare from the side, you should try it, because it's very interesting. You could use it in combination with the top, or just pick one, or like verse one, chorus one. Like, they complement each other well, but they also, I kind of like a snare. Sometimes the drummer's cymbals and stuff, and toms, if he's got a very tightly placed kit, you can't get a mic in there, just mic the side. Like, you don't have to get one on the top. If it's going to be on top mic, but it's near the hi-hat or facing it, or because of the other stuff, just use the side mic. That's, in my opinion, that's the way to roll. Pongmaster123 wrote, the early years on gear, when it was not Gear Space, exactly, were amazing. Top engineers and only some 100 people around. Great in-depth discussions in those times. Yeah, it was that, and then it became a place for people to, like, trash everything, too. It became a place where, like, you know, snobs rule and everybody else drools. It became very O'Doyle rules over there, right? But it's probably still great, but it's been a while since I think I've been on there. I used to be on there all the time. I used to literally be on there, and the Avid forum, the Avid Duke forum, or whatever it's called, .Duke, or whatever that thing was, to figure out crazy stuff, like how to connect, you know, the Pro Tools HD3 rig, and like how to use the Avid test thing to see if the cards are working. I don't know. I just remember, like, I found a thread that told me what to do, and I was so excited. Took my whole Mac apart and like fixed it and put it back together, and it worked based on this thread on one of those forums. And there was no information 100 years ago. I remember that, and it's a rewarding feeling. Whereas now there's probably 17 videos on that, but it's different. I'm using it with the controllers, so yeah, I guess you could call that a remote. It's the UC1 and the UF8, and I bought these a long time ago. Like my old studio, I was using these after I sold the Avid Artist mixes. I had 4 Avid Artist mixes, sold them because I realized I could only use one at a time anyway. Like it's just sort of herky-jerky. So sold those, replaced it with a UF8 and a UC1, and I honestly, I love using these things because it takes you out of the visual only game and puts you in a listening game first. And then as soon as I went to this app today, I realized that whole concept jumped to like the third power of that. It's so much less visual even that I love it more. And I can't believe it took me this long to try it, because I've owned these things for at least 2 years now, maybe 3. And I love it. They're amazing. I've gotten a whole new love and respect for this SSL 360 thing right now. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Uh-oh. That's what is a problem. Pongmaster wrote, I had personal contact with Bruce Swedian. Oh, no way. And he sent me a UTC LS10 transformer to build myself. The same TI box he used on Thriller. What? That's amazing. That's amazing. There's this cool video I found on YouTube a while back where it's Bruce at like a college, and like it's like I think like an hour interview or something, but it was great. It was really cool, and it was cool. Like they couldn't play Thriller, of course. Like they hit in the video, they cut it out, but you could tell when they started and ended, like the little expressions on his face are so cool. Like to me, it's so cool watching an engineer who does some work that winds up being like everyone's favorite song ever. And, it's so cool watching them react, to something they did all those years ago and be proud of themselves. It's cool to me. It's so rare, I think, that engineers ever give themselves credit for anything where they feel great. I don't know why that is, but when I saw Brendan O'Brien on Rick Beato's interview do that, it meant something to me, man. Like watching people listen back to their own stuff and be like, and just see them say to themselves, I am happy that I trusted myself and made the choices I made to make this as great as it is. And now where we are because of it. Like now he's sitting there talking about it, and that album has such an impact, and it's just so cool to witness that. I don't know. There's something like just in the eyes to watch the expressions. I find it amazing. It's one of my favorite reasons, like when I watch the Rick Beato stuff and like when he plays Nevermind for Andy Wallace, you'll see the same thing. To me, it's just this I don't know. It's just so cool to watch these guys be like, yeah, I made the right call. They don't say that out loud, but you can almost see it in their eyes. It's just so cool. Like that is a very different thing when you see that. The feeling I get from that compared to like, hearing someone talk about an album that they did that is great. When I saw like Rich Costi on Andrew Shep's Talks to Awesome People or something when he's talking to Andrew, and like it's very different because they're not playing the audio and you don't get to see the person who worked on it. Just listen to the audio and watch what their face does. It's very interesting and cool to me. And that's very different than when people just talk about the stuff. Like watch them listen to the stuff they made that was amazing. It's rewarding for people like us. You guys should check that kind of thing out. If you haven't yet, focus on that. It's so cool. I find it the coolest thing ever. Anyway, here we go.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Yeah, Pong Master. That does sound really cool, man. I'm a big Bruce Swedian fan, so that's awesome.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
There's also some video of him at his studio, I think, with like some very cool API desk, I think, in front of him. I'm trying to think, but there's very few videos I found with Bruce, but that was one. There was that college interview is great, but there was this one at his studio that was also pretty cool. I can't remember who did that one. It might have been Pensado or it might have been someone else. I'm not sure. It was very cool, though. I don't know who did that one.
At least I have this song to prove.
Be careful when you're setting the gates on a snare not to make it too short so that it closes down when you want it to ring. I used to make that mistake a lot. Leaving the gate release time more open seems to be a benefit for me anyway. When I want the snare to like ring, you can't keep that gate closing so quick. Let's go to the side. Again, I only mix in solo when I'm setting gates. Really, it's like the only time I do it. Or if I hear something weird and I need to find it.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
Let's see why we're not hearing any. Why is the toms not popping up in here? What's going on with that? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Let's figure it out. Tom up. What's going on with these toms here?
Those bags and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her.
They certainly seem like they're here, but they just weren't showing up on the meter on the SSL 360. As far as toms go, I just dumped some of the middle out and I added some low end oomph. I switched it to the black channel because the black knob compared to the pink knob, I find sometimes the black is more aggressive, especially in the low end, especially if you turn on the bell. Let's sort these guitars out. I gotta figure out exactly what I want to do with them. It's amazing how much darker and colored it gets when you lower the impedance and you crank this mic pre-up. What's the fun of using an SSL unless you're going to hit everything with the tiniest bit of compression? Tell me. I mean, maybe some stuff with more, but got to use a little bit of the light. Get a little bit of that light tickle. Tickle that light. On guitars, I dig it. You know, it's one of the few, like I don't usually put a ton of compression on guitars, but a 3A or SSL VCA comp on there, I dig it. What do we got? Pongmaster Pongmaster. Harrison desk, mostly for Bruce. Oh, yes, that's right. He had the Harrison desk, right? Yeah. It's like a custom made Harrison desk, I think. That's interesting. Um, Stelios Leosti 1108 is asking, Evan, have you ever messed with the God particle on Mixbus? Have not. I don't mind saying it. I have not. I I don't know. I was sort of some. This is the truth, right? Some plugins, because of the marketing that goes behind it. I'll give you a good example. As soon as you put the plugin on the Sonics, who hasn't heard that freaking ad a million bajillion times? I can't stand that ad. Every time I see that guy go, as soon as you put the plug-in on the Sonic, I wish I could hit a button that says, never show me this ad ever again for the rest of my life. I wish I could do that. But I just can't take it. As soon as you put the plug-in on the Sonic, like, no. Stop it. So, no, I haven't tried it, and I don't plan on trying it. But I have heard it's great. Like, some people, when I say I heard it's great, a lot of the engineers that I talk to don't use it because there's stuff going on under the hood that is, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on under the hood, some of which makes certain engineers go, like, I only want to work with stuff that, like, I know what it's doing. I have to have control over what it's doing. So if there's fewer buttons, and it's not ideal for them. But there's a reason I didn't like it either. I mean, I think I wanted to do a trial at one point or something, and it was like the same day I wanted that, the plugin went from like $50 to like $80 or 75 or 90, some increase where I remember saying to myself, like, no. I was pissed that happened, and it just trickled down into me not trying it. And then it also kind of, there was a moment in time, I think I had it downloaded, and then every session I opened, like, crashed my system when I was using the Intel Mac. So I just, inactivated it, never tried it. But technically I may have gotten the trial. I just never, ever used it because it crashed every session I had. Like, just trying to open it with that on it just crashed the session. I don't know why. But yeah, so I had a crazy experience with it. But that's not to say it's not an okay plugin. I don't know. I've never used it. So, somebody else probably a better one to judge on that. I like plugins that have a flavor and have a sound. And, some people I'm sure think that one has something because I know he sold a lot of them. And I like Jason Joshua a lot. I think the dude is a great mixer, and I love his respect for Dave Pensato. And when you combine, like, the loyalty and respect he has for Dave with the fact that he's clearly very talented and has a crazy aptitude for being an amazing mixer, it's like, okay, I love the dude. I respect what he's got to say. So if he made a plugin, it's probably great, but that doesn't mean I also need to buy every plugin or try every plugin, because I definitely look at it like I actively don't do that. It's very rare that I get new plugins at this point because I have so many plugins. I don't feel like I need any more unless it solves a problem. But yeah, so I am not going to try that on the Mixbus or anywhere else. Just that's me personally. All right, mandatory backstretch. It's actually a solid mandatory backstretch right there, Alex. Alex Christoph drums, keeping everybody's back in check. Oh, that's interesting. The way to do it, GDP hooked me up with the answer. He said SSL 360, left mix selected, then on the top left arrow, click, then a mixer menu pops up. The top, this arrow? I'm kind of scared to push anything. Okay. Zoom overview. That's where he's like, click the mixer menu on the bottom, zoom, set overview, then select the percentage. But I have a feeling everything's going to be too small for everyone to see now. Am I wrong? Can you guys still see that? Because this would be better, but it's also kind of a shame. Oh wait, let's see. We can do better. I want to get it all in the view. If I'm going to do it already, let's get it all in the view. What was it set on before? 75%? Aha. Are we at full? I think we're there. All right. Tell me if that's tiny. Is that crazy tiny? You guys tell me. Because I'm loving this. So if it's too tiny, you just let me know, and maybe we'll change something, for the next one. I'll do it different. In this session, I'll change. If you guys can't see what I'm doing, I don't want to use it this way, but it's kind of cool to get to see more of the console at once. I dig that. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me know. Alex Christoph drums, right? There's the gain on the lead guitar, right? I mean, that's and honestly, I dialed a little bit of flavor on the saturation knob, which, take that, put that in your bucket of tricks, is, crank the impedance down to add color. And then once it gets super colored, you may also lose some top end. Just put it back on the EQ. It's like now you can put it back without it being too brittle. The brittleness of bright EQ without that warm saturation ain't so fun. But as soon as you do that coloration thing by taking the impedance down, it's like money in the hand. You know what they say. 2 in the hand's worth 2 in the bush, 3 and 4 in the bush. Money in the hand's worth 8 in the bush. Whatever they say. Oh, I just heard some cracks. You guys hear that? Crack City right there. Oh, double crack. I don't usually do the cracks, but I got to tell you, well, let's clarify. I never do the cracks of any kind, but I shoveled my driveway for like 17 hours today. So it was a long, crazy snowstorm with a lot of snow, and I was out there till dark shoveling. I didn't start like first thing in the morning, but it was rough. It was rough. Yeah, Stelios is saying, yes, you cannot control the most of it, especially the multi-bus comp that's in there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I felt like you couldn't control in there, but like I said, I never really put it through its paces. It's just the people that I know who don't use it, that's their gripe. Their gripe is like, there's too much under the hood that they want to be able to change, and they can't. But I'm sure... I always thought of it in a way that, like, this is a great plugin for people who don't know how to use plugins. They don't know how to use hardware. This is great for them. It might also be good for other people, but that was just the vibe I got from it. And like I said, I never used it. I just saw it. I saw it like on a few demos and that freaking ad that I can't stand. And one time of that was too many times watching that ad. It's just my opinion on it, but yeah, I can't stand that ad. As soon as you put the plug-in on the Sonic, stop it. Just like I hate that word choice. Something about the word choice of that just roughs me up. It's like the Sonics are what's coming out. The Sonics is, you don't put the plug-in on the Sonics. I just hate that choice of words. I can't explain it. You're putting the plug-in on the track. It's affecting the Sonics, but just as soon as I put the plug-in on the Sonic, I don't know, that just rubs me the wrong way. So crazy. I don't know why that is. Wow, this is too tiny even for me. I'm like, I can't even see it now, but that might be okay. But like, then I'll look at it even less because I can't even see it. But that's small, yo. That is small. Looks as beautiful as Picasso. That's pretty cool. We can adjust to whatever works. Nice, dude. I've been putting just a dash 30% dry wet saturation on my ridiculous distorted guitars just for that extra bite. Yeah, yeah. Um, there's a couple. There's a UA plugin I really like for taking guitars that are just too dry, and you've been tasked with like mix this. That's why that Chandler console is a world beater, because you can also reamp stuff like right out the console. You don't need nothing else. You just reamp stuff. Because it has like a low signal send or something. It's just, there's a lot of things that were amazing, but to do that in a plugin without needing to reamp and gear in a room and a mic or anything, there's what is it? The Fender. It's like a Fender Vibe something or other. Like I should show you what I'm talking about, but I use this plugin a lot. It's one of my favorites. I might put it on one of these just because I'm talking about it. Let's see. Pick a guitar, any guitar. We'll make them distorted. Let's see. Just slightly, like it just adds like a tube kind of vibe to something that might be too dry. So I actually like the sound of that a little. I don't know if I want to mess with that one, but let's pick a different. Like that's not bad, but it is kind of thin. Let's say we wanted to thicken that up a little bit, but it is happening throughout the song, which worries me a little. Like I don't want to make that part dark or distorted. Let's pick a different guitar that doesn't have that, like any of these. Let's see. That one's kind of dark. These are like doubles of each other, so I got to pan these. Now that we're here, this is actually good. I'm glad we're focusing on this. Let's pan some stuff. See, that's the right kind of bite to me, because that's a tube amp. It's warm, and it's just a little bit of grit on it. That's the right amount of grit to me. Notice I took one left, one right, and one down the center. And then when this comes back at the end, it's like during the solo. See, like this is actually dirty enough that I don't have to do it. But let's do it on here. Let's just slap it. It's a Fender, UAD Fender. This is at 55 Tweed Deluxe. This is my go-to for like juicing up a sound. I like how you have the choice of off axis or on. So you can basically do the flat up against the grill or off axis slightly, which makes it less bright. Sometimes that's the move. I like how you have choices of mics. So you have your 57, it's a 421, it looks like. Your Sennheiser 421, or two ribbons, or that looks like the Bayer ribbon, the like M50 or something. Let's see, the U87. You have all these cool choices of mics that you can put on axis or off axis, and you could also dial in the different. There's like a couple different speaker choices. So like let's just listen to what I can do with it, and it just changes the sound. Sometimes in something that's like two speakers, it's nice to have one very different sounding than the other instead of the same sound. Like it sounds like these are the same. It's the same sound left and right. So if you want to mix that up, put something like this on it. My favorite sounds are definitely the ribbons. The 421 is kind of aggressive sounding, but this is the other ribbon. Yeah, that's the Buyer ribbon is this one, if I'm not mistaken. So that the Buyer ribbon and like double ribbons, it's kind of cool. And the tone, you could turn the tone down if it's too abrasive. Turn the mic volume up compared to the instrument volume itself. So this is sort of like a blend. But then the speakers change sound a lot. The mic volume is interesting. It's almost like distorting the mic pre on the console. Like whatever the mic's plugged into, it's like gaining that up. And then the instrument volume is just like driving the amp in a way. So very cool stuff. Like, because you don't need to. My least favorite thing is you slap a plug-in like this on a sound that's already maybe a little bit gritty, and then it gets super freaking metal zoned out. And I hate that. I want it to still sound close to the original, or at least allow me to tweak it so it can be. And that's what I like about this the most. I also like how you can control the panning, even though if I move one side of this mic one way, I'm probably going to move the other way too. But I just like how you have a roll off at the bottom too. It's kind of the perfect plug-in in a way to do this kind of thing, like a reamp job. Also, you have different inputs that sound different, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of Fender amps have a bright input and like one that's not bright. They also, it's like my Fender Twin has like a switch where it goes from bright to or not bright as an option. But there's also usually two inputs. One's like on the vibrato channel, or that'll have reverb and vibrato on it or something, and the other one isn't. And they sound different. Like the jacks, when you plug in, it just doesn't sound the same in one channel compared to the other. So it's pretty cool how you can kind of get close to that with the two different instrument jacks or two different mic jacks. So you just, I do it in the track, figure out what works, but just wanted to show you kind of what they sound like. So the ribbons are the least abrasive, and you cycle through it till you find what you like. Just super ridiculously cool to me. This plugin is very functional. And then you could also drive the master level to create a different sound. The more you turn these down, it gets cleaner. It's just there's several ways to distort this thing. It's pretty cool. So off axis kind of sets it back, and when it's on axis, it's up in your face. So it's kind of cool to mess with. Just that changes the sound so much.
Cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song.
I'm trying to get it as clean as I can to show you what I'm talking about, how you can make it do just the littlest bit of distortion.
Cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the
Ooh, this too. I forgot about when you switch it to line, it gets cleaner, I think.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in.
Just add some presence and personality to it without totally destroying the sound. So if I switch this here, we'll get way clean.
She's waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Interesting, isn't it? Anyway, it's one of my favorite tools to take a guitar sound that's not quite what you want and make it thicker, darker, rounder, warmer, more tube-like, all of the above.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I like the way these sound. It's like I might use it. I'm not sure at the moment. It's like I might just copy this one here and this one here and see if we can hang.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Just makes it so much thicker without just EQing that in.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people
decided to slam that bus, the drum parallel, and see what we got.
Prove me wrong.
I love that you can't see the buses here that don't have the SSL channels on them. You can't see them. So it's like, I don't know how hard I'm coming out of that thing, but I don't care because I can't see it.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. 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 See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted.
Feeling it. We're getting somewhere. We're cranking. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting there. So if you're catching this for the first time, tuning in, open up a session of your own, jump back and forth in the chat. And while you're working on your own stuff, take ear breaks in the chat back and forth, check out what's going on, ask questions, or just tell us what you're working on, because a little human interaction goes a long way with these things. I know it's a huge benefit for me to get to interact with other engineers doing the same thing. I find it's awesome. It's like we're all in the same studio together. So take part Everyone's welcome to chime in, say something, chime in, all the above. This is the first session I've ever done mixing in SSL 360's view of the console. I only typically roll in Pro Tools. This has always been the way. Now, there's another way, and I'm pretty stoked about it. And I think I cannot even express how much I'm enjoying this type of workflow where I'm just staring at a console. I'm loving it. And it's interesting because I find I'm doing way less too than I would typically do. Like when I want saturation, well, I'm just dialing back the impedance and I'm cranking the mic pre. When I want EQ flavor, I'm hitting this EQ. When I need another one, I'm flipping to the black knob, which is a very different flavor EQ. You can't really get to the outskirts of the perimeter like you can with the multiplier on the pink knob version, but at the same time, they're both great. So having two EQs to flip back and forth, this is actually something I've done on every live stream. I always pick two EQs to use because one doesn't work for everything. Each has a flavor. Sometimes you want Neve, sometimes you want SSL, sometimes you want APIs, and so every mix I pretty much use something different. But on this one, we're using the G that has those two choices in it. The E has two choices in it also, the brown knob or the black knob in the E. And it's just cool to have that. But we're doing as much as we can with also it's not a whole lot of compression on this mix. There's some tape saturation on the mix bus, and this after it. Our mix bus compressor is after it, doing about 4 dB or so. And then the drum parallel is the drum crush. It's getting slammed, and that's blending in with the real drums. So this drum crush goes to the mix bus, and then all the drums, without hitting this, go to the mix bus. Other than that, there's no routing tricks. There's no routing mayhem. It's as simple as it gets. And that's the kind of session I like. So what else we got? As far as stuff going on, we're moving through it. The vocals have a lot of production built in, so there's not a whole lot I have to do. Like, I haven't touched a vocal track yet, and that's because the vocals actually don't bother me. There was compression on them on the way in. There's EQ on the way in. There's a lot of stuff on the way in, so I'm not just going to town on the vocal, which is something I would do if the vocals sucked, or if it was dry, if it was, it didn't have any excitement or energy or flavor. Yeah, I go to town, but it's got something to it. So that's not what I'm doing. These are the vocals. All the blue stuff is vocals. Blue, whatever. This color's kind of a blue, I guess, too. This is vocals. This is the organ. All the red is the Rhodes. It's the same Rhodes, just two mics. Like, these are all different, like, layered performances. The greens are guitar. The purple is the soul synth bass track. It's just one bass track, which I'm saturating using the lowered impedance on the top and some mic pre-juice. And what else we got? The drums are the pink. And that's it. And there's a snare verb track, which I believe is off right now. I may turn that on if I feel like I need a little of that, but I'm sort of enjoying this dryness. Very dry track. There's no triggers on anything at the moment. So I'm this is how the drums sound. They're mic'd up. This is it. This is the room, and these are the drums, and this is how it goes. That's how she wrote it. I mean, that's all she wrote is what I meant to say. This was a song written by a dude named Matt. So it's a great song too. I'm a big fan of this song. Very cool song. So now I'm using the rewind buttons in case you haven't caught that. I'm hitting rewind. And I'm waiting. I'm hitting rewind and waiting and feeling the love of a rewind button for the first time in freaking 20 years. And I love it. Hit that rewind button. Hit play.
You and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
I'm of the mind that the EQ just sounds different when you've hit it with a touch of compression. It just changes the flavor. So if you're getting one little light flickering, even if it's a sound like a synth from a keyboard, it just makes it sound different. Now, it's not always better. Sometimes it's better without any of that. But at the same time, that little bit, in my opinion, it adds up. So that's why you'll notice that's a common theme on something I do is I'll hit a bunch of guitars with just like one light on the compressor. I'll do it on overheads maybe, or rooms, or in this case, nothing on the overheads or rooms, because it's going to a drum crush that's getting some of that stuff. So I find keeping one dry and then one smashed is kind of nice move. But you could do a little bit on the track itself too if you want. I mean, there's no rules to this thing. But if you hear too much cymbals or too much cymbal ring, then maybe back that off a bit.
You and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song.
Like one of these, this snare side, I want to smash pretty hard. And I could send more of it to like whatever that the click is, the rim click. I really want to hear that.
You and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone.
I'm going to actually throw on something else right now just to see what it does, to kind of change up where my head is at, like where my head is listening right now. Sometimes this is where brain fatigue is a thing, right? Kush Dude mentioned that recently, and he's always fun to listen to. He mentioned that there's two types of fatigue. There's ear fatigue and brain fatigue, and brain fatigue is arguably the one that people like. It's when you kind of find yourself on a hamster wheel where, you know, you're twisting stuff, but like you can't like keep up mentally with it. And then you wind up making moves that you maybe wouldn't have made if your brain was more fresh. So sometimes when I'm mixing and I get into a place where like I'm not quite sure what to do at this moment, and that's because your brain can't keep processing what's going on at that particular second. Like it's not, you need to zoom out. I'll move to the mix bus and I'll decide like, okay, let's see what goes on when I do something like add the Wolf Compressor Mastering Edition, which might be how I end the chain here. Like I'm not quite sure what I'm going to put on the end of this. Lately, I've been using the Sidecar a ton. I've been using the Mic DSP ML4000 a ton. Maybe we'll throw the ML4000 on and see what it does. It always sucks in the mids, like literally somebody sucking in their gut. You know, it's like putting on Spanx if you're a chick. It's or I guess a dude who wears Spanx, but either way, it does something very interesting to the low mids. Let's listen to it. It always sort of makes me feel like the song all of a sudden like is rocking a 6-pack compared to being a little bit pregnant.
'Cause you and I, we were complete.
Huge level bump too. So this is why I don't care about how hot I'm coming into any of this stuff, because once I get to like the last 2 or 3 plugins, usually like the last 2, the level's going to come up a lot. specifically either on the Mic DSP ML4000 or the Wolfcomp Mastering Edition. They're both going to do it. And sometimes I use them both. Sometimes I use one. Sometimes I use a gold clip into like Pro L2. But this thing just kind of, it's sort of a smiley face. Boosting the lows, 165, boosting, and I just really have the compressor and the limiter on. I'm boosting a little top end, but also just kind of tucking it in. But it's the low mid dip by like half a dB. It sounds it more than that because there's a boost in the lows below that, and the crossover happens to hit right at like the 158 spot, which is 150 hertz is often where that pregnancy in the song lies. That little bit of a rumble in the lows that when tucked in makes it sound a little tighter. And then the boost in the top. So the smiley face being created is what makes this feel more than it is, because our starting point's not zero. It's up, dB and a half, negative a half here. So it's a 2 dB difference from here to here. So that's kind of what's going on. Let's see where it sits on here. I usually try to keep this thing somewhere between, this is the first mark is like 6, I think. That's -6 on the gain reduction jam. I try to keep it in here somewhere.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Wow, yeah, it's doing so much. I could move this threshold.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
It just brings it right to the front. Everything gets more exciting and bigger, and I don't know what it is, but this is a big plugin, man. I mean, Mic DSP ML4000 is one of the oldest plugins, and it's so good. There's a reason that people still use it all the time, and I think it's just a sound. There's a sound inherent in that plugin that just handles low mids really freaking well, and it brings excitement in a way that's culpable. It's not or palpable. It's a better way to put it. It's able to be palpitated. You can deal with it. It's deal withable, essentially. It's never gonna bug you out as long as you don't do something crazy like take the highs up a crazy amount. Even this may be a little much, but I think with some of the tape saturation it kind of works. But a lot of times I'll take down the low mids even a little bit. I mean the high mids, and I'll take down the highs a little bit if it's bugging me. This is just my starting point. And I made a video on this too, because I share everything with you guys. I mean, I feel like that's the beauty of this stuff. There used to be secrets. There ain't no secrets no more. So now it's just, that's my starting point. Some people use this for the upward expansion features and stuff. I find it gets too crazy when I do that. Like it's brings too much out. But some people like that. The over-the-top processing. It's a fad nowadays. Everybody talks about it. Over-the-top processing, over-the-top processing. But I don't, to be honest with you, I kind of like just the compression on it.
Inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon.
And then if I were, just for argument's sake, if I slide this stuff down a little so that I can keep the chain the way I like it, this stereo imager, like Wolfcomp Mastering Edition, could be last, because that's a limiter. That's a clip or a limiter. It's all built into one. But the stereo imager on the choruses to just kind of shoot those out to the sides, that's always a fun move.
Inside her room, she won't see.
And I'm trying to be aware of where I'm at too. I'm very aware that this Mic DSP should go after the imager. The Mic DSP should almost be last. So if you're going to do compression, an EQ, and then an imager, and then this is a limiter, but I look at it like a flavor box and a limiter kind of put together. It's a flavor box and an aggressive compressor put together. Definitely flavor box, though. It has a flavor. And then after that, inflator's a good move or something, but the VCME, I like there sometimes too. Sometimes Gold Clip, sometimes Pro L2, CG2, any of those. Let's just dial in the Fusion. So if I turn the Fusion on, I'm aware that I have to mess with stuff because wherever the choruses are, you see how it's off here? This is just a master bypass. So I've automated the bypass, which if you've never mixed like on Pro Tools or whatever, I think this is probably like this on other DAWs, but I only use Pro Tools for the last so many years. So I used Ableton prior to that, but it's been a long time since I used Ableton. I feel like it's the same thing. If you could open these plugins, it probably has this square and a square jam. You click that, you put whatever you want in the plugin automation lane. In my case, it's just bypass for this Fusion. And then the Fusion stereo imager just gives me a little extra width in the choruses. So we find our choruses and then we hook it up. It's off when it's up, it's on when it's down. So where's our first chorus? Depending on what you call a chorus, right?
Always caught up in the sheet.
What up, Pongmaster? I don't want to miss this jump right here. We got Pongmaster123 saying, hey, do you have enough material to do these streams regularly? I really enjoy listening to you mixing while I'm working. Non-audio stuff, great stuff. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yes, I definitely have enough material to do this until I'm significantly more gray. But I keep adding to the material too, because that's the move. It's like, you know, I sort of have this plan in the works where there's going to be some stuff happening where I record stuff and kind of show you guys some live stuff that I record, and then at the same time, while I'm doing that, like that track will become a track that can get mixed. So it's going to be this churning wheel of stuff that hopefully never ends. But I have plenty of tracks that are ready and queued up from several different acts. And there's even some other artists that are, you know, just stuff I've been hired to work on that I'm trying to get the permissions in order so that I can mix that stuff. But to date, it's always been like a weird thing that I haven't figured out quite how to deal with yet, which is, you know, you want to stream stuff that's like an artist's work, but they don't want you to do it until it's like, they don't want you to do it from the point where it's unmixed. They want people to hear them sounding great, not when they don't, you know. But at the same time, there's artists now that I've shown a couple of these live streams to that are willing to have me mix a song from scratch on the live stream. So I'm just trying to get the permissions in order for, like, you know, how to go about it exactly, where when they release it, it won't automatically demonetize the video or anything that has to do with, because it's like their audio on it, and if you put it in with a distributor, it's a whole thing. So it's a pain, but at the same time, I want to get that sorted out because I do want to show you stuff in other genres and all sorts of stuff, because to me, like, I get stuff to work on that's R&B or, you know, pop, like rap, country. Might as well show you some of that stuff too, because there's different tricks I use for all this stuff. It's really the same mindset that goes into everything. Even some live stuff that's like bands playing covers. Like, I want to mix some live stuff on here that's cover stuff, but I know how it's such a minefield, because if you have a cover that you're putting up on YouTube, it's up to the owner of the rights whether they will basically copyright strike you, remove it, or take the money. They have the three choices. So it's kind of a ridiculous thing where you never know what you're going to get. And that's too big of a can of worms for me. It's a risky can of worms. So I would like to do that too, where I mix live stuff from bands playing live that are playing covers, because that happens. I'd love to do that. we'll see. There's so much stuff I'm trying to get done, but rest assured, plenty of tracks, Pongmaster. Rest assured. And I really appreciate that you dig it. Yeah, because if you're doing non-audio stuff or audio stuff, like that's what I recommend. If people have sessions you can open and work on stuff, it's like we're in the same studio. It's like, I'm in studio 4 and you're in studio 3 and we're across the hall. It's like, hey, I'm over here, say what up when, before you get done. Let me know what it's just the same thing. And it's just back and forth. It's as if we're meeting up in the break room to shoot the crap. Be like, what up? What are you doing? How hard is the vocal you're dealing with? How many freaking S's did you have to hand cut today? What was the story with the bass? Did you have to get rid of all those finger noises between the freaking slides? Like, oh, he hit a note and then he decided to go neck. So you can't put any saturation on the bass because now you have to spend your whole life cutting out the between the notes. Welcome to my world. Jimmy Quail 1. What's poppin'? That's the bicycle horn of trust. That's the bicycle horn of good measure right there. That's our friendly bicycle horn for everyone that shows up that I'm familiar with because they've been here before. How's it going, Jimmy? How you doing? We got all sorts of sounds, but that's my favorite, and everybody knows it. And just for good measure, I've got another one queued up here. So for anyone else, if you want a sound, you jump in now. I'll give you a sound. You get your own personal sound every time you show up. We got a bunch of sounds here, but the friendly faves, the old school friendly faves, we bicycle horn up. We bicycle horn up over here. There's something about it that just brings a smile to my face, so it's my favorite. It's my favorite sound in the game, bicycle horn. Yeah, it's my favorite sound in the game. What do you want from me? So let's see what's over here. Just setting this up on the choruses. Jimmy, you haven't seen it yet, but we're over here today. We're in Pro Tools, but we're in SSL 360, rocking the knob twists. You guys can see the whole console. I'm flipping through. It's been an amazing mix, I got to tell you, from a point of view of fun. I can't tell you how this is the first time I've ever done it in SSL 360, and I am just like, I can't tell you how awesome it is. And I ain't sponsored by them or nothing. I just tell the truth. I love freaking using SSL 360 to do this. I use the plugins forever anyway, but I've never used this view. And it's a world-beating view. I just cannot even get over it. But yeah, next person who shows up, who if I haven't seen your name before, you'll get a crazy sound. You'll get your own personal crazy sound anytime you show up. That's a water break. Every once in a while you need a water plug-in. So let's see what's really good on here. All right, popping back to the Pro Tools view. Let's deal with that fusion. Isn't that sick, Jimmy? That's ridiculous, man. I mean, the SSL 360 view is like, it makes it where it's less visual. So I'm twisting knobs. I'm just listening. And that's what we should all be doing all the time. And in Pro Tools, I try to do that, but it's way more easy to just look. Whereas for some reason in that console view, it's like you're looking, you don't even see it. It's weird. It's doing this trickery, this mental trickery. I love it. All right, let's find the spot of where this changes.
Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And
I'm also making all my moves Tom Lord Algae style for volume. I'm using the faders on this thing. So you want to talk about cool? That to me is a whole game changer right there. The faders in Pro Tools stayed wherever they were when the session opened up, and I'm in here going, oh, that reverb's a little loud.
even locked inside till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
We got to decide this part. I keep slacking on this. Where's our freaking chorus?
Even if our eyes don't meet.
I'm going to call the chorus that part, I think. The next part's a post-chorus.
So prove me wrong.
Like, this feels post-chorusy to me.
So prove me wrong.
And that's the part right before the verse, which is the changeover. So it's like, this feels more chorusy to me.
And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we bear.
So I'm going to determine that's the chorus. I hit the down arrow so I can come up here and go chorus 1. It's arguable if it is, but we will determine that it is. Chorus 1, and we'll call it marker 4. Because 1 is the start, 2 is the end. Verse 1 will be marker 3, and this will be 4.
You wrong. So prove me wrong.
I'd hit the down arrow again to mark this, and then we're going to call this post-chorus. You call it a turnaround. You can call it whatever you want. We'll go 5 on that. I got 5 on it. Let's get to the verse.
Wrong.
Where's the verse? It's over here somewhere.
It all the time. Whiskey lover.
Verse starts where the word starts.
Macy.
It starts from jump, huh? This is as good a time as any to find the start of the song. Well, we already know this is the fusion. It's not the beat. Let's got to go back to volume. Why is this volume down negative 2.8 dB? What's going on over there? How'd that happen? I don't know, but let's change it. Let's go back up to 0. Every once in a while, that's the right move, by the way. You take it all down a dB, you raise it up in the choruses 1 dB up to get back to 0, but it'll give you this built-in push. And in this song, we may do something like that on the ending.
Whiskey lover.
I like to pull it all the way down and then sometimes fade in. If you have a lot of compression on a song and it just starts at the top, you'll hear like a sometimes I fade that in so it's not so aggressive on the
Macy.
But we'll see. Let's go from here.
Macy. Macy was. Macy.
That kind of works. just don't ever, wherever your song starts, so like in this case, it's this and the words, 400ths of a second prior at a minimum. That's how I look at it, minimum. So if this is where it starts, that's where the wave starts to do something. We want, 0.59. So the second spot, the 9 decimal, where that is the 9, you want that to be at least, 0.553, but I would go beyond it. I go further. That's the minimum. So I just usually pick a spot, any spot. So that's like 538. That's good enough. You don't have to be sacred with it. It just. So like all this is unnecessary.
Macy.
So I know if I'm over here at 538, that's plenty of time. And then I'm just going to kind of get closer with this thing. It's 536. I'm going to just put a start here. Start, and it's number 1 in the position 1. Those numbers are very helpful, so you don't want to mess around with the numbers. Like, you should have those numbers make sense, so you can always get to the start by decimal 1 decimal on your number pad. Get to the end by decimal 2 decimal. Those are the numbers you need. 1 and 2 to be start and end, as far as I'm concerned. Let's find where the ending really is. There's a lot of tail on that reverb, so it ends somewhere here. So we want to be after that, whatever this is. Where are we at? This is 696. So that 696 was like right here-ish. So we want to be, 7-4 or 7 beyond that, 7-5, 7-6, anywhere after. It's just like in the front, so 6-9, whatever. So like 8, whatever is fine. You could always overestimate instead of under, because if a song has a little air at the end, nobody cares. Like, who cares if you're listening to the album and then there's 1 extra second of silence or 2 before the next track? Like, nobody cares. If anything, it's better than for a track to end and the next one just starts right away. It punches you in the face and it feels awkward, in my opinion. It feels awkward. So I try to always err on the side of more space at the end of the track, not less. And soften the fade if you have like a reverb even. It's just the tail of a reverb. Keep it nice and soft. Like, that might be actually not soft enough. But it actually might be built into the guitar already. Like, the fade could have existed when the track was printed that we kept. And you'll never be able to make it longer unless you time stretch or something. But who needs to do that? I've also done ridiculous things like a parallel track with a crazy reverb on it and get as much length as you want, and then fade that when you have like a bad faded tail of a guitar note or something that you want to be longer. Just do what I do with flavor tracks. Process the end through little plate on a different track and then just blend it in, and then it'll just be as much tail as you want. But in this case, this worked. To me, that works just fine. I might take it out a little more because it gets like a natural fade thing happening at the very end. I'll show you what I mean in case we want that. My speakers are really loud right now. That's why you can hear a hiss on the mic probably because I turned the volume super loud to hear the fade. But if you wanted more of that guitar, for example, this guitar here, I would just create another track, one mono audio track, guitar fade. I would make sure it's routed to the same place. I would grab this, like whatever the ending is. Make sure I grab all of it. I paste it below, and I don't usually do this in grid mode, but you could. If you did it in grid mode, it would be exact the same place, but you could paste this and just, be a little off. It still would be okay. I'll slide it a little just to show you what I mean, that it can still be okay. And then I'll come into Audio Suite, hit it with little plate, turn up the juice. Make sure the mix is all the way up. If you want to get rid of some low end, you could deal with the low cut. If you don't need to, then you leave it alone. But let's hear that. Even turn the mod on sometimes if you want to make the modulation happen. And now you can kind of make it whatever you want. I'll mess with clip gain to get it to be the right volume so it seamlessly kind of blends one into the next. In this specific case, I do think it might be better to actually just get it exact. So let's just paste it again, exact, same little plate. You could set this to whatever you want. I have a tendency to like deep cavern. I don't know what it does to the sound, but I like it. And the mod's not usually on, but deep cavern's my favorite setting on little plate. What you don't want is for it to sound louder, so you just adjust the clip gain until it feels right. It's not a perfect science. It's close enough, though. This kind of. It might make it just sound a little more natural. That's all we're really going for. And I would only do that if it's cutting out too early. This part one doesn't feel like that, but that's your fix if it is, if you do get a situation like that. And then you could always play with the different, the low cut. You could play with a different reverb. You could play with a different, like if that's a spring sound, maybe a spring would work better than little plate because that's a plate, that kind of thing. A spring might be the answer for this. Might sound even more natural than that. So you go in here, you hit up the spring jam. What is it? It's called, I think, Black Spring. I think this one comes with Pro Tools. Just a bit more natural. If you don't like it, hit undo, hit it with more, sometimes put it in reverse, something weird. But that, something like that'll help. You might even be able to slide it a little too, so you can get it to be longer. Just make sure you get the fade locked. Yeah, it's a lot of playing around with stuff for very little gain, but if a fade bugs you, it'll be worth it. I kind of liked it the best when it was right wherever it was with the reverse on it. That was just that little spring action on it's pretty cool. And don't be afraid to hit it with two things. Hit it with Black Hole if you want it to last forever. Hit it with Black Hole Reverb is a fun one. Gotta love the freeze button on it. So yeah, I wouldn't say this is critical or even good, but it's always saved me when I needed something. So it hopefully put it in your toolbox, use it when you need to. And it also mess with panning if you want. Like, it doesn't have to be down the center. You can put an auto pan on it like I like to do, and it'll move the thing around so you'll be distracted. It won't have to be the exact sound once it starts moving on you. It'll be like, oh, cool, thing's moving now. Also, slow it down. Don't always leave it fast. I slow this thing way down. So it's like all the little things distract you. Jimmy Quayle wrote, sometimes I just love to watch other people do all the work. Yeah, man. That's what it is, dude. You get ideas. Honestly, you get ideas. Everybody gets ideas from watching people. And this is so much better than the forums years ago when that was all there was. 100 times better. Like, sometimes I'm amazed with the amount of information that exists today compared to years ago for people who do what we do.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
And I'm actually thinking I'm going to make it small after this part too.
So prove me wrong.
Like, we'll go back to small.
Prove me wrong.
Typically, I wouldn't do something like that. And I'm debating if it's the right move even now, but let's hear it.
You wrong. So prove me wrong.
Yeah, it almost feels like it's got to stay up there.
Be wrong.
It can come off here. All right, so our outro goes back to loud, obviously, because how could it not? And loud, I mean, just stereo imaging basically comes out again. And then this part it's out, this part it's in. Let's make sure the start of that makes sense.
Those bags and booze made us sing, but I loved her, 'cause you and I
think I want it to come back here. This is kind of the chorus.
But I loved her, 'cause you and I
So I hit the down arrow to get that arrow up there, in case you're curious. That's how I know where the spot is every time. I'm clicking the down arrow as it happens in real time while I'm listening. And then I just drag this into position. Then I zoom in a crazy amount and drag it into position. That'll get me as close as I need to be, I think. Now, chorus. Okay, so then we stay out. All right, what's happening here?
prove me wrong.
Verse 2. Sometimes you got an extra dot in there. It gives you issues. That's why I just deleted that extra dot. Okay. Where are we at now? So that's verse 2. So now we have a kind of a basic sense. Start is also verse 1 and then chorus 1. So chorus 1, it's still out. And then it comes, we get wide again in the post chorus. So I like that. A little bit of difference. Let's hear how that goes.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe.
That way the song's building at least. The first chorus is still kind of narrow. And then the post chorus is the only time it opens up. Then it gets narrow again. Then the chorus and the post chorus both stay open, which I dig.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Might as well mark this post chorus 2. Even if we keep it wide the whole time. But, you know, I kind of like saving the width for special moments. Like, if everything's wide, nothing's wide. If everything's loud, nothing's loud. So really try to pick your moments, if you can help it. You know, it's tempting to just be like, oh, I want it wide everywhere. Well, then it's wide nowhere. Congratulations. Okay, that'll work. All right. So now we're jamming along, we're wide throughout the whole outro. I'll take it. Because once the song punches in, I sort of need it to be super wide. You know, unless we want to make it narrow and then bring it back in the solo wide, but I don't think we even need that. Closed back crew. Oh, man. Don't you love spending 45 minutes on a tom reverb just to switch it back to dry? Oy vey, Alex Christoph drums, absolutely. Never tom reverb. Just use your smush bus and then, you know, make sure you have enough room sound in the crush, the drum crush, to get some reverb on the toms through the rooms. That'll always sound better than a reverb on the toms, but sometimes I do put a lexicon or something on the drums, the toms or the snare or the whatever. It's, you know, right now there's nothing, including the snare. There's nothing on nothing. But this is my snare reverb track, bus 33. Let's see something. No, maybe there is something. Let's see. Am I wrong? Sometimes I'm wrong. Oh, no, I'm right. Because it says negative 129. So it's really, negative 129 is just shy of total infinity below zero. Like, you can't hear that. And it's,
Be wrong.
see, the meter's not doing nothing or nothing. It's just chilling.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
So yeah, I bet you if I take this in and out, we won't hear nothing. Because it's 129 dB below zero, it's low. But I could make that louder. We could hear if it's a benefit. Sometimes I test stuff on and off like that, but this is just my kind of, go-to lexicon. And then the dB verbs sometimes in like the verses or the choruses will have both. The other part of the song will just have one. And I automate them just like I just did the fusion. I'll automate like the EMT or the dB verb. I have the EMT 250 here also just in case. And now that we have our marks, it's usually way easier to do this. For the moment, I'll take the dB verb out completely so we don't have to worry about that. Let's just listen to what it sounds like.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
I may do something on like one of these mics, like the snare side, put like a devil lock on it or something to really just make it punch through the speakers, which is, it's a good way. It's an aggressive compressor.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing.
This might be a good opportunity to, instead of changing the gate, this is like we just do what I was talking about earlier. We'll take this track, shift option D, duplicate that track, treat them like two separate tracks, because the devil lock definitely worked in the beginning, and then when it got crazy, now it became hi-hat city.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear.
So like once it gets to this part, that devil lock is going to come off, and we could automate it off, or we could lower it a lot. And that's why I created another track, so we'd have more freedom than just automating it off. But your first try, if you didn't want to do another track, could be to just bypass it wherever the problem happens. And that's probably the quickest way if it'll just work like that. I just like to give myself more options.
People couldn't bear.
So like maybe after that big hit, See if that works.
Share the things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help, couldn't bear. Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone. Couldn't bear. Couldn't help it.
Yeah, that doesn't sound terrible, but the hi-hat is my enemy. Where are you at, hi-hat?
Couldn't bear. Couldn't bear.
I'm not sure we need this center overhead.
Couldn't bear. Couldn't help it. Only by
Creating that dark interior, maybe very compressed too.
couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
I appreciate that. Alex. That's awesome. Thank you, brother. It's honestly the hi-hat doesn't bother me in the song until I added that devil lock to it, and then it started to rough me up a little bit. The devil lock will bring out stuff though. That's why I use it on like anytime you want a rim click. The Shure, that Shure device that the devil lock was like based off of, the whatever it's called, level lock. The level lock was really good at doing that, and that's why the devil lock's also really good at doing that. At like bringing, if you have a click, a rim click, just want that to be nice and clearly heard, throw that on it. Problem is, any other part of the song where there are like hi-hats playing or something, it's going to be too loud. So you got to, 2 separate tracks, treat them both differently, or take the devil lock off in, automation. That's the move. One or the other. Closed back crew. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about headphones. Yeah, dude. It's that's the way to go. I like closed back in terms of mixing, like to get a sense of things better, I think. But I like open back when it comes to like enjoyment. And for some reason, open back people swear by for like long hours mixing. I just can't ever wear headphones for a long time. So maybe that's my problem with open backs. I just can't ever wear them long enough to make it where I get a sense of what's really going on. where I could trust them for like a whole mix. I'm not someone who mixes in headphones. I check in headphones, but I can't mix in headphones. Well, not yet. I shouldn't say can't. I can't yet because I haven't done it much. Most of my time mixing is on speakers. Years ago, when I was in an apartment and I couldn't turn music up loud, and I used to get people banging on the ceiling and stuff, when they thought the music was, when they were sick of hearing the same part, like on loop, repeated, and me mixing it or whatnot, I was using headphones. And I felt like my mixes jumped up levels of translation as soon as I switched to speakers, and that's why I never really went back. At the time, I had really bad speakers, and mixing it in a place where you have neighbors is just not an option really. So I had to use headphones. But my first set of speakers that were they were what Event 2020s, and they might be okay, but I couldn't tell up from down on them. But that was an improvement over headphones for me, and they were not good speakers really, like for what I needed. And then later down the line, I got NS10s, and I felt like that's a huge upgrade. I really liked using NS10s. And then I thought Barefoot 01s was going to be the upgrade from that, and then I wound up using them for like, very less than the NS10s. I would use them on cube mode. I've talked about that, where it's just not the full range of the speaker, and I had more use for them that way than I did full range. They didn't really work with the way I hear. And yeah, so it's just interesting how that goes. But dude, what you wrote about the drums makes me happy, because I told you I'm playing drums on this one, which is, it's not something I always do, but I feel like I had a good understanding of what the song should be done on this one. On Green Smoke, if you whoever Niles mentioned Green Smoke, somebody mentioned Green Smoke, I'm playing drums on that one too. But yeah, we were going for that. I can feel it I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Yep. You were going for that tom reverb. That's interesting. You should know that. You are a drummer. Yep. One of the best drummers of all time, Phil Collins. His groove, man. Dude had groove for days. Just solid groove. But Black Hole Sunfeel, that's awesome. Soundgarden's my jam right there. But yeah, this is a song written by my buddy Matt, and the dude is solid. Great songwriter, great singer, great musician in general, multi-instrumentalist. He's playing Rhodes and the synth, like, synth bass part, the Rhodes part, and he's singing lead on this. But the dude is an amazing guitarist, amazing bass player. He plays violin. I feel like he could pick up, and he plays drums also. I feel like he could pick up any instrument and just rock it, because he's that good. He's got a great ear. I appreciate that, Alex. That you like the beat. Alex wrote, if you ever have an extra $400 for lunch, get yourself the Atom Audio D3V. They are shockingly powerful and clear. I bet, but I hate the process of like buying headphones. I hate it. That's why I'm convinced actually that I can learn how to mix on headphones using the Focals that I know and the Manny Marroquin MM500s. I'm convinced that if I buy another pair of headphones, I'm making the wrong move. I'm totally convinced. Between those two, I have the ones I know in the closed back Focal Classic Spirit Pros from like 15 years ago, and then the MM500s, a modern updated version of like good sounding headphones. Between those two, I'll figure it out. I'm confident if I just did it long enough, I'd figure it out. I just don't like having music that close to my head. I like the air in the room. I like a little breathing space. Everyone doesn't love headphones. in my opinion. Like, I like it when I'm forced to wear headphones in a car or something, listening to music, like on a plane. I mean, come up with a bunch of, while you're running around a track or something, like, all right. But, if I'm trying to work all day, I need air. Give me air. Oh, they're desktop speakers. Nice. GDP wrote, I remember the neighbors who lived in the same apartment building in Osaka back in 2003 left an anonymous note complaining about me playing bass at night. It was never me, not once. Suckers. Yeah. I feel like every musician has stories about neighbors complaining. It's just part of it. You have to think about so much if you're a musician, when it comes to where you're going to live. Like, that's something other people don't ever have to think about, is like distance between the houses. And it's critical to do what we want to do, because, you think Prince looked at his watch and said, it's too late. He didn't talk like that. He had a very deep voice. I don't know why I'm using the Michael Jackson voice for Prince. That's a big no-no. But he just, any hours, he'd be like, time to go to the studio. This is time to work. He wasn't thinking about the clock. And I think most musicians don't think about the clock. Hence, I'm on the East Coast and I started this stream at 1:30 a.m. That's what I'm talking about.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help it. Only bottles, bags, and booze.
Let's see how we can set this thing lightly. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Wolf Compressor Mastering Edition. The big difference, it has no noise on it, and it has a soft clipper, and it has a limiter built on to the end of it. So not only do you get compression, you also get a saturation flavor combined with a brick wall limiter or a follows the mix limiter, whatever that means. I assume that just means not a brick wall limiter. Either way, we go through. Let's see how to make this thing do very little. It took me a while to figure it out, but I'm there. See how it says comp gain reduction? You need this to read less than that, like -1, 2. And it's hard to get it to do that. You deal with the threshold until you take the makeup gain down, whatever you got to do. You come up here, the limit gain reduction, this is the brick wall part. You want that to be as low as you can get away with. And then it will start to sound more transparent. Prior to that, this thing is working. So, if you want it to work, perfect. If you don't want it to work, make sure that number and that number are both low. And let's see what we can get away with. There's a lot of other things about this too, like the different flavors of saturation, how they're named after places. Chino, Detroit, Melbourne. I dig that. There's a lot of cool stuff about this plug. All Goodhertz plugins have a coolness. You could also turn off any of these parts that you don't like, which I like also. You could, your soft clipper, what is it over here? You can turn it off. You could turn off the comp part and just have the limiter. Like, you could kind of do anything. It's one of my, I love Wolf Comp. I love the Wolf Comp Mastering Edition. I don't hate this, and so a lot of times I'll just save it as started here. Because in case I want to compare what it sounds like to be kind of smushed, the Wolf Comp has a always smushing kind of sound. It's always compressing. That was kind of the magic of the algorithm when they copied the 303, it's Dr. Sample 303 or something or other. That sampler, the vinyl algorithm in it was this always compressing thing. And that's what this does.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
GDP wrote there was a bassist. I was the one singing in another room. Nice, dude. So they were blaming you for the bass. That's the worst.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw.
So like right now, I want the limiter to be lower. So in order to achieve that, I could take down the input to the limiter section. I could also take down the makeup gain out of the compressor. So there's several ways to achieve the same thing.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share.
And now we're at least close to just a slightly compressed version. And I might turn the compression up a little bit on this section, but leave the ratio kind of low.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share.
Turn that drive up for as much grit as you want. It gets crazy quick, so I keep it kind of between 100 and 120 usually.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe.
One of these days I'll figure out what slew means, because that I really don't know. Soft clip saturation slew, and then slew, soft clip limiter slew. One of these days I'll figure out what slew is. Until then, we will twist the knob and hope to hear the difference. I don't know what slew does. I wish I had a clue. Anybody know what slew does? Throw it in the jam. Throw it in the jam. Uncle Rick is screaming nap time. No arguing. I'll see you guys in a bit. Keep cooking, bro. It's my second favorite track next to Try Me. So I dig it. I dig it. That's good to hear. It's good news. That's good news.
Don't mean, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
You could also change the style of compression from opto to FET, which is more 1176 kind of aggressive, right? Opto is chiller. So who doesn't like a compressor that works based on light? I do. Opto. Compressor based on light.
'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
I like how it's barely audible, which is cool. And I could make it as aggressive as I want, but I like how it's barely working. And that's, in my opinion, a good way for a limiter to work. Keep the red lights off. I can make this as aggressive as I want, but barely hearing it is a nice place to start. And as opposed to like slamming it, and sometimes that works, but I like to barely hear it and go the other way rather than slam it and back it off. At least it's a starting point to barely hear it.
At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete.
I'm going to turn down the rooms a little bit. Because I feel like this is where that weirdness in the hat is coming. Yeah, that left mic right there is a lot of hat. I'm actually going to pan these different because the hat is clearly on my left side right now. Which is the way it would be, though, if it was a drum set. So maybe I won't. I'll leave it alone. Never mind.
But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets.
Let's go back to the other view real quick. I'm digging this view. I don't want to abandon ship on this view just yet.
But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is
Toe Man! We got Toe Man in the house. We got the Glockenspiel with the Toe Man, dude. How we doing over there? Prove me wrong indeed. Prove me wrong. The bloom down, blow. To the bloom down. Blow, blow, down, blow, 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 down, down, but a bone down. Bum, boom, down, down. But a bone down, down. Boom, 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 boom. Little bicycle horn of trust and goodwill and good faith. That's what that is. It's the good faith bicycle horn of, hey, how you doing? What's going on? It is 6 a.m. on the East Coast. Do you know where your children are? That's what it is.
But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. Busy, 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 busy. My time is my time. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete.
That's right, Toe Man. My time is wasted on me. It's a cool line. It makes you think. It makes you think a little bit. It's like Macy. Macy makes you think a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Toe Man?
But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if.
Let's see if we can get away with it. I'm not sure we even need it, but let's see. The VCME's off. I've been toggling it on and off, and I have it off right now. Let's see if we can get away with a little ATR 102 if we even need it. I'm glad you hear me over there, Toe Man. I'm glad you hear me, brother.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her.
We're doing the Chad Blake special right here. 3 flavors of saturation before we go into anything else, we got Studer, Toop, and ATR 102. So we're going for that old school saturated vibe, and I think we're pretty much there. And then a bus comp doing like 2 dB or 3-ish most of the time, and then the sidecar doing 2 dB. So between the bus comp and the sidecar, we're sitting around 4 dB right there of gain reduction. Not a whole lot. The Mic DSP always got to do something. It's doing about probably 3 to 4. And I'm not sure if we need a whole lot else, honestly. I like the VCME, though. I'm experimenting. We're experimenting in this one with a mostly SSL console workflow. We've really added nothing else to the other tracks, except I was talking about this Fender plugin I like that you can reamp with, essentially. So I threw that on just to talk about it. But yes, more is less indeed. Less is more is less. All of that. Absolutely true. I like CLA's answer that he's like, less isn't more is more. You gotta love CLA and his answers, and Tom Lord Algae's answers. They're great answers. Like, those guys are so fun to listen to. And I love that. I love CLA's less isn't more is more. It's like the perfect t-shirt. Also, up there on my list of like amazing mixers. If I was going to make a dream team of mixers, Tom Lord Algae and Chris are on it. Of course, they're not only on it, they're starting 5 100%. And there's a bunch of people on it. I never really thought about that, but that'd be a good video. I should make that video. I'm curious what other people think their top mixers are, because everyone has a different opinion and flavor on mixers, who they like. Every mixer has a slightly different way they approach things. Brendan O'Brien would obviously be on my starting 5 100%. It's tough to pick 5, but Brendan's on there 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I don't want to leave anybody out either. Like, when I think about it, that's a tough one. It's a tough one when you start getting to think about it. It's like, is Eddie Kramer on there? Because he mixed Hendrix stuff? Is Glyn Johns on there? Probably. Is JJP on there? Most likely. Almost 100% yes. It's very tough. It's tough to pick 5. You could pick a team, but it's tough to pick 5. Is Chad Blake on there? 100%. So it gets difficult. I like Sheps' work too, like a lot. So it's interesting when you break it down. But I'd say Brendan O'Brien probably has more of my favorite mix albums that are like, sonically the things I look for when I'm A and Bing or testing or, whatever you would call it, referencing stuff. I think Brendan O'Brien has the most on my list, but like, how you going to not put Andy Wallace on that list? Like, what a crazy, you can't pick 5. It's impossible. You could pick a football team's worth, like a starting football team. You can't pick 5, though. Cannot pick a basketball team. It's impossible. What about me, Evan? What about me, says Toman. Toman, that's an amazing statement right there. It deserves a triangle. And Toman. It deserves a little Toman on there. Bada bing. You heard it here first. Toman. It's a great point, Toman. It's a great point you have there. What about me, Evan? What about me? Keeping it light, keeping it alive, keeping it lively. Water plug in time. Everybody water plug in. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button. If you haven't, this stuff comes at you, and we do it all the time. Get your session ready when we attack this again. I'm going to give this another few minutes, but I do feel like this is going to require a finishing day with automation. Little final finishing touches, maybe some flavor, but there's already so much vocal flavor stuff built in. Probably not going to add any. Just some automation moves and some finishing touches on a finishing day. Get the bulk of it out of the way today, so that feels good. I'm playing with the mix bus stuff right now. I won't take that off if whatever else I do, so those moves going to stay. So we shall figure it out. We shall figure it out. Yeah.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
Let's do what I've been doing. We'll save this as started here, just in case I want to get back to whatever I started at. And the funny thing is, wherever this is, like, it's a tweaked version of Push 456 Fat Master. And that's not to be confused with the Austin Powers character. This is just by far the thickest setting I could, like, pull up on that from a preset point of view, and then I always tweak it. So by selecting GP9 instead of 456, I've definitely added more highs to it and took some of the crunchiness and degradation away that exists when you rock 456 tape. The GP9 is much cleaner. The only thing I've ever recorded to like this to tape, the only thing is a GP9. I have a reel of GP9, and I came up after the tape era, so even having that was like an experience in and of itself. But it's just an interesting thing. I feel like it would have been cool to do more stuff to tape, but I have one reel of GP9 that it's just my memory.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
We got Lycopenna Rock. How do you say that? Lycopenna Rock. 1,000 thanks as always. I really appreciate that, my dude. Yo, that's the first time I remember seeing this name, so you're going to get a special sound, one that I've been saving for this moment. That one. This is now you've graduated into the next category, which is the bicycle horn of truth and desire. And the bicycle horn is the friendly one that everybody gets that I've seen before. So you've graduated into the bicycle horn category, which is awesome. It's also my favorite sound on the thing because it makes me smile. And that's awesome. We also have this one. So you got a bunch of sounds right there because you're the man. I appreciate you checking it out. Lycopenna Rock. Lycopena Rock. Lycopen E-Rock. It's one of those. That's awesome, dude. The sound effects are I appreciate that you dig this thing. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for checking it out. There's going to be tons more of these. You're always welcome. Oh, okay. Lycopene. Lycopene is in tomatoes. Huh. Nice. GDP, am I pronouncing that right? what am I doing wrong with the pronunciation? Is it lysopene? I don't think I'm that familiar with tomatoes. I mean, of course I've eaten tomatoes, but I don't know. I read this thing one time that said tomatoes are bad for your gut. So I think I stopped eating tomatoes. When I say I think, I mean, I probably had it in the last week once, but like before that, I think it's been months since I've had a tomato over here. I ain't rocking those tomatoes no more, but I rock with you, my dude. I rock with you over there. Lysopene as in tomatoes. There we go. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'll be the first to say, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
This 900 has some depth to it, doesn't it? As soon as I switch to the 900 tape, for some reason on this track, it just brings to life this extra layer of goodness. You feel that? Does the Studer in sync mode do anything? I use repro mostly. I feel like everybody uses repro. That's a good question. As far as I know, does it in sync mode, does it do anything? Well, let's experiment. I don't know the answer to that. I know that I use it in repro so that I have the repro EQ, but for some reason, this is where we were, right? Let's copy this to B, paste it in here, and then let's just put it in repro and hear the difference.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet.
It sounds darker.
'Cause you and I, we were complete. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet.
Definitely sounds darker, I'll tell you that right now. But the weird thing is the EQ is down like on the repro, but it could just be the repro EQ changing the game on us a little bit. What I like to do is start with this Fat Master jam. The Fat Master is in sync mode. So if you notice, like a lot of these other ones are repro. When I found this thing a long time ago and it was in sync, it was always my favorite setting. So I would tweak from here. And that's the only reason this thing ever even wound up in sync mode, because I'm with you. Repro mode always felt like the right choice. So you tell me. I'm confused just like you are now. And I don't mind saying it, but that there's definitely this Push 456 Fat Master was like the biggest low end, warmest bottom thing going. So I would just tweak from that. Let's listen to what that sounds like.
And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home.
You notice how much more low end is on this one? That's B. So when I actually took out low end to tweak this thing a bit, and I also changed it to the 900 tape instead of the 456 because I felt like it was adding depth, but not adding so much low end. As soon as we get back to B, the 456 at +3 and ½ inch just seems really low end full. So I'm rocking a whole different 900 +6 1/4 inch. And I feel like it takes away some of that boom at the bottom.
And I wonder.
And it's also 15 inches per second, just like this. They're both, so I haven't changed that at all. We're 15 IPS on both.
And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets,
There's definitely more top end on it, and just be careful. Be careful when you get done with a 5 hour mix like we're at now or whatever the time is. It's pretty close to something like that, 5 hours. We started at 1:30 a.m. What time is it? It's almost 6:30. Be careful when it comes to anything bright is going to be like, oh, that's better. It's brighter. You got to fight that with everything you have. As soon as you fall into the every brighter is better trap, it's all over from there. I can't tell you how many times I worked way too long on a mix and then listened to it the next day and was just like, why is this mix brighter than the sun? And it's because of a bunch of compounded decisions about, you know, oh, brighter, better, brighter, better, brighter, better. And it'll just ruin everything you're doing. And it'll be very hard to judge that after 5 hours. With fresh ears, it's way easier to figure that out, especially if you listen to some other music first and don't put one track on. Put a bunch of different tracks from different mixers, different albums, different eras to just kind of calibrate. I think that's another mistake people make. If you're referencing stuff and it's the totally different arrangement, different era, different everything, and you're trying to make something that's not like that at all sound like it, you're always going to be disappointed. I like to listen to music before I start mixing as just to give me like a baseline of, okay, I'm reminding myself of what my speakers sound like when a mix sounds good. How much low end is it? How wide is it? What's the snare feel like? It's about feel. I don't try to remember any of it. I don't love the idea of going back and forth between a reference and your mix. I don't love that idea so much unless you're trying to target a sound specifically, which is its own can of worms, because I think every mix should be able, you got to let it sound like what it wants to sound like. You can't try to push it into a jar when it doesn't belong in a jar. It belongs in a broom closet or belongs in a freaking milk carton, and you're trying to put it in a glass jar. It doesn't work. So a lot of times I'm sitting over here and listening to a bunch of different records, old school stuff. Curtis Mayfield, the bass sounds one way. You put on, a Stone Temple Pilots record, it sounds completely different. And now all over the spectrum, different stuff. I put on Beck, Everybody's Gotta Learn Sometime, one of my favorite tracks. I'll put on like the Virgin Suicide soundtrack. The Air stuff on there sounds amazing. I love the way the drums sound on with the band Air. They sound so good. But I'll put on all this stuff all over the place, some Wolfpack maybe, and just kind of bounce around from different eras, all over the place, and then work on your stuff. And when I listen to my mix the next day, after you listen to some other stuff, then put on where you were, that's the biggest tell ever. And sometimes it'll take, when you think you're completely done, you listen one more time the next day, one time through your track, and then you'll know exactly what to do. So I recommend everybody do that. When you think you're finished with the mix, clear your ears the next day, play it one time straight through, and mentally take notes of what needs to change. That's what I do. I don't usually write anything down, but some people write things down if you need to. But don't hit stop. Play it through. Take notes. Then make some tweaks based on whatever you took. Make the tweaks where now you feel satisfied, okay? But don't make a version of the mix, listen to it again, then do that again. That's the rabbit hole. Just one time, then trust your gut on what you think should be different. Make those changes, print it, call it a day. Trust me, it's way better. You'll get the bar will keep raising on how consistent you can be when you can force yourself to work like that. But like I said, you have to be what you would call finished first. And for me, it's usually like roughly 2 sessions. I've done a ton in one. Like when I thought it was a good idea to stream for like 8 hours, I did what I would do on a day where I wanted to get a mix done that day. I'd work for 8 hours or 9 hours straight on a mix. So one of our streams was like 11 hours. I just would go until I felt like I was happy and it was done. And then I'd still do that next day in the morning thing where I would listen one time, make tweaks, call it done. Like to me, that's still the critical way to get done. You have to listen fresh. But now I split it up into 2 days to kind of keep the streams a little shorter. It feels good. Here we go. We got some GDP stuff. I'm glad you like the tip. Lycopena Rock. What do we got? In sync, the signal is being played back from the record head while the tape is moving like a yo-yo. Huh. The repro button doesn't use the tape, just the circuits of the tape recorder. It used to be used to know how the tracks would sound before printing it, by the way. Nice. This is all great stuff. In sync, the signal is being played back from the record head while the tape is moving like a yo-yo. Moving like a yo-yo. Like a yo-yo? Like back and forth? Like a yo-yo? Huh. Yo-yo. That's interesting. Because I don't know how you explain it, but the sound is so different with the pushed 456 Fat Master in sync mode. It's so, like, you heard the difference there. It's crazy, the difference. And I don't think it's just the EQ part of it. The repro EQ part. I don't think that's the only difference. It sounds very different. It's called user manual. The funny thing is how you just described, like what you just said makes like 10% sense to me. It could be because it's very late in my world, and it's, even though it's very early in the morning, it's very late technically, and after 6 hours, not a whole lot makes sense to me. But maybe it's because the user manual was written, in some crazy language, and it speaks only Ewok. I don't know. Makes it difficult to understand. A lot of user manuals, I know less when I finish reading them than when I started. Sometimes it's helpful. The JCF manual was awesome. I felt like that thing was a freaking the holy grail of manuals. The latte manual was like the holy grail of manuals. It was a good read. Felt like it was exciting. It was fun. It was like a good book. But some user manuals, I feel like I get done and I know less than when I started by a lot. I don't know if you guys feel that way. Using the repro just takes the tape out of the equation. So, yeah, so by that logic, the sync setting is more gooey because it actually takes the age or whatever of the tape into consideration. It just adds the additional medium of the tape. Is that true, GDP? Would you consider that true? Does it the sync head would be more, the other thing can't be as gooey. It's just running through the electronics of the tape machine. And the reason I mentioned the JCF, by the way, is because I think the JCF electronics are basically an Ampex tape machine, just without the tape. That's basically what it does, which is why I was so into it. Just in terms of, it sounds like a high-end tape machine, and not like it sounds degraded or it sounds like old tape or nothing like that. It just sounds like just really good. And like I said, I haven't used a ton of tape stuff, so a lot of that understanding is just from, I don't even know what, from just using the latte and loving what it sounds like, but also from, reading enough on what other people think it sounds like. Mark Daniel Nelson has a whole thread on the JCF stuff on Gearspace from a while back. I remember looking up some of that stuff because I think it was with Al Schmidt. Who was he, or was it with Bruce Swedian? I don't know. Somebody, I think it might have been Al Schmidt. I could have this wrong, but like I said, my brain does not work very well at the moment. He worked with somebody where they A and B different converters and picked that and used it as their DAC in the studio for a long time. And they were basically monitoring the mix off the auxiliary out, and then running everything else was basically running out through their, I don't know, using the balanced out. I don't know. Like I said, my brain ain't working, but I'm sure you could find that thread. It's a cool thread if you're curious about the JCF stuff, because it's amazing stuff. It really sounds ridiculous. Ridiculous in an amazing way, of course. Psychoacoustics, man, it's just crazy how we all hear differently. It's so true. Nothing is wrong and no second place trophies in mixing. Good stuff this morning, guys. Yeah, absolutely. There's no first place trophies in mixing either. There's no trophies. There's no crying in baseball. There's no trophies in mixing, even if technically there might be some trophies. It's still a mix as an opinion, you know? That's the best part, is that your opinion is your opinion. It can't be wrong. You could change your opinion later if you want, but it's your opinion. I was doing a live sound gig recently, and a dude came up to me and he goes, the kick's a little loud. I go, yeah, I like it. I like it just like this. And he's like, yeah, well, it's a little loud. And I was like, do you know what a mix is, dude? I go, it's an opinion, and this one's mine. Go have a beer. It's like, get the hell out of here, because it sounded awesome. And in my opinion, in a live sound gig, if you can't feel that kick rattle in your chest, it ain't loud enough. It doesn't have to be lead guitar, but the freaking thing needs to make people feel alive. That's when you go see a live band, you got to feel it. And if you don't have the kick loud enough, you won't feel it. To me, that's a big problem. The bass and the kick combat harshness. If you don't have enough bass and you don't have enough kick, like the bass guitar, the bass instrument, is what's going to combat everything that's annoying and brittle and thin and painful, like the top end of guitars potentially, or the top end of vocals, or the top end of all that. So if you don't have enough of that, that's your problem. It's not that other stuff's too harsh and you should make it dull. It's that you don't have enough low end in this mix. And that's really easy to tell in a live room, I think. Like when you're listening to a band, it's really easy to tell. You either all of a sudden feel it, like your body feels it, or it doesn't. It's so easy to tell when the volume is cranked how much is the right amount of bass, in my opinion. And mind you, the person who said that, they're just a musician. They don't mix for a living. It's not Brendan O'Brien. It's just a musician. It's not Dave Natal telling you that. It's just he's a guy who plays an instrument. You know what I'm saying? Take it with a grain of salt. I was as nice and gentle as I could, and, I just wanted him to know. Mix is an opinion. And it ain't yours. It's my opinion. Get out of here.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear.
I hear that tape squashing when I use the generic Push 456 Fat Master preset. I hear the tape squashing on us. That's this one.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
We're going to lower the volume of stuff right now. Now, there's several ways to lower the volume. When you've got like no buses like we've got here, it becomes very easy. to just grab all the tracks and lower everything instead of doing it on the master. So this is another situation where there's tons of ways to do everything. But in our case, the most amount of tracks, is all down here, right? So we're just going to grab every track in the session. Even so, this thing is inactive, so we're not going to worry about that one. But let's just grab everything in sight. And then anything that's a bus, like the snare, verb, track, forget that, because whatever's being sent, it's being sent from somewhere over here. So that means if it's not pre-fader, which I purposely don't select pre-fader so I don't have to think about this very often. If it's not pre-fader, bringing these down sends less level into whatever the bus is, like snare, verb. So I don't really have to think about it. I just take everything down except for the buses. And that is a good way to kind of rebalance your life on the mix. But like I said, there's several ways we could do this. You don't want to have any of your drum parallel stuff because, like I said, you're sending stuff into that. So less level means less level in. Bass, we didn't use a bass bus yet in this song. We may not use it at all, but it's sitting there just in case I need it. These are guitar tracks. There's no buses here. There's no buses here. This is all good. This is inactive. This is inactive. This is inactive. Okay, so everything else should be active and alive. Everything else. So I'm going to save it just in case I ever need to get back to wherever I am right now. We make sure we hit save session. Now we're going to Apple G and call it, all for bring down. I usually call something, long names are fine if if you have an all already and then you want, what is this? This is the all for bring down, obviously. What else? Good. So this is all good. And now I can just pull anywhere as long as there's no automation. If you're worried about if you did automation or not and whether or not it'll move the stuff or miss something, just go to volume and then just pull it down. If you get outside of the track, notice how if I come all the way out away from where the end is, it'll bring down everything, even if you have automation in it or what, just get all the way to the right of it. Whereas if you wind up doing that over here and you have something done here, it might only move the front of it. But if you get way outside it moves everything.
Macy saw more than her.
So what I do, I took it down 3.3 dB. Let's see. 4.6 becomes 7.9. So yeah, 3.3. So 3.3 dB, just to see where it's what we're at, because I'm looking at the levels on the LUFS meter and everything, and I'm bugging out. I mean, it's 6 LUFS or 6.5 or something at the loud point. It's pretty loud. It's no reason to be that loud as far as I'm concerned. I'm also looking at this. If it sounds good, then don't care what the meter says. But when I'm looking at this, I really want to be short of the anywhere near clipping. I really want to be short of that going down through my chain. So I'm always aware of it.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
So even how I'm getting close to yellow here is not so preferable, but if I took all this off, I bet you it would be way more in line of what I'm used to. So just gaining a little bit of level through this stuff is not so bad, as long as you still stay way away from the clipping zone. And like I said, there's many ways. If I take this down on the master, it's also going to do the same thing. So you don't even need to really grab all your tracks and pull them down if you didn't want to. You could just do it here. I just use this in a different way. Once I automate my VCAs, what I like to do is then, once I'm in the VCA zone, I've done my automation, sometimes you're too loud at that point. So I like to save this for then. So in other words, I won't touch this until my VCA automation's done. And then if I'm too hot at that point, I'll bring the master down from there. And that's just my workflow. I'm bringing down all the tracks until I do VCA automation. Then from there, I'll do this. Because then it shows me how where I picked up level in automation, how much level I picked up. So if it's a question of it sounded good, but now I did some automation and I have to bring it down 8 dB or something, sometimes it's just good for me to know that. Whereas I can keep track of it super easy if I do the master always at the same point in the mix. So it's, again, I just try to work as methodically as possible in a way that I can justify, make sense. That's really it. It's not like it should work for everybody or whatever. For me, it works because I want to know that number. I want to know if I automated stuff like crazy amounts. Not that I would maybe do it again or that it's bad. It's just that I want to know if I needed to bring this thing down 10 dB or something, or if it was 5 dB or 6. I just want to have an idea. Because I know that there's usually sweet spots for me where if I do the automation right, where it'll work in the song, this might not have to come down any more than, say, I don't know, 5 to 8 dB, something in there. That's kind of normal, I would say. It could need to come down that much. Sometimes it doesn't get touched at all. So it really depends on the song, but generally no more than that. And I like to know that going in. Not like I don't need to bring it down 10 dB or 12 or 15. If I did, like I told you, maybe the song calls for it, but it's just a good thing that I like to keep in my head. It also lets me know what stage I'm at just by looking at the mix bus. I don't have to figure out, like, did I automate? Is the stuff in the groups yet? Is there, like, if these lanes are different and I don't have to see the stuff, it just makes it kind of make sense. Sometimes I'll hide that, get it out of the way, just to be able to listen and not see what moves have been made. It's just nice to know. Like, okay, I'm down 5 dB on the master. No big deal. Doesn't make any difference. It's just for my understanding of my own, what I'm doing.
Complete, even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to.
I sort of like it with the ATR. So sometimes I get into this thing where if I turn it on early enough, there's very possible I'll have a mix with 3 different kinds of saturation on it. It's not totally out of the question.
Prove me wrong.
It really comes down to, do we want Wolf comp or not?
And booze made us sing a major tune, but I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong.
Yeah, this thing is definitely kind of squashing a little bit in a way that I'm not sure I like. Let's play with some different settings on this thing real quick.
But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we.
It's so funny how the compression is going to be like crazy high numbers until you set things differently. Like, it's almost as if they expect you to go into this thing so quietly. If you do that, I bet you this thing has a great time boosting up the level of everything. But if you go in kind of where your mix already sounds good and you try to use this thing delicately, none of the presets work. That's really the point. So if you're going to tweak from a preset, you'll find yourself taking the threshold complete opposite direction. You know, the makeup gain down to almost nothing because it just doesn't need much.
We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
It's doing 20 dB of compression. It's doing 20 dB of compression. It's on Stone Thrower. There's also like Serban's Digitape. They have a Serban preset.
We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Well, at least it's adding a little bit of life there. I don't hate that. And I like how the slew on the limiter is at 50%. Talk to me, slew. I got to read the manual and figure out what that is. I like how the ratio is super low, 1:2 to 1. Woohoo!
We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
This might be a job for Gold Clip or the inflator instead. It's not lost on me that that might be the case. The inflator. Our good old Oxford inflator.
We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune.
That's interesting. That was actually with a gold clip and inflator on. I didn't know I was doing that until I just looked at the screen.
We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Gold clip seems to be the winner over inflator on this one.
Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home.
Le gold clip indeed, GDP. We got gold clip, and we're going to compare that to the VCME, and it's hype.
Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
It gets tighter. That's an interesting preset on there because I changed a lot of stuff about the release, the threshold, but it gets tighter when you add that. Like it tightens the middle up even more. Let's throw these on real quick.
Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I just made the critical mistake that I hate that happens sometimes. If you're not careful, I always have to remember to do this, and I like when I get tired, I never do. I'll make a group with globals on for all the bring down, and then I just touched every EQ in the whole game. That's why it sounded like crap as soon as I turned that one knob.
Far eyes don't mean, at least I have this song to prove you wrong.
So what I'm actually going to do, just to undo that, it's 6:58 a.m. I'm going to go to a session save that's like 2 minutes ago. That's why I do the every minutes. We have a 6:57 and a 6:55, just so I don't have to open up two of them. The 6:57 might work, but I'm going to do the 6:55 because that's definitely going to work because it wasn't that long ago. So 6:55 a.m. Let's open that up and just bear with me while I do that because I'll lose my mic is when that's happening. So just bear with me, and I'm going to open this session up from a few minutes ago because sessions file saves are your best friend. So this is a lesson right here. Make sure it saves every minute, which is, if you have it set for every minute, it's still going to be every minute. Sometimes it will miss 2 minutes. It's what it's going to do. So you might as well do every minute, and that way I have options to get right back to where I was in a worst case scenario. So let us do it. Jumping back to 6:55. Here we go. All right, I'm back. And we're going to save this so we know where we left off. 6:55 because that was the time. So, back to where we were. Oh, Steve Albini, he should be on my list. You're absolutely right. No, he's on my list. I just forgot about him. That's what I mean. It's tough to have everybody on that list. And how do you not have the guy who mixed, Thriller on there? Like, how do you not have the guy who mixed Beat It? And isn't that Bruce Swedian? Like, how do you not have that? You gotta have that. So, like, what are we talking about over here? You know what I'm saying. What are we talking about? So, make sure I get that off so I can touch things if I need.
Bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong, so prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Thanks. I appreciate that. That's awesome, man. You're in Ohio? That's sick. I love how we're all over the place in one studio and yet all in different studios. I love that. It's amazing. I appreciate that you said, Lycopene Rock said, sounds great in my cans here in Ohio. Is it lysopene? I know you said it's like the tomatoes, but I don't know if I've ever heard lysopene as a word pronounced before. Usually if I've heard it once, I know how to say it, but I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say that word out loud. So I don't know how to say it. Clear Mountain, Brower, Wallace, Chad, Brendan. Woo, that's a good starting five right there. Yeah, Clear Mountain has to be on my list too. How could I have not said Clear Mountain? Oh man, it's just, I feel like I might have, but maybe I didn't. Clear Mountain, Brower. Michael Brower's on his list too. Wallace, Chad, Brendan. It's a good list. Stelios Leosti, that's a quality list right there. I'm going to clap it up for that list. It's a quality list. It's a solid starting five. I feel like Brendan might be the tallest in that group. He might have to play center. I think Clear Mountain strikes me as the point guard. I don't know about you guys. I have no idea how tall Clear Mountain is, but he strikes me as the point guard.
And we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Is this session 80 minutes? Is it really? Whose session? My session's like 1,000,000 minutes. Is it an 80-minute session? Something had to go wrong. It had to.
Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Oh, your session. Oh, man. What's going on with your session over there, GDP?
We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, Elmhurst needs to be on there too. I agree. It's impossible to name five. I think it's the hardest thing ever. It's like saying, if you had to pick one album to listen to forever, like what would it be? It's tough. It's a really tough call. Oh, it's a live. You're dealing with a live show or something, 80-minute long live. That's rough. That's rough. We talked about doing something like that once. It's like, that's tough. That might be the good old touch latch. The rarely used, if ever, touch latch. For those long like either movie scores or mixing, live shows.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze. A major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Decided to try this real quick.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Stay on me, see.
the more saturated it gets, the more low end it removes. Something to think about when you're using this particular saturator on the SSL channel. It definitely takes low end out, which is why I've said before it tightens it up. So like sometimes your kick's too floppy, you could saturate it and it will tighten it up if you're doing it on the SSL channel. That's not always good. On a bass like this, we lose so much sub octave, but I can get it back by lowering the amount of distortion, also by boosting a ton more low end. Kind of compensates a little bit. But if I go into this bus, I get a lot of it back also. But I like the simplicity of this. It's just an SSL channel on the bass. It's so much less than all the stuff I would do on a bass guitar necessarily if I wanted to make it punch through, little speakers and everything else. I'm really going to saturate it. Whereas I'm not sure that this synth bass calls for that. See, even the way it stands now, it's tightened up the low end so much.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help.
That's better. I mean, it doesn't take as much away. In these headphones, it's very clear to me how much I was losing on the bass there.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets.
Later, Pongmaster, you're the man, dude. And great call, Lyco Penna Rock, for Tom Elmhurst. He's one of my favorites also. I love Tom Elmhurst, man. Yeah, it's Pongmaster. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by, checking it out. You're welcome here all the time. Keep that in mind. A solid bicycle horn for you on your way off. You're the man. Keep it coming. Keep working away. Do your thing. You're always welcome over here with us. Just like everybody else, we value engineers in whether you working on other stuff or you're working on music and you stopping by and being part of it. We love it. It's like, come stop by the studio, check it out. It's like we'll get together, we'll have a few laughs, all of that. I like his voice, man. Nice. That's awesome, dude. I appreciate that. This dude has a very cool voice. This is Matt. Matt's voice is awesome. I mean, it's versatile. That's why like these kind of harmonies in the chorus are so like buttery, and then the outro has got some grit on it.
In the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
Die Hard is right. One of my favorite all-time favorite movies ever. Die Hard.
Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. This song to prove you wrong, so prove me wrong.
I'm just going to try to get a very clicky sound out of this and see how I feel about that. I'm just going to leave this trigger here and just copy it and activate this one. Let's just kind of search out a couple sounds that are super clicky, like some hard beater clicky stuff. Let's do that. Maybe the sub. I probably don't even need the sub because I got so much low end coming from other things. Let's just hear that. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. How did we make that list and I didn't jump out and say Serban like on that list that I was making? Because 5 is impossible. I named a ton of my like idols in mixing and all these people I crazy look up to, and Serban should be on that list just because he's got it. Serban is the man with the golden arm. You know, I'm with you on that. He's got such a breadth of knowledge of stuff he's worked on now, too, like in terms of every genre. We were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that. The Lysopenna he wrote, "Love that you still use SSL OG channel strip. The Waves version takes little to no CPU, has a great warm tone." I have to say, I use it because it's been on my template for a long time. So when I import the kick trigger track that has a trigger on it, it also has this on it because it's always had this on it. And yeah, it just gets the job done. You know, I really like the functionality within the SSL plugins, and sometimes the Waves one shows up because it's been on my template for a long time. Now I exclusively use the SSL stuff when I think about it. When I just import a kick trigger that's been on a ton of stuff in the past, it's always on there. Yeah, it's probably on snare too. Nope, not on snare. But yeah, it's definitely OG. That's for sure. Lysopenna wrote, "I went through a phase where I tried to switch from Waves to Analog Obsession, but a lot of the old Wave stuff takes way less CPU. 100%. Yeah, it's great on CPU. 110 tracks, I start paying attention to CPU. Yeah, that's true. That's a lot of tracks. I don't know how I would deal with that. Not well. I'd probably combine everything, you know? Oh, 6 guitar freaking mics on one guitar? Well, I'd create a blend and now it's one track, and then I'd never look at the 6 again. That would 6 become one. 24 harmonies, okay, they're now a stereo pair of harmonies. How you doing? I would do that until I broke it down to a session that could be on a normal sized console. That's what I would do. Just commit that stuff. GDP wrote, "Speaking of the devil, I was watching a mini documentary on why Die Hard 3 looks real, unlike all CGI stuff." Yep. Every Die Hard looks amazing. I loved that video I cited talked about Die Hard, I think. Maybe they didn't. No, they did. They talked about Die Hard because it's such a cool, everything felt so real, 100%. GDP also wrote, "By the way, that kick drum also cuts on my iPhone speakers." Nice. Yeah, so we created I like a little, kick drum is so personal. That video I was talking about with Warren and Wade, talking about the Chandler, they talk about how the Abbey Road engineer, I forget his name right now. I should remember his name, but he, when he's working on something, he says specifically, he's like, yeah, you know, they like a round kick drum as opposed to like a little bit more of that clicky, pokey kick drum. They like a rounded kick drum. That's such a personal taste thing. You know, you can't predict that, like on who's going to like what. Like that's a learning curve thing where people will tell you what they like, but you can't try to change their mind. Everybody has a different opinion on kick drum sound. Same with snare. Those are the two most opinionated, like, you'll never convince somebody to like a click kick drum if they don't like it, and vice versa.
Prove me wrong.
I gotta say, I really like these tom sounds, and they're not samples. I'm pretty blown away by the tom sounds here. They're just like so natural sounding. They're pretty cool. I might make them a little louder by like a dB and a half, the rack and the floor.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. But I loved her.
It's for make the floor maybe a little louder. This is a good thing for automation tomorrow.
Made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always you and I, we were complete. 'Cause you and I, we were complete.
All right, that's the kind of thing I gotta check outside of headphones before I make things crazy loud.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong.
Sorry if that hurt. I was just looking for where the pain is so that I can take some of it away. Maybe just on this SSL EQ on the lead vocal.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
GDP is so right about that the Waves SSL E channel strip is absolutely, in my opinion, back in the days of like the best Waves plugins. It was like one of the OG. It was the first way you could use an SSL and be in a plugin form, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it was. That's why everyone fell in love with it, but it was also like it sounded good. You can't deny that it sounded good. So, I don't know. I'm a big fan of it, but I've since feel like I'm upgrading by using the SSL versions of it it seems like I can get so many different flavors from just using different SSL. The B channel compared to the E, compared to the G, compared to the black knob G, compared to the, the pink knob G. Those, it's just so cool. I don't know. And I hardly ever use the channel strip 2, which is the cleanest. I hardly ever use that. But it's not to say it's bad. I just hardly ever use it. If it sounds good, it is good. I agree, GDP. Absolutely. This is Whiskey Sync. Yep, GDP hooked that up. Yep. It takes a while to see it. Agreed. It's and it's a very well written song. Matt wrote an amazing song here. And I'm very happy to have engineered and produced it, mixed it. Like, it sounds, I'm stoked on it. This was a great. It's fun to work on a song where when you get done, you say, like, I really like that song still. I love the song. It's so good, catchy. The melody's great, and it feels so real. The lyrics feel so real.
To bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share.
It's so funny how VCME is shrinking the song. It's shrinking it. And I don't usually like that, but for some reason it works on this song. It tightens up some of the song. I'm not sure if it's actually better than Gold Clip, though, which seems to be sort of adding a little bit of saturation, but way more transparently than like Inflator would.
'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yep. Lycopene rock, or the lysopene rock. I really wish that you could just click a button on the SSL to go E or G, like the way that, well, that's like the way they did on the CLA 76, the black and blue button. I agree. What's it? The G channel that was out at the same time, I think, as the E, the one that doesn't have a compressor on it, but it's horizontal instead of vertical. Another amazing Waves plugin. Like, I think they knocked it out of the park with the E and the G. And using just those, you could do a great job on a mix. Like, I really like just those and stock Pro Tools plugins, and you're off to the races. So it's really interesting, and they are the most affordable plugins around, probably. But yeah, they're great. I totally agree with that. But yeah, the fact that that's one of the best parts about using the SSL stuff is how you have the switch right on the, SSL's plugins to switch between modes, to go from pink knob to the black knob. Very cool with a click of a button. The same thing on the E, you have the ability to go brown knob, black knob. It's great stuff. I really dig that because it allows you to load the one channel strip and still have your two flavors like I like to do with EQ, because it really does help. But yeah, on the wave stuff, the blue face 76 CLA 76 was like my used all the time until I started using the UAD version instead. I use that all the time, and it does take up very low CPU. GDP Japan wrote, "This is the perfect example of a great song that sounds even better because they actually wrote good arrangements instead of throwing everything they had there. Vertical arrangements and non-competing." I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, this was I really appreciate that compliment. Thank you, GDP. It's yeah, we try to only track necessary parts. That's always how I look at recording. When it's in this era for me, when like every decision is intentional. See, a lot of the stuff when I was much younger, I had to learn this. So like you have to record stuff that doesn't come out the way you want or is too busy to realize, and then reflect and be like, this is not what I'm going for. I understand now what I need, and then eventually you change up. So this was much more recent in my recording, world, my producing and recording world. So I really learned how to only put down what I need, or at least that's always the goal. You don't always knock it out of the park and succeed with it, but it's better to really think about what you're trying to do. Like there's that reverb guitar that occupies its own section, and there's these other sort of kind of clean, slightly gritty guitars doing riffs, but like they don't step on the keyboard part because it's not just playing like open chords in the same register as the keyboard. It's doing like these little kind of arpeggio things in certain parts. Like it's out of the way. That's how I look at it. It's like things are out of the way. And that organ really complements the Rhodes. And that was Matt's call. Matt's like, this thing needs like an organ. And he dropped that. And he's playing all the keys, but when he dropped that, at first I was hesitant, and I was like, nah, you're right. It is really cool to have that organ sound in there. Combined with the Rhodes, it just works really well. But yeah, there's a lot of just making stuff happen here. Harmony wise, if you notice how, like, I mean, the goal is to be tasteful with stuff like this. Look at how little the second vocal is doing harmonies. It's that's the effects track. This is the dry one, but you see it's the same thing. It just follows suit with this, but it's not everywhere. It's just moments in time. Same thing on this vocal, moments in time. The lead is the only one that carries through the whole song, but the other ones, this is just in the outro. It's just moments in time. Everything all the time is the opposite of good. I appreciate that, GDP, and I Lysopene Rock agrees, which is awesome. Lysopene Rock wrote, back in the day, they were the ones actually making a video to show me how to use it. They loaded up YouTube with video how to. Huh. Waves did that? Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember seeing any. I feel like when I was using the Wave stuff, they didn't have the videos up, but maybe I'm wrong. Man, I was listening to a lot of Beatles lately. Stelios Leos, the 1108. Man, I was listening to a lot of Beatles lately. It's so unbelievable, the very speed mix down on Strawberry Fields in order to combine two different takes with different tempos and key signature. That's insane. So Jeff Emmerich is the first on the list. Is genius. Yeah, there's I agree with that. I'm also like, so Jeff Emmerich engineered and mixed, or did George Martin mix with Jeff Emmerich? Like, I'm very, I know there's some of those sessions those Beatles sessions, you see Glyn Johns in there sitting at the desk. So it's interesting. It's like, who mixed? I'm curious. I'm not sure if that was in George Martin's purview, but it might be. It might, of course, be. I'm really not sure. I feel like everyone knew how to do everything back then, because, like, that's why you were in the room, because you knew more about everything than everybody else. So everybody knew everything. But yeah, he's definitely on that list too. Jeff Emmerich's definitely on that list. And as an engineer and producer, I mean, George Martin, the fifth Beatle, I feel like he's responsible for a lot of the Beatles sound. His ideas.
'Cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
I don't know if you guys noticed this also, but that's true. Pensado definitely had some. He probably was one of the first to show plugins and stuff on Pensado's place, because that's been around forever. That's probably been around way longer than Mix with the Masters, if I had to guess. Pensado's place is the OG of it all. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like on that vocal, when I was looking for the harshness, and then I wanted to cut a little bit out, like, I do things in this order usually. An EQ first, because to me an EQ is probably the least destructive. And if I can do it this, like, on one chat, like the fact that we have an EQ up there already and one band not being used at all, and I just take like almost 3 dB out at 2.7K, and it feels so much more open, with the tight Q. I was like, you know what? I dig it. I don't need a multiband or Soothe 2 or, and I have all these plugins, but it's the reasoning behind it for me is, can I get it done with whatever's there already? Because that would be console workflow. And I like to think about things in that way, because I feel like mixes were so good when the limitations were there and you had less. And as a result, can you get it done on the console? If you own an SSL Evo, could you get it done? Or would you have to patch in a multiband in Pro Tools? And odds are you'd get it done on the Evo, is my point. So that's my opinion. I feel like get it done with what's there. 4K is right there. Take a couple dB out, see if it feels better to you. And in my case, it somehow feels less congested in the 3K zone, which, in headphones, it was super clear also. It felt like a little congested. So now I don't feel that way. And it didn't take much. A couple dB. And a tight Q. And that's about it. Now, this is definitely a track where I could feel myself like getting to the point where I should probably call it, because I'm not quite sure if the next few moves I make are going to be in the correct direction, because I do feel a little bit of that brain fatigue setting in, along with somewhat ear fatigue happening. And I keep my mix low so I can go this long without making decisions that are going to be worse. But I always kind of get this radar in my head, this freaking, beeping warning light that's like, you're approaching the zone of no return. I can feel it. So when that happens, it's a good moment to call it. And we're in a good place, because tomorrow, finishing touches and automation shouldn't be the longest stream of all time. So if you're around, catch that. And we'll try to get started a little bit earlier, although I don't mind starting late, because this is fun. Like, all hours is fun. But been jamming buttons. You got the bicycle horn of good luck, my friend. That's what that is. The bicycle horn of of hello, how you doing, welcome, and it's good to see you again. It's good to see you, buddy. It's good to see you, Billy. Yeah, that's where we're at, been jamming. So it's got that warm 1978 tone going, Eagles-like. Nice. That's what's up, man. That's what's up right there. I like some warm 1978 tone Eagle. And a lot of that, I think, is the fact that we've got a lot of tape love on it. Studer A800 on this one. Toop has made it to the final mix. ATR 102. So 3 instances of saturation. Not unlike Chad Blake's way to roll, how he's got 3 instances of saturation first also. A lot of times, not always, of course, but that's the first time I ever saw that was like more than one saturation plugin, just bang, bang, bang. I dig that. He uses a Studer A800 also. He also uses that Satin. He likes satin. And what's the other one he uses? I don't know. I did a video on it, but it's escaping me at the moment. There's another one he likes also. But he'll often use like 3 in a row. And I dig that. But yeah, this is it's coming together. It's coming together. It's coming together strong.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing.
Let me deal with that tom real quick before I call it. That tom, like I made it louder in headphones, and now I'm listening. I'm like, that tom's a little bit loud.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune.
Now this is a good solve for maybe a multi-band if we need it, but like you could start with Pro Q3 and see how you do with that one. You have more control over like the Pro MB, but since I was just ragging on multi-bands, I might just kind of find like 150, pull it down a bit, make it dynamic, maybe pull it down a bit more.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe.
It's also a good idea to look at why that may have happened. Like if I take this down to 200 instead of 340 or whatever, 340 hertz, take it down to 200, maybe I can eliminate the need for this. I do like the sound of that though. That doesn't sound bad in here. So what are we at? 7.8 dB at 340. So let me just take that down and take this off so I can show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to the part where it's riding the tom.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune.
Now that would be, like I said before, easiest possible solution. Just use the same channel strip and adjust whatever it is you're doing to get rid of the problem so you don't have to use something else too.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune.
Could make it wider if I want.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause
Also, don't be afraid to put like either like a limiter at the end of your tom tracks, something to kind of pull them up so you hear more of the ring towards the end of it, especially. Like an L1 is a good choice, or if you like want to keep it on the channel strip, you could just dial the compression in a little bit. It's not a bad move. Let's see what happens when we do.
Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely
Crank the ratio up if you want. That's what I love about the G. You have this craziest ratio possibilities.
only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to bring you home.
Something like that is sounding okay to me. Now let's see what's up with the rack.
Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made it. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. But I loved her. But I loved her. 'Cause you and I, we barely breathe. Always caught up in the sheets. Waiting by the phone to.
What else we got? GDP wrote, I think Charles Dye was one of the first ones to put stuff out there before he released the Mix It Like a Record DVDs. Really? That's cool. I got to check out some of that old stuff. I hope it's on YouTube. I hope some reruns are up there. Perhaps some of the older videos are the coolest. There's a video of River Phoenix interviewing Flea when he's mad young. You know, they're both young, right? Obviously, but Flea is. It's like a bass teaching video that's just concepts of bass. Like, it doesn't really show you much. It just is a cool, like, I bought it at Guitar Center a million years ago. It's the best video ever. I used to play that video before every show. When my bass player would be over, like the drummer would be over before we'd go play a show, I'd just put that on and like hype everybody up. It's Flea and Chad jamming and River Phoenix asking questions and interviewing Flea. That's the whole video. It's awesome. But it's just Flea and Chad jamming. And I think when Chad made his video, which is somewhere around the same time, might even be in the same day, I don't know. Flea and him are jamming again, but it's the Chad Smith video. So they kind of they killed two birds with one stone. They made them both at the same time, probably. They're both great. But the Flea video I own, and it's awesome. Best purchase I ever made. Yeah, Pensato's Place is the best resource ever. It's really, every time I think about Dave, I think how that's so sad, man, because he's just such a treasure. The dude is so knowledgeable and such a sweet dude. Like, just such a nice person. You would have to be to dedicate so much time to sharing all that with everyone. I mean, it's such cool stuff. I really respect Dave. And I respect anyone who respects Dave, honestly, because that's pretty cool. Anyone who appreciates what he's done, you have to appreciate it, I think. In our position, you have to appreciate it. If you're an engineer, you're anything to do with music, you have to. Been jamming 07. Been jamming buttons. What's going on, man? It's great to see you over there. Alex Kristoff is back. Little Plate. Little Plate hasn't shown up because it's already built in. You know, it's already built into the track, man. It's part of the vocals. It's like part of the flavor on each vocal, the effects track. There's a track and an effects track for the 4 vocals that it's built in. Little Plate, more like Pretty Huge Plate. This is right, dude. Pretty freaking huge plate. Alex Kristoff drums, GDP. I had a nap and some chocolate milk. Feeling amazing. Been jamming, buds. I'm going to order a warm EQP WA Pultec clone. I have one of those. I have the Revive Audio version. Sounds much more open if you have the option of ordering, you know, or finding that. I found it used on Reverb a while ago, like forever ago. It's been part of my collection for a long time. It's a great piece of equipment, and it was the right price. I'll put it that way. For tracking your MPC. Nice. You're going to need 2. If you're talking about stereo. If you're not talking about stereo, then you only need 1. But if you're talking about stereo feed or something, then you need 2. Yeah, like as far as how good they sound too, if you're curious, they sound like this. The Revive Audio one is way more open, so it just won't sound as like nasally choked. And they're all great. They're, you know, I knew a bunch of people who, when these came out, they were all over them. And I feel like it does serve a nice purpose for tracking. That's why I still have it, or I would have sold it a long time ago. It has a cool flavor, and it's a fraction of the price of a genuine Pultec. So, you know, which you can still buy. They're still making those. And the 500 series version of it is, of the Pultec, made by Pultec, is cheaper, you know, than the rack one, but it's than the 19-inch rack one, but it's different in some respect. I'm trying to remember how. I think it's a little less. I think it's just it's like not as, what is it? It's not tube? Is that the difference? All I know is it's, a lot of people like those when they're going for a less gooey sound. Like if they want more transient and less of that softness almost that you can attribute to the Pultec in a way, you can get more of it with the 500 series, or at least that was, I think, what I'm remembering from it. But like I said, my brain's a little bit fried right now. It's hard to totally put together thoughts. But that's something that I remember was there. I know they make a 500 series version, and it's different in some way, but specifically, a lot of people are using those on Mixbus, like for Mixbus duties now, I think, because they're a little bit cleaner sounding.
But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I just want to make this little part loud. right, I think we're going to leave this where it is for the moment for today. Let's just decide with or without gold clip. I think with it. With it feels right, man. I think I'm going to go with it, but let's just throw the VCME on real quick and see if I can beat gold clip.
Made us sing a major tune, but I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong, so prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See. Busy, 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 busy. My time is wasted. Made us sing a major tune, but I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home, 'cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you right.
Mixed by Sesso. We're grinding it out at the moment, man, but we're just about to wrap, I think. Just about to wrap. Because I'm at that place where I'm just deciding between two things before I wrap. It's VCME or Gold Clip. Tomorrow's session, if you're around, check it out. It's going to be finishing touches and automation on this, and then we can call this one a day. But we're basically at a good place to stop making decisions at the moment and then just do like final touches automation tomorrow and call that a done deal. When I say tomorrow, you know what I mean. I don't know, roughly 12, 13 hours from now, 14 hours from now, something like that. We're going to try to do that. What do we got? Committing on the way in is what I'm looking for. 100% commit on the way in. It's cool that you like the warm audio one better than the OG Pultec. That's interesting to me. I don't know which OG you tried, but the new Pultecs that are made in the same factory that they made the old ones and all that, they don't sound anything like the vintage Pultecs. Like the vintage Pultecs sound the way they do because of the fact that they've been used for so long, and the components and everything sound like they sort of soften over time or something. The new ones are much sharper sounding, but that's not a bad thing. But yeah, a lot of people like the warm audio Pultec stuff, man. Honestly, like I told you, I can't get rid of mine because it's cool for a thing. It has a thing, and I like it. Certain things just are, I only have one, too. I don't have a stereo pair. I never use it on the mix bus or anything. I'll use it while I'm tracking. It works great on bass, works great on a vocal, it works great on a kick drum. It just works great on a snare drum. There's just some things you can get out of that are really good on the way in. At Nightbot, chill, dude. Nightbot is making me uncomfortable. Braxel, what's poppin', dude? Braxel! You get both the applause and the horn, Braxel. That's what you get. And we are having fun. We are just about to wrap, but we are having fun as always. Oh, you sample in mono and plan to run the 8 mono outs. Cool. I wish I could find... Yeah. Yeah, you could always get one and send it into Revive Audio for, they do that too. It's just see if you could find a used one that's a Revive Audio mod version. Check that out. Benjamin, you're on the Discord, right? I think you're on the Discord. If I see one, I'll let you know too. I told you I know a couple people who have them. Maybe somebody wants to get rid of one. I have the Pultec EQP 500X 500 series and love it on my bass. Nice. Yeah, the 500 series Pultec. That's what I was just talking about. That's awesome, man. Braxel's got that. Nice, dude. I like that. The 500 series Pultec is awesome. I hear great things, especially about Mixbus in stereo versions of that, because it's just punchy, even more so than the 19-inch version I've heard. Nice. Benjamin says that clean 500 series Pultec does sound amazing for buses. Yep. I was considering a back style EQ for bus duties. Yeah. Braxel thought about buying Audioscape stereo Pultec for my mix bus, but also wanting West Audio Tube Tech. Yeah, the West Audio stuff is cool. It might. A Bax type EQ might make you do less potentially, but you also kind of, Pultecs have a sound, they have a flavor. Depends what you're going for, man. I like the ease of use of Pultecs. I also just like the way they're built. They feel like a tank, and the EQ curves on them are just so musical. They're the definition of musical. I really like Pultecs. I also like the MEQ5s, like the 1As and the 5s. They're both great. The MEQ5 is that mid-range focused EQ. Nice. Lysopenorock just joined the Discord. You get that bicycle horn. That's how we do over here. Yeah, Benjamin, there's a Discord, man. Jump in the Discord. We got that link. Yup. Yup. Yeah, Braxel, the way I look at that is like sometimes you could hear a difference, but every single piece of gear sounds different than another piece of gear. Every vintage Pultec sounds different from another vintage Pultec. So every compressor sounds different from another compressor. So it's like they all sound different. I don't think anybody ever argues that. Um, I sort of used to come from that perspective of like, oh, it's got to be hardware or it doesn't sound as good as a compressor. But I look at things very differently now. And I think over time, people change their opinion on stuff like that. It depends. I think when you when you look at like the ease of use of how quick can you dial something in, hardware may win. But when it comes down to all the different possibilities and flavors you can get from different compressors in plug-in form, sometimes one of those different flavors is the right choice. And if you only have hardware, you're not going to have all those choices. So, there's an up and there's a down to everything. Yep, GDP has it the way I think about it, same way. GDP wrote, I think of them as two completely different things. Yep, it's true. They're very different. Braxel, speaking of compressors, I need to grab a DBX 160. Yeah, those are cool. Those are cool. You have the Audioscape 260 VU. Braxel's got that. The 260 VU. A 1-to-1 version of the DBX 160. Nice. Braxel uses a solid state bus plus also and the West Audio Tube Comp. Yeah, nice, man. You got a bunch of analog gear. That SSL Bus Plus is not digitally recallable, right? I don't think it is. Nice. Been jamming, just joined the Discord. I don't know what that comedic jam is, but maybe this one's better. The Glockenspiel. Bada bing. That's awesome, dude. What's poppin', Braxel? Yeah, don't listen to what people say. Some say they are bad, other people like them. Yeah, it doesn't matter what other people say. Like you said, if you could hear the difference between different compressors, try it for yourself. See what you think. Don't be swayed by the nonsense. That's what I would say. Don't trust somebody else about what they hear. What do you hear? Like for me personally, I have to say, I am absolutely loving mixing in the box now, and I never thought I would say that. I honestly never thought I would say that coming from mixing hybrid for as long as I did. I am loving mixing in the box. I find it's I don't know how to describe it, especially since I discovered the way we mix this track, which was today for the first time. I used this to mix this, and like if you check out the stream from the jump, you'll see me in this view of the SSL 360 hitting the rewind button up here, hitting the stop rewind like I'm on a freaking console, and just loving this, flipping between pink knob, black knob on the whole session. Literally having more fun mixing than I probably have had, and I can't tell you when, because there's something about this view that really takes your visual aspect out of it. Like I was not looking at where anything was. I'm twisting and listening, and that's always what I try to do, but it's harder in Pro Tools when you're staring at the freaking plugin and you click it. You got to click it to open it. Whereas when I'm going through here and I just click a channel and start twisting the knobs, this was an amazing time. And I have to say, I have to do this more often because I loved it. So this was a if you've never seen this thing, check out the front of this stream and you'll watch what I'm doing on this thing. But literally did less than I've done on, I don't know. I try to do almost as little as possible on every mix, but I feel like on this one I totally achieved it. I did very little. And we're at a place where it's good to end day one. And then tomorrow I'll do finishing touches and automation. But this thing is awesome, dude. But yeah, so part of what I was saying about how much I'm really enjoying mixing in the box, especially just discovering this today, it takes it up to a whole nother level. It used to be a huge pain to just like note settings of everything or to be forced not to touch it. Now I don't think about any of that at all. And the time that I'm saving not doing that, I could audition 3 different compressor plugins or 5 or 6, or like I could just, and I never do because I just make it work with whichever one I happen to pull up, or that doesn't work, I'll pull up another one. So between 2 choices, 3 choices, it's like I'll find one that works all the time, and I'm just not missing hardware at all. So, call me whatever you want, but I feel so different than I felt like a year ago. And it took a long time to feel this way. And I want to just note, I want to put it out there for people that I'm in a whole different place. I used to think this was never going to happen, that I always hate mixing the box and I'll never like it. And now I'm like, I love it. So I just think it's interesting. I think the ease of use is interesting. And every time I have to pull up a song and do some nonsense little tweak for somebody, it makes me feel great. Every single time I have to print stems later or something, I feel great. There's hundreds of times I've been like, why is this so much, why is there like a load off? It's because you never notate everything perfectly, or it takes forever to do it. One or the other. You double check and triple check, it takes forever. All right, you do it quick, you forget something. And it'll never be exactly the same, even if you get all the stuff totally in the same place. So you're just always in this weird position. And I used to say, who cares about being it different all the time and stuff? And now I'm like, well, it's nice that it's not. It's nice that it's always repeatable, because I may not care if it's slightly different on like my own stuff, but other people kind of care. It's not the kind of thing you can tell them not to care about and they will listen. So it's its own thing, man. Nice to talk to you too, Stelios. Do your thing over there, man. Do your thing, dude. Bus Plus has no digital recall. Yep. But it should, because it definitely should. Every time I see anything SSL related, I'm like, man, how much more would it cost to make that digitally recallable? They would be, West Audio would have some real competition if SSL decided to start doing that with all their stuff. I don't know why they're not. I mean, maybe cost, but I don't think they even know what people really want to pay. They want to pay as little as possible, but they want all the features too. So maybe they're trying to figure that out. I don't know what they're doing over there. I'm glad you see what I'm throwing down over there, Braxel. I want the Joe Meek compressor with the dark mode. I'm not familiar with which one that is. The Cush Audio have a compressor plugin that does it well too. The AR something, but it's so expensive. I rented the plugin once for a project. Yeah, I don't own any Cush Audio plugins. I've never tried any. I have done both in the box hardware. For me, yeah, that's where I was years ago, man. Or I should say a year ago. I was still feeling like hybrid is better. And I'm in a very different place now. Very different. Allow yourself to change. Don't fight it. Allow yourself to change, and maybe you will still feel the way you feel in a few years, but just don't rule out the possibility of change. That's the worst thing you could do. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. As soon as you stop listening to outside information or as soon as you just shut off from the possibility that maybe something you decided is wrong or you feel differently now, as soon as you shut that off, in my opinion, you stagnate yourself. So just always be willing to reconsider. I know I am. Or I wouldn't have gotten to where I love this. I wouldn't have realized how much I love it. Nice to talk with you too, Stelios. You stole that one from Uncle Rick. Twist and listen. Set you. Wish I could afford the SSL. Yeah, the SSL setup is. If you're talking about are you talking about me with the UC1 and the UF8, or are you talking about the SSL Bus Plus? A lot of people like the Bus Plus. I've heard a lot of good things about that. We'll send you a postcard to remind you. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, man. Yeah, of course, the biggest hardware, the biggest negative is the recall with hardware 100%. Gold clip with the little button, indeed. It's Amin. What's poppin'? It's Amin. That's the horn of how you doing, what's going on, what's really good over there. It's all good. It's Amin. It's all good, man. I'm glad you're stopping by. We're doing our wrap up at the moment, and then I'm going to play the mix where it's at right now, and then I'm going to finish it up tomorrow. Automation, finishing touches, call it a day. Because I'm at the point where I really can't tell up from down at this point. I exaggerate a little, but at the same time, I know that any moves I make are probably less intentional now than they would be with fresh ears. So I'm at that point. I appreciate that, Lysopene Rock. I appreciate that, man. And that's the thing. I think that, you hear the difference between, like Brax was saying, he's like, I hear the difference between hardware and plugins, and you prefer the hardware. I've heard people say that. I also know Serban's all over rocking the charts, all in the box. I know that Andrew Sheps, I'm sure, hears the difference and makes it work in the box because, like I said, with enough choices of flavors, you can kind of circumvent that thing that you might be missing from hardware. That's my take on this thing after a year of, doing the, am I wrong about, considering the possibility that I might be wrong, that I need to mix hybrid? Because that was what I was fighting. I was like, is this true? Do I need to mix hybrid? And then I really was like, I'm not sure if it's that or the fact that I haven't done in the box enough to get where I'm as comfortable as hybrid. And then enough of that, boom. And this, keep in mind, I started in the box years back for a long time until I got hardware like everyone else. You get a little bit, then you start getting into that game. And then I was straight hybrid for forever. Now I'm, reconsidering the whole thing going the other way, and I'm loving every minute of it, to be truthful. And as soon as I discovered this, I'm all over it. A lot of the future mixes are going to be looking at the console like this because I love it. But yeah, there's no right or wrong. I'm not trying to change anybody's opinion at all. I'm just saying, allow yourself the ability to change your mind. Trust me, it's helpful. Benjamin saying, I'd love to be in the box. Sold all the hardware before, thinking I could, but then I went backwards and went from on my way to good results to way backwards and well, that's what happens. You cannot mix the way you would mix on hardware in the box. You have to look at it totally different. It's not the same thing. It's a different thing. You have to learn you have to take everything you know about mixing and then translate it to a different language to be able to mix in the box. It's not that you need to know more stuff. You have to just learn the little intricacies that are different and how to deal with it. That's the way I would describe it the best. It's like your knowledge doesn't get tossed out, but you have to do things differently. And if you fight that, you will definitely get worse results, and it'll be like going backwards. But once you stop fighting that and realize it's different and you have to work differently, then you can get there. That's the truth. And that's the only reason why there's people that hire Serban constantly. It's his ear. He could do it in the box. He could do it on an SSL probably. He could do it however. He doesn't need anything. That's, I think, the thing everyone should strive to achieve. Should never say, oh, well, I can get great results because I'm using gear. That's actually why I don't want to mix hybrid for you guys on a stream. Because when I think about it, it's like, what kind of a shit thing would that be for me to be like, listen to these results, and you can only get it if you spend X amount of dollars, because that's what it costs to run through this gear that I'm running through. And without it, it wouldn't sound as good. What a shit stream that would be. I mean, who would want that? You know, it sounds great, but nobody can afford it. Perfect. Or, you know, they don't have that stuff. They have other stuff. So it doesn't matter what I'm touching. They don't have it. So I feel like, in a way, it makes it where this levels the playing field in a big way. It really levels the playing field. It makes it where anybody can, you know, can jump into a bunch of different tools that are just like what they can do and do what I'm doing. And then it makes it much more accessible. And I like that about it. And it also, it's a personal thing for me to want to get more and more comfortable this way. So it's like, you know, why do the thing that's more comfortable and rest easy, sitting on a beach collecting 20%? Why do that? You know, why wrap myself in a beach towel and, you know, have them bring me strawberry daiquiris all day? It's like, make it harder a little bit. You know, what is this? So that's what I'm doing, because we all have things that are easier, and then things that are harder is because we're not as good at those things because we haven't figured it all out yet. Well, I like the challenge, so I'm up for it. That's what's up. I still have hopes I can achieve my goal with expectations and in the box or on any gear, but I do think a decent analog front end is important. Oh, 100%. Gear is great for the front end because the better the recording, the less you'll have to do when you're mixing. You're still going to have to mix it. It's not that a great recording doesn't equal a great mix. A great recording means you have to do less to make that a great mix. Bottom line, you won't have to, you know, level out the bass first because it'll already be level. You won't have to make the vocals not sound plasticky thin because they won't sound like that to start with. There'll be all these little things you won't have to do. You won't have to worry about de-essing a bunch of stuff because the mic used was the right mic on that singer, so it's all good. You know, the guitars sound big and thick and full because they were recorded that way. All that stuff matters. But it doesn't mean you can't make anything better when you're mixing. It's just, it'll start out that way, way closer to good. Yep, that's a good way to look at it, Braxel. Do whatever makes you happy to get the job done. That's definitely the way to look at it. In the end, no one's going to hear the song and say it was all done in the box or know the difference or that's so true. That's absolutely true. To me, it's like Braxel's right, and to me, it's like guitar tones. Some days I like the tone I have, and I come in the next day and think, man, this tone sucks now. Yeah, it could be like that. It could be like that some days. It doesn't usually happen to me when it comes to guitar tones. If it sounds great one day, it usually sounds great. If my ears are fried, I might think something sounds great that's harsh. But if my ears are not fried, then that doesn't usually happen. You know, you got to kind of trust your opinion and, you know, like rely on your taste. And your taste may fluctuate a little bit from day to day, but it shouldn't be crap to good day to day. It should just be different slightly day to day, or in my opinion, that's how I look at it. It's like Brendan O'Brien would probably, mix a song. If he mixed the same song over 2-3 days, but like in between they hit him with the Men in Black mind zap and he didn't remember anything he did, those would be different mixes, but they'd be close. They'd probably both, or 3 times, they'd all be great. They would just be slightly different each time. They'd sound slightly different, and it would be anybody's opinion which was better. You could never really be like, oh, this one's definitely better. I feel like it would just be a toss-up. And I think that's what we strive for. Consistency. To me, that's a huge difference. The huge difference between pros is how consistent are you. That's ultimately my goal, is to be as consistent as possible in terms of results. Consistency, man. It's everything. Yeah, mood can play a role, but controlling your mood when you're in a conversation with somebody and you're feeling all pissed off because of your mood and they say something and you fly off the handle, that's not okay. So it's the same thing when you're working. If you're professional and you're working on stuff, you could go through a thing where you feel all up crazy in some emotional. You can't let that make bad decisions. It's the same thing. It's not okay to let your emotions take over and now you decide to drive 150 miles an hour down the highway. Like, that's not okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with music. It's not okay. So you got to check your mood at the door in a way. You could use that emotion to sort of drive yourself to be like, I want this more aggressive, or I want this, but ultimately you got to tune out everything but the music, but what you're working on. And that's why I say it'll fluctuate a little bit from day to day. That's totally normal, but it shouldn't go from crap to good day to day. That's a focus thing, I think. Some people love console soft tube 1, Pinjamin. I'm going to go back to using my soft tube console 1. I just feel feel out the in the box man. Yeah, you use whatever you like. I think break it down to your simplest, most basic tools that you like a lot. And if that's like a Waves SSL channel, like we were talking about earlier, like the E channel or something, use that. Like, use whatever it is that you're comfortable on. But believe me when I tell you, if you track stuff well, you could literally mix the whole song using Waves, E channel and G channel, and some Bomb Factory 76 and the Pro Tools stock, Fairchild plugin, the 660, and it'll be great. Trust me. You could get away with it. And a couple SSL G-Bus, you'll get away with it just fine. Like, that's what I'm saying. If it's tracked really well, boom. Things come into play where you got to use more tools when you have to make up for problems. You have to sort of fix problems. Then all of a sudden you need every tool under the sun. This is it's not a skin. This is the SSL 360. Who's it? The SSL 360 app, which is basically the way to get this console view. It's awesome. And it's ridiculous. It's so cool. It's just whatever you populate on your session. So if you put, like I did, 30 tracks or whatever of SSL G channel, they'll all show up here, and you have, you just click the jam, and now I can tweak the UC1 however I want. And when I do, level changes and stuff here, it's great because it's just like the output on the plugin. It doesn't affect the fader. It doesn't affect the in Pro Tools, the output on like the faders of the tracks, like down here. It doesn't affect this. It's just as if I opened this and lowered this part. It's just really a better way to look at this. It's so much less visual, so your ears are way more tuned in. Love it. So anyway, I'm going to play this through real quick, and then we're going to wrap because I got to eat. I hear my stomach growling. You can probably hear it over there. My stomach's literally growling at me, which happens sometimes.
Macy,
which did I decide? Was I going?
Macy was a friend of mine. that's a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made us sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I,
VCME definitely brings it down a little and tucks it in, and Gold Clip does not. Gold Clip just keeps it there, shaves off like a freaking fraction of a decibel, and feels so nice. So Evan hired Celine Dion and GDP with that. It's funnier the second time. That's cool. Yeah, this is Whiskey Sync. So yeah, this is a different band for sure. I'm in it also, but this is this particular song written by Matt, and the dude is playing keys and Rhodes, so the whole arrangement is different because now there's keys and stuff in it, which is kind of atypical for a lot of the stuff I've mixed so far. I think there hasn't been as much of that, and tracked a lot later too, so the tracking has improved, like the production, the arrangement, all that stuff is way improved from the stuff from like 20 years ago, I'd say. But it's just a very different vibe than the other track. And this is Whiskey Sync is the name of this project here. The song's called Macy. And we're going to do yeah, mixing is so much fun. I appreciate that. We got I appreciate you dropping the great song. I appreciate that, man. And Lysopene Rock, you're awesome. Thank you for saying that as well. I really appreciate that you dig the videos and you've learned a lot. That's amazing. Thank you for saying that. And the get a hamburger comment is not lost on me. Trust me, I will. SSL all day is right. Most of this session just has one SSL channel strip on it. Look at it, one SSL channel strip. Auto line doesn't count, obviously, because it's just the phase thing. It's not EQ. It's really EQ for free, is what it is, but it's not anything I've dialed. If you notice, I have other channels here just in case. Didn't need them. Just 4KG the whole time on all the guitars. I threw this on because I was talking about it earlier, this Fender, like basically a reamp plugin, because I mentioned it, so I wanted to share it with people, so I threw that on. But other than that, the bass is being sent directly to the mix bus, 4KG only, not using any of the bass bus stuff that I might typically use. It's the most basic, simple mix session I've done in a long time, which I like. I really like that. 4kg on the drums only, and one drum crush bus. So the SSL, I have two instances of the SSL bus comp. One of them is getting smashed for drums only, and then everything's being sent to the mix bus and being hit with a little bit of compression on the mix bus. Not a whole lot, like 2 dB. It's like 2 dB on the SSL bus and 2 dB on Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar, the MDN sidecar jam. But there's no triggers on this track either. No, actually, that's not true. There's a kick trigger. There's no snare trigger. There's no floor tom, rack tom triggers. No triggers. This is just how it was recorded. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way it sounds. I can't wait to hear this with fresh ears. But in these headphones, sounds great. On these speakers, sounds great. So I'm stoked on it. I'm feeling pretty good about it. You know, finishing touches and automation is going to give it a little more life, and that's what I love. It's just a little more energy out of different parts. You guys know how it goes. Don't miss that. That's coming. It's definitely SSL all day. Yeah, I've never used an MPC, by the way, like one of those samplers. The closest thing I ever came is what did I get? I got an SP555. That's the closest I ever came to using an MPC, the Roland SP555, which is like the 303 sampler that they used to model the Wolf comp after. That thing, but it's like an expanded version of that. It's the later version. Yeah, GDP and me both respect the MPC game for sure. Phil Collins vibe, nice. I dig it. Yep. Mixing is all I want. Alex Kristoff drums, I'm with you on that. Mixing is amazingly fun. I appreciate that, It's Amin. We always love having you over here, and it's a party. You know, grab your session, open it up, do what you're going to do, and be in and out of the chat. It's a great way to just kind of put it all together. We can all join in from different studios and make it happen. 2 dB at what ratio? 4-1. 4-1 on both the bus. The bus, for when I say bus, I mean the drum crush bus. It's the only other instance of the SSL. It's hitting way more, like 8 to 12 dB of gain reduction, but that's the drum crush bus. That's intentional, but it's on 4-1 also. And on the over here, we're at 4-1 on the mix bus.
Macy.
But it's barely touching it until it gets to a certain, Let's go to the loud part.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is.
I'm also using auto release, which is not totally typical of me when I pull up the SSL bus comp, but why not? And the sidecar's doing about 2 dB.
My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me.
And the ML4 is doing probably somewhere in the middle, 3-4 dB. This, when it's about here, it's 3. When it's right in the middle, when it's a little more, it's like 4, because this is 6.
My time is wasted on me.
It's doing at some points where the kick hits and stuff, it's getting up there. And I'm going to leave it for now because I'm sort of okay with where it's at. But this is such a flavor machine that if you take that down, you get less flavor out of it. And I'm sort of okay with where it is now. This thing can hit 6 dB and it still is sort of okay. And the VCME, super light ratio, but I also don't know if I'm keeping this on because this tightens the song up a little, but I don't know if it needs that. It gets smaller when this is on compared to Gold Clip. I don't hate what it's doing though. It's sort of calming thing. It's a little extra compression in a very specific way.
Bring you home. to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
You see what I mean? It makes it smaller.
Bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. My time is wasted on me. My time is wasted on me. See, my time is wasted on me. My time is wasted.
See, we're achieving very hot levels of gain reduction on the classic full effect master. I was talking about this earlier. This plugin's really designed to come into it super low.
Bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete. Even if our eyes don't meet, at least I have this song to prove you.
I'm going to go with Gold Clip for now. My gut's telling me Gold Clip sounds more fitting for this song. It's less aggressive, and it's just working already. We'll see what happens tomorrow on the finishing touches. I may reconsider, but for the moment, this is what we're going to leave it at and go from there. So I can run one of these. Yep, 4-1 on the SSL bus comp on both the drum crush and the mix bus, if that's what your question is. 4-1 on both of those for me on this song. Oh, at times I have the Audioscape hardware version. Yeah, 33609, very popular for the mix bus. It definitely has a cool sound. I agree. It's got like a shine to it. It's an interesting it's an interesting flavor of snappy mix bus compression, I would say. The SSL is another flavor of snappy mix bus compression, and then the DBX is another flavor. And, the API is probably like the aggressive round version of it. And yeah, there's so many flavors that you can kind of whichever you like. Every song calls for something different, in my opinion. Yeah, the Roland SP555, very quirky and cool, but they were sort of hard to recreate things with. The pads weren't as responsive as maybe I wanted to. I don't know. That's how I felt anyway. The MV series, which were crazy. I don't even know if I ever saw one of those. It's that's terrible. The internet was cut off. Like the whole country, where are you at? That's insane. Yep, been jamming groove. The groove changes depending on the release. Is very often the thing I want on a mix bus. I kind of want it fast so that it gets back. I want the needle to go back so it doesn't hold on to the music that long. But for some reason, this song I started with the auto and it just sort of felt right, so I just left it there. And I don't usually use the auto release, but for this song, it seems to be working in a pretty cool way. But yeah, usually I go fast attack. I'm sorry, slow attack, fast release on the SSL bus. That's usually what I like. If I had to say most of the time, it would be that. But this is like a ballad. It's a very different kind of song. So I don't know. It requires different settings. That's what's up, Raxel. That's good stuff. Let's open a rock. Prove me wrong. Pongtail. Prove me wrong. Nice. Raven Rogers or Ravon Rogers, 2268. What's going on? How you doing over there? You're going to get a sound too, my friend. The honk of welcoming into the crew. What's popping? This is the first time I notice you in the chat, and that means you get that bicycle horn, which is our way of saying hello. That's our favorite sound over here because it makes me smile in particular. So I've deemed it's the best sound to welcome people. I love that sound. But yeah, it's thanks for checking it out. I appreciate it. And I like that you like the dreamy part with that. That's awesome. There's a lot of cool vocal stuff that was built in that I did like in the production phase of this thing. You know, it was I felt like it was the move to commit some of that stuff. So prior to today's mix, a lot of that stuff was just printed into the track. So it made it much easier to mix than when I have to do all of it in the mix phase itself. So I could focus on other things. Commit. I'm a big fan of committing effects. Gold clip for the win today. Absolutely, Braxel. Lysopian Rock gold clip equals great James Bond villain name. Yes. Like Goldfinger. Give it that groove. Yeah, man, you got to That's what's up. Hugo Horn, hello. I appreciate you too, man. It's cool to have you over here. And this has been a long stream, and I can't wait to basically get a fresh listen to this with fresh ears tomorrow when I should be finishing it up tomorrow. If all goes well with everything else on the schedule, I'll be signing on to do another live stream tomorrow where I just do finishing touches and automation on this, where I bring life to the track. And if you catch the beginning of the stream, you'll see I use this view like the entire time. The entire mix, I'm using this because it's awesome. It's just this is the first time I ever used it, and I'm so stoked with how easy it was to work this way. Like super easy and less visual, so I like it to the 10th power. I really love using the SSL 360 app. It's amazing. So let me get a print going, and we're going to stick with whatever these settings are for now, and anything else I will correct in live stream tomorrow. I don't touch this thing unless we're live streaming, because to me, I want everybody to see every move. I don't want to do any behind-the-scenes stuff and be like, oh, I did this. So this is everything happens live. But yeah, that SSL thing is ridiculous. I'm stoked on that. Everybody check out our Discord if you haven't already. Join that. We just started it. The link is in the chat right now, and it's real new. People are starting to populate it with some cool stuff. It's only going to grow from here, and I will remember all the names that joined this thing early, especially because, you guys are my people. I appreciate it. So, yeah, we're about to do the print right now, Pongmaster123, so check it out. GDP is fighting Skynet as we speak. So where are we at? We're doing the first let us get into position to rock and roll here. What do we got? We got, so we're doing wave, all yours, print one. So I actually have to print, who's it? I have to print from here so that you guys can hear it. If I was printing for me and I wasn't mixing on live stream, I would just print from here. But for you guys to hear the fades and stuff, I have to actually send it to another place and then print from there. And that's why I'm printing from my output A1314, just so you guys are aware of why I'm doing that. It's no special magic or nothing. Years ago, there might have been a difference, but now it doesn't. There's no sound difference between these things. Output A1314 ASLR. Interleave 2496, add MP3, import after balance directory. Let's make sure we're in the right place. We're in the right place. Can't check offline. If I checked offline, you guys would get the craziest version of this thing that's like sped up. If you've ever listened to like a VHS while it's fast forwarding or something, or a tape, that's what it sounds like. It's just like everything jumping because it's crazy. I've had the pleasure of listening to that once, and I was like, I have to always remember to never check that box when I'm printing a stream, a mix on stream. All right, so we're good to go. Let me pop the mic off, and I'm going to be right here while it prints, and then we're going to just do thank yous and closing statements. Any questions or anything, throw them in the chat right now, and I'll get to them as soon as this is done. Let us listen to this. I'm going to listen without headphones. I'm also going to do my best to not hit stop, and whatever I need to change, I'll just change on the next stream so that we can make this one happen and call it and put it in the books for tonight, because it's been a long time. We started at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's 9:05 a.m. So let us do this. Here we go. Printing without further ado.
Macy was a friend of mine. She got wasted all the time. Whiskey lover. Even locked inside her room, she won't see the sun till noon. And I wonder, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong. So prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Macy saw more than her share of things most people couldn't bear. Couldn't help her. Only bottles, bags, and booze made her sing a major tune. But I loved her, 'cause you and I, we barely breathe, always caught up in the sheets, waiting by the phone to bring you home. 'Cause you and I, we were complete, even if our eyes don't meet. At least I have this song to prove you wrong.
And we're back. So that is the track. We have a track. We have liftoff on a track. We have liftoff on a track. And I'm pretty stoked on it. That was kind of interesting. It was tomorrow is going to be a fun time to just take this from where it is and give it that little extra boost with automation. That's really the thing I like to spend a little time on. To me, a mix is not done until I've touched that a little bit. And yeah, this was a good time. Let's see what we got. Some questions in here I wanted to answer. We got some stuff in here. What do we got? Next track. That's funny. Alex Christoph drums wrote next track. Call it Scratchy Pots. I like that, dude. I like that. Let's what do we got here? What happens if I click this? Yeah, that's what we need. A little of that. So what do we got? Let's see. Skynet is really becoming reality in many ways. It's true, man. Braxel, thank you for the thank you. I appreciate that. Look, whenever you can be awake, you be awake, and I love listening to your BS at any time of the day, my man. All good stuff. It's always a pleasure having you on the stream, dude. Benjamins wrote a question. My 8 outputs on the MPC are unbalanced. I do have 4 channels of unbalanced to balanced conversion. SoundFX Redbox. Do you think I should get more of those to convert the other outs? I think people sweat unbalanced to balanced too much. Just use the shortest cables you can and see if you hear a difference. If I'm not mistaken, didn't you say something about, I thought you said something about mono, but maybe not. I think just as long as you're not using super long cables, you don't have to worry about it, man. That's the short answer in the back of the book. Try that first. If you have a problem with that, then, you could always get more of the whatever. Compare it too. Compare your unbalanced to your balanced stuff with short cable runs and see if you could tell the difference, if it sounds any different to you at all. It likely won't. So I would just try that first at the very least. I don't know what you're running into, but I know a lot of people used to take the MPC, like the outs, and just run it right into their interface. Run it into, you got 8 inputs on your interface, then you take out 8 into your interface, and then you could do that. I feel like that's how a lot of people used to like roll into a studio with the MPC. They would take the 8 unbalanced outs and just go right into a console or right into a tape machine. That's how they used to roll. That's my view on that. Before you go buy stuff, I would be doing that. And if you had a problem, if something wrong, then maybe go for it. If you hear crazy, hiss or noise in the line, maybe then. But other than, if you don't, I have a feeling you won't if you're using cable runs that are reasonable and not like 25 or more feet. That's what I mean by long cable runs. Like if you got some crazy snake connecting your stuff that's like crazy long, then, I might not do it. But you tell me. What do you got? And then should I run into pre-instrument and unbalanced ins instead of those ones? Should I run into pre-instrument and unbalanced ins instead of those ones? I don't really get the question. Should I run into pre-instrument? I'm not picking up what you're laying down. But I think your basic question is, do you need to use a DI thing to take your unbalanced signal to balanced and send that to whatever? And I'm saying, no, I don't think you need to do that. That's what I'm saying. If I had to throw a guess on it, I'd say, no, you don't need to do that. You would only do that if you, like I said, you listen to it and it sounds whack to you, then maybe see if it sounds significantly better on the 4 balanced ones since you have the converter for 4 of them already. I would do that. Like, go about it that way. Braxel wrote, I like that song a lot. You're the man, Brax. I appreciate that. Of course we got that sound. How do you not have that sound? Of course we have it. Ravon Rogers, 2268, through the fire symbols because you are the man, and I appreciate that. This is where we go sound effect crazy a little bit, and that's just the state of my mental capacity at the moment. I am definitely on my way to the loony bin slightly. And the funny thing is, the dude who wrote the song, Matt, loves to say, I'll go to the loony bin with you. It's like his line. He says it all the time. So it's fitting that we would be on our way to the loony bin at this moment, considering how this is a fairly long stream. But yeah. Not as the longest we've done. We've done 11-hour plus streams, 11 hour, 43 minutes. It went 12 and a half or something, but they cut us at 11:43. That's how it works, I think. I don't know. They don't let you go over 12, so we're just lucky we have that one. But yeah, this is our, 22nd stream or something? I don't know. It's a bunch, but it's still early in our streaming life. It's pretty cool. We're excited about it. And that's why everyone who's joining the party now, you guys are in the front of this thing. That's awesome. That basically means you're the OGs. That's what it means. You see, GDP nailed it. GDP, exactly. He wrote, use the longest unbalanced cables available on the market. You'll be able to pick up radio stations from North Korea. I love it. It's hilarious and true. 2 honks up for totally accurate. I'm running into TLA compressors. Warm pre's will be that Pultec and DBX soon, and 610. Cool. Nice, man. Alex Christoph drums. The scratchy pots are the coolest, slickest, greasiest coffee shop. It's true. They are. Sounds about right. Instrument input, yep, instead of the balance line, yeah. No, I would use the balance jacks. I don't know what the level is. That's the thing. The level is different on that stuff. So it depends. Like if you're just trying to send, if you need line out level, then you don't want the instrument lines. They're different. Like the guitar instrument lines, like high Z or whatever it is. It's I don't know. Like I said, my brain is just farting out on all cylinders right now. So you'll have to forgive me because the hamburger I'm supposed to eat is calling my name and I can't put it together. But my point is it's about the level, right? Like mic level is hotter than line level. It's what it's about. Or what did I just say? The opposite. You get what I'm saying. See what I'm saying about this brain fart thing happening? So you need a preamp to turn up the level for the microphone because the mic level is lower. So like a keyboard, super hot level, you go line level out of a keyboard into line level in. So when it comes to what you got, I don't know what they're feeding out the back because I've never owned an MPC. But I'm going to assume it's line level. It's just unbalanced. That's what I'm going to assume. And I think you would plug that directly into your balanced ins of your interface if that's what you got. On the back of your interface, like whatever you got, like on UFX3, the back of that thing's got 8 line, balanced ins. That's what I would go in. Out of that, into that, bada bing, bada boom, Betty boop. I got it together. There we go. What else? On the way to Uncle Rick's sock a little glockenspiel. A little timpani, and let's do our thank yous as we like to do. Thank you time. Let's run the thank yous. Let's see what we got on this list. We got thank yous to everyone that if I miss anybody, I apologize, but I'll get you next time. All you got to do is chime into the chat, say what up, and I will do it. Now, what do we got here? Alex Christoph drums, thank you, my man. One Love Music 2003. I appreciate it. Music Tron, you're the man. Love it. Niles Pache 1734. Always welcome, and I appreciate you being here. AIM AI Energy, thank you for showing up. Pongmaster 123, it's always a pleasure. Mixed by Sesso 2. You got this, buddy. You're the man over there. That was the first time I saw you today also. Duck the Musician, what's poppin'? I'm happy to have you over here. Right Sound Studios. It's been a pleasure, Right Sound Studios. It's always good to see you. Music Tron, amazing stuff. Music Tron, Jimmy Quail 1 showing up, doing his thing. Stelios Leosti 1108 all the way from Greece. What's poppin'? Love to have Stelios come through. We got Lysopene Rock. Can't forget about him. The dude said lysopene like tomatoes. I don't know what that means. I got to look it up. Lycopene. I have no idea how to pronounce that word, but we're figuring it out. I think it's lysopene with the C becomes an S sound. That's just my gut reaction. I have no idea, honestly. Been jamming buttons, but I can tell you Lysopene's been a big part of this stream, and I really appreciate you being here. Been jamming buttons, as always. You are extremely appreciated, my friend. It's Amin Hossein, or It's Amin Hussein. It's Amin, you're awesome. Thank you for coming through. I'm sorry your internet went down in your section. That's unfortunate. And then Raven Rogers 2268. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you throwing something in the chat. It's always nice to have people who haven't been here before show up, be part of this thing. It's like we're all in a giant studio. You guys are in one room, I'm in the room across the hall, and we just kind of do our thing, and we make this thing a little more human to be mixing and working on songs in our own zone. We're not all isolated anymore. We got this thing. So join our Discord if you haven't already, because we got the Discord happening. And it's new and it's fresh and things happen over there. You can continue the conversation. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. Subscribe. Make sure to do that. It helps the channel. It helps me keep going on this thing. Just kind of making sure that no names jump out at me. I like to do a quick little make sure section. It doesn't let me scroll all the way to the top. We know. But at the same time, this is great stuff. This was a fun stream, guys. I really appreciate it. And we went about this one very differently. And I got to tell you, I don't know about you guys, but let me know if you're a fan of the 360 SSL view thing, because that was awesome. Like, that was fun on a whole nother level. It was literally the most my eyes have been taken out of mixing in a very long time, since hybrid. And it's kind of changing things for me a lot. Like, I really like that view. I spent more time in that than I did in the Pro Tools window today. So that's been fun. I think that's it. As I scroll through this thing, I think we nailed it. So one more special thank you I have to throw to GDP Japan. You make this ride smooth. A smooth flight through the air with beautiful flight attendants passing out peanuts. They're wheeling the cart down the row, and they're not hitting you in the elbows with the cart. Fresh drinks, amazing, and extra snacks. You want extra, you get extra snacks. Not charging for drinks, fantastic. GDP, you are awesome. Thank you for helping me make this thing a reality. And jump over to the Discord, guys. Check it out. We got people throwing stuff in there. Anything audio related is welcome. We're sectioning and dividing off some of the stuff, so, or at least this is the plan, so that like stuff about gear can be in one section and stuff about other stuff can be in another section, because right now it's a big conglomerate of everybody talking about everything, and we love it. So continue the conversation over there. This has been a fun time, and I can't wait to do this again. I don't know if I said it. Oh, everybody on here, I think I got them all. So this is great stuff. This was Macy by Whiskey Sink. We're about to do the finishing touches tomorrow, so don't forget it. And so, I don't know what time is the best time to start these streams yet, but I have a tendency to like doing it weird, crazy late hours. So I don't know about you guys, but I don't know what part of the world you're in. Throw it in the Discord. Get to know each other. This is fun stuff. we're all in this thing together. So I think that's it. This is a long chat today. There was a lot of different good stuff in there. So just to wrap up, I just want to say, you guys can all do this. The best thing you could possibly do for your mixing journey and career is to not rely on one thing for your sound. Just make it a point to try different things and not get hooked on using the same thing all the time. If you can help that, that's the move. For me, I get bored of using the same stuff all the time. So like just switching to using only SSL plugins and doing it in this way is like its own exciting new thing. Because for a while, I was really stuck on using like the 1081 on almost everything. And then, I was in another place using the API Vision stuff on almost everything. So I did a whole mix of using just Pultex at one time. I like changing it up, and I have a feeling based on the coolness of that SSL 360 that next mix, after I finish this one up, maybe we'll do a whole one with just the channels, the B channel, the SSL B channel. Maybe we'll do one with just the E. I have a feeling that there's going to be some love in there because I feel like people like seeing the SSL stuff at work because it is, in my opinion, it's the right amount of limitations. So impose some limitations on yourself. It will make your mixes better, in my opinion. I think that's why so much stuff was so great sounding prior to now, is because they had limitations. So they had to commit. They had to work with those limitations, not just have every choice in the world right up until they finish. I think that makes a big difference. So I hope you dug it. Everybody can do this stuff. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. So much more to come. Anybody has video ideas, throw them in the comments or on another video because I definitely want to be making more videos too. So give me ideas for videos. I need them. Any idea is a good one. Don't sleep on it. I appreciate you watching. This is Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Talk to you soon. Gonna finish this tomorrow. You guys got this. Take it easy.